Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We've been away for a week, but now we are making our mighty return. And all I got to say is, let's get Julio. Julio. I want to get Julio. Julio. Oh, I know. It's off-season rosterbation at its worst. There's no way we can get him. They'll say there's no chance that this could ever happen. This is clickbait, I tell you, clickbait. And maybe it could be that. But we are in the dead of the offseason at this time. There's a little bit to talk about. We're going to talk about some bare fronts. We're going to talk about maybe potentially why Gabe Jackson can work if he slides over to left guard. We're going to talk, of course, about the salary cap raising up to now potentially. It's just the ceiling that the NFL is placing out there, but there's a potential ceiling now that we could be seeing up to a $208 million salary cap going into next offseason. So there's a lot to talk about, but I want to talk out of the top. You see it in the thumbnail, and I don't know. Hey, man, let a man dream, okay? Let a man dream. And I know that there's many out there saying we don't need Julio first and foremost because there's a myriad of reasons. We don't need him. It costs too much. We'll have to mortgage too much future draft capital to go get him. So let me go one by one through these reasons. Not to say again as to my belief that this trade will happen or that it's an impending or that we're one of the lead dogs out there to get him. But I just want to put together, as I am wont to do with things, as to why it potentially could happen. We do know for a fact a couple of things as I dive into these reasons. Number one, we know the Seattle Seahawks are interested in him. This is not anything in itself. Of course, many of us well understood and well-read Seahawks fans know General Manager John Schneider is not one who tends to stay out of every deal, but in actuality do the opposite. He likes to be in on every deal. Doesn't mean he consummates them all. He just likes to go out there and do a lot of flirting. You know what I mean? So that in itself isn't a big part of the news, but they're in it. They're not out of it. And then we do know for a fact right now that Russell Wilson has reached out to Julio and trying to do a little bit of a recruiting process here. So this is encouraging to me, but let's go through the reasoning first and foremost. We don't need him. Let's go into this one first. Last year, the Seattle Seahawks were definitely, by the end of the season, a little bit receiver light. They did not have all their guys running at full speed. Certainly, DK was still doing good, but Tyler had kind of seemed like he sustained a little bit, wore down a little bit, as he's had happen to him over the last couple of years. Tyler Lockett has a tendency to wear down just a little bit. David Moore was kind of up and down, give you a good game here, then 3 games of nothing. And Swain was a rookie who is a 7th-round pick that we don't know really what he's going to be able to give us. That was your receiver core as you left offseason. Now, you have re-signed Tyler Lockett, so you've not taken any back step there. You lost David Moore, which was a little bit of a back step, but you then went out and got Dwayne Eskridge, which they're two different types of players. They're going to do 2 different types of things, I think, in this offense, but you could say, okay, you're reasonably about the same place you were last year with the receiving core. Is that good enough? Was last year's receiving core at the end of the season good enough? And if you want to look to understand what teams who are able to get to the Super Bowl do and what they've done recently, let's take the Chiefs, who have stacked a receiving core up. When they had Sammy Watkins and they had the Cheetah and they had Kelsey, they still went out and drafted McCole Hardman. And last year they went and they added another playmaker at the running back position in the first round. And they did that in a year when they went and won the Super Bowl when Sammy Watkins was getting beat up. It's almost like in their picking for these extra receivers to rounding out the roster with good receivers all the way down the line, they were sort of building into it the potential for injury. Isn't that odd? Isn't that smart thinking? Isn't that forward thinking? And then we look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who got there last year, and what did they do? They had Godwin, they had Evans, Gronk, a couple running backs. Everything's flying around fine. Were they out on the Antonio Brown sweepstakes, or did they go in on the Antonio Brown sweepstakes? And did that not pay off for them when I believe Godwin got beat up a little bit at one point, and then Antonio can come in there, get a few more snaps, a few more touches. Antonio gets beat up just as Godwin's then getting back to full steam near the end of the year. So recent teams have had success by stacking receiver cores up. It seems to be of some benefit, one could say. So as far as we don't have a need for this receiver right now, that's the part I think we got to take off the table, being that we had a need last year and we have a pretty much a reasonable receiving core to what we had last year right now. Maybe Tamarian Terry turns into something special. Maybe Kay Johnson gives you something else, 2 of the undrafted rookie free agent guys. But there's no certainties in that. So hopefully at least I've put it forward that there's a potential need here. Now let's get to the part about the cost. He costs too much. It's too much. Right now, Julio Jones is going to make 3 years and $38 million over the next 3 years. Can we not fit that? Is it completely out of the realm of contention that the Seattle Seahawks would not do in this situation just what they did in the Carlos Dunlap deal last year? Hey, you want to get out of Loserville? You want to stop playing for a team that's going nowhere? You want to come and play in one of the best locales and franchises to play in the NFL while you're also getting to play for a Super Bowl? Yeah, that sounds okay. I'll renegotiate that. We'll make sure you get all your money. You'll get all your $38 million. Just let us massage it a little, Julio. Let us massage it a little bit. So you do the same thing you did with Dunlap a year ago to make sure they still get all their money at the end of the day. You just move the numbers around a little bit, something that the front office has shown an entire willingness to do by embracing the voidable years this offseason. What if you just added a voidable year onto a fourth year of it? Because we know bonuses run on a 4-year span. So now you could throw a fourth-year voidable season onto it and then have that money even eaten down less. So the cost, to me, 3 years and $38 million of Julio Jones from year 32 to 35. He's not maybe going to be what he is, and we're going to get into that next aspect in a second. But that's not, to me, an overpay, and there's a way we can fit that into our salary cap. Next year, right now, as it stands, with this increase to potentially $208 million, the Seattle Seahawks stand somewhere in the neighborhood of about $45 million or so of cap space as we stand right now. That says nothing of the potential possibility, and I would say all but likelihood, that they will probably move on from Bobby Wagner at that point. That means that they will then move off of, by next year, $16.5 million additionally into that $45 million. So we're pushing up pretty high here. We've got some money to spend here into the future. And if you're talking about him this year at $15 million, next year at $11.5, the year after that at $11.5, that's a cost that I can eat, especially a cost I can eat if we can get Julio to massage the numbers a little bit, just like we did with Dunlap. Or say nothing if we can get Atlanta to maybe even eat some of his salary, like we did in the Jadeveon Clowney deal on the franchise tag, where we got the Texans to eat half of the franchise tag money on Jadeveon that year. So the cost isn't too much. Cost isn't too much. Let's take that one off the table as well. You can say, okay, draft capital's too much. This is where many of you will have the best point, the most solidified point to say, because you'll say, Brandon, you're shooting for the moon here, man. We get it. But this is not a freaking Pro Bowl, pal. Okay? And I understand. I know where you're coming from on that. And this is where you got the most valid point in this whole process to say, I'm going to give up a future first-round pick for this guy after I've already just given up like half my last draft, and I've got a future first-round pick I'm still on the hook for the Jamal Adams deal, who, by the way, you guys we still haven't signed to a contract extension. Again, valid points down that line. But I would do this move even with it being the future first-round pick, because, of course, it wouldn't be this year's first. It would be a next year's first-round pick, because we don't have our first-round pick this year. I'd be willing to do it because I've been willing to do it this whole offseason for one reason and one reason only. It's for the season to upcome and the future of this ball club. Because there's a fork that appears up the road at the end of this season if you go nowhere, if you plateau again, if you hit the glass ceiling again, if you hit one and done in the playoffs. And that is the potential of watching your franchise Hall of Fame quarterback walk out the door. Do you want to be landing in that moment and saying, we could have went out and maybe added a Julio Jones on if we just would have been a little less worried about this future 2 years down the line? Or do you want to have made that move and said, we fired every last bullet in our gun? We were sitting there still pulling the trigger and all it was doing was clicking and smoke was arising. Which would you rather say at that time? Me? I'd rather say the latter. I'm going to be sitting there with both my two guns just, pa, 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 pa. And I hope Seattle will consider it here as well, because it is valid to say the trade capital is too much. You'll be down then 3 straight years of no first-round picks plus at that point. Who knows even if that gets done to where you maybe have to add more onto that. You have to sweeten that pot even a little bit beyond that, which is potentially there, but I'm potentially willing to do it. And let's get to the last part. Let's get to the last part of this, and then I'll jump over here into the chat. But the last part of this, the last point I want to follow up on this now, as you'll see the graphic go up here over my head, is durability. Because I hear a lot of smart Seahawks fans out there say, well, we can't get this guy because he's beaten up. He's damaged goods. He is no more the player he once was. And while, again, I will acknowledge at 32 years old, you are not getting the best of Julio Jones. You are not getting prime Julio Jones. That's maybe not what we need him to be if we've built a receiving core that is so stacked, he just works his way in. Works his way in like that. Just you're letting Russ cook and he's making this fancy feast and you're just working him in as that spice. But let's look at this because this has been one thing that I feel like let's not fully debunk it, but let's go after this really quickly on this durability front. First off, when it comes to skill position players or NFL wide receivers, any NFL players, there's really 4 types of injuries that are the ones that are going to scare me off from a player as they get older and make me feel like, well, technically 5, but 4 in general that will scare me and make me go, he's going to start to probably dial back here as we go forward because he's had these injuries. 1, ACL. Tear your ACL, anterior cruciate ligament, that's a tough one. Achilles, that's another one. They say it's like running in a boot after you tear your Achilles. Not a good one there. Not a good one. Torn ligament, like Jimmy Graham had back in his leg with the torn ligament, right? Where he tore that ligament and he just probably was never quite the same as far as his explosiveness and jumping ability. Still a decent player to a degree when he's done, but not the same. And the last one's the Liz Frank foot injury, because that one just seems to be dodgy where some guys easily get over it and other guys just can't get it done. Julio Jones has had none of those injuries. None of those injuries. No torn ACL, no Achilles, none of that. Yeah, there's been some hamstring and soft tissue stuff, but nothing that's there that to me points to going, okay, his athleticism will now fall off a cliff because of said injuries. And if we look at his recent playing history, let's go back to 2017, because if durability is a problem and we're talking about this guy being such an injury-prone player, let's just go look at the raw data. Because I will give people the fact that he has been beaten up and played through injury and whatnot, but whether or not he's played through injury or he's fought through these soft tissue things is kind of irrelevant. Is he getting onto the field and is he producing when he does so? 2017, he plays in 16 games, starts 16 games, 88 catches, 1,444 yards. 2018, 16 games played, starts 16 games. Oh my gosh. I thought durability was a thing here. In 2018, he catches 113 catches for 1,677 yards. Okay, 2018, I'm sure it hits here. I'm sure this is where he starts to just, we got 2 or 3 games? No. 15 games played, 15 games started, 99 catches, 1,394 yards. And then we get to last year, where finally we do start to see some injury here where, okay, 9 games played, 9 games started, still damn near gets near 1,000 yards receiving. If you really look at the bottom line with Julio, he was honestly, and you can see it in this graphic, he was kind of more beat up at the start of his career when he was dealing with the toe injury that took him some years to get over. And that was really what was holding him up. So his durability, to me, at that point, a huge concern based off what I've seen going back to 2017 with this guy. I've watched even guys like, though Larry Fitzgerald isn't prime Larry Fitzgerald over the last recent years, he's played, 37, 38 years old. I don't even know how old that guy is. But he was able to still be productive as a receiver moving on. And to me, to be productive as that receiver who ages, that Hall of Fame receiver who ages, the thing you seem to need to kind of have in your back pocket is that size and contested catchability, which I feel like Julio does have. So I don't know if I've fully convinced anybody over here. I wouldn't expect me to convince everybody over it, but just to explain my logic and why I am in favor of making this type of move. I don't think all of these things in themselves are enough to crush me off the path, and I think right now you have a little bit of a depressed asset because of the narrative that is at play out there being that he is an injury-prone player, and how can we fit this cap under it? And my last little point on this before I'll get over the chat, I'm sorry I'm going a little bit slow to getting over to you guys, but my last little point on this before we get to the chat is that if Russell Wilson wants to stand up right now and get a big-time win from a public will standpoint, from a PR standpoint, get his Q rating up a couple notches here, if that's something that is important to him, I might offer to him that this is where I come to the Seattle Seahawks front office and say, hey, you put your balls on the table, I'll put my balls on the table. I'll take a little bit of less money to know that little bit of less money is going to bring in Julio, and you'll take a little bit less of your future draft capital to make your Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime a little more happy. and build a goodwill that will not only build those bridges towards this year, but into the future, so that we can watch not only a contending team in the now, but a contending team in the future. And by contending, I mean contending for Super Bowls. So that's what you guys got to say. Thank you for letting me rant on that. Welcome on in here. If you guys like what you're hearing, do please slam on that like button. I do really appreciate it. And thank you, as I said, for checking this out. Dustin, always the first man admin. I don't know how you do it. You're on that notification. Your boy Michael, yo. How you doing, man? Dev Peterson, yes, Devin. Welcome. Sean, I really hope so. Good to hear. I love to hear some positivity. We're out the gate with some Julio talk. All right, here we go. Your boy Michael, it was said we are one of 7 teams to actually make an offer. I have a theory on this, guys. So I wanted to get to the chat here, but I do have a theory about the open offer that is extended to the Atlanta Falcons right now, which is supposedly, and here's the words you guys are going to need to listen to. Here's the one word. Lock in on this one word I say. Equivalent. Equivalent to a next year's first round pick. Okay? And we're going to get to that in a second, but just remember I said that in a moment because we're going to get back to it. Devin Peterson, 3 + 1 1 equals Lombardi. I love it, Devin. I love it. Yes. Landon Edwards, any word on Aldon Smith? Landon, there's been no word on Aldon Smith. It has been dead quiet. I've been scoping and looking, and everything's just kind of stayed silent. The wheels of justice tend to move kind of slowly with this stuff, so don't know if we will hear any kind of word. The weird thing is with it too is the sucky thing with it is that at any point in time, basically the commissioner's office can come in and just look, we look at this situation as this. We don't need a police report. We don't need to find out what the facts were. We've determined that these are what we think the facts are close enough to, so we're going to throw down this punishment applicably because of this. I hope it doesn't go that way, but that's probably a lot of the way it will go. Landon says, if we don't get Julio, what are the chances we take another chance on Josh Gordon? I think the only way that they take another chance on Josh Gordon is if they've got some of that confirmation coming from the commissioner's office that Goodell's just going to back off. He's going to stop acting like a rabid pit bull locked in a 2x2 cell for 30 straight days every time it comes to Mr. Josh Gordon. He's going to back off and ease up. And if he does that, if Seattle knows that door is open, I'm guessing they would jump right through it. But they are going to, at this point, not want to do this dance anymore of is he in, is he out, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, shake it all about. They're not doing any of that anymore with this stuff. So the commissioner's office has got to bring a ruling down. Dev says Sherm comes home. Doesn't look likely, Dev. Doesn't look likely. At least this seems to be what the most recent signs have been pointing towards. I think that had you not have also drafted Trey Brown in the 4th round, and if you were a little bit light on cornerback at this point, you might also do it. But with Trey here, with the signing of Akilio Witherspoon this offseason, and then you've also added a couple of bodies on top of it, and Pierre Desir and DeMarcus Randall. You got plenty of guys at this point, I think, from Seahawks standpoint. I think many of us in the fandom would like to see it. I think he would make the cornerback room better, but I just don't think it's probably likely to happen. Matthias 23451, so hyped up, waiting all week. Aw, thank you, Matthias. Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. Thank you for jumping on in. Ethan, it feels like it's been a while. Good to talk more Hawks. Been a slow part of the month. It has been. I didn't go live just because I was wanting to wait for a few things to maybe stack up we could talk over, so we're not just turning over same kind of items again and again. And I had a couple of things I was going to talk about today in addition to this, but then this came on. I was like, okay, we definitely got to talk about this today. We got to get into this today. Kelly says, I want Julio so bad. I do too. This would do so much to fill out the receiving core. Everybody can slot into their position. Eskridge is not relied upon now to have to burst onto the scene and be magical from the jump. You can fit him in and let him do the things he does really well and just kind of work him in like you would normally work in a rookie. You got all the veterans kind of going in there. You're built up against a little bit of injury. God forbid that should happen. I really do like it. And the receiving core, if I'm not mistaken, in the last couple of years has gotten a little beat up. Specifically, Lockett's gotten beat up a little bit. I'm going back in my memory though. We had that kid that we took off the practice squad taking meaningful snaps in a playoff game in Lambeau Field in 2019, including a key drop in that game, Turner. You don't want to end up in that situation again. You don't want to run back into that again. And part of the way that you end up in that situation is going, oh, we're good at the position. The position's fine. We did enough. It's good. Y says, I've read two other teams trying for Julio are San Francisco and Los Angeles Rams. The NFC West the arms race is for real. It is. It's not a Cold War arms race, Y. This is two hostile-like nations going at each other on the edge of war at any one point in time. Just all it takes is sort of one shot. And it's a nuclear war arm race is what I've said too. I mean, there is no chill. Everybody's always got their pedal to the metal doing everything they could. The Rams would have made this deal already. This deal would have happened already right now. The only thing is they just don't have like first round picks for the next 10 years. So they've already kind of shot their wad a little bit and they can't really jump into it. San Francisco's a little bit in the same place. They can throw out a second round pick and say, hey, we'll throw you a second round pick. But they don't got much as far as first round picks either as far as the next couple years ago. And I get that Seattle's kind of in the same boat, but Seattle does have that future first round pick. And that's a little of that equivalent thing that we'll get to in just a second. But it's crazy, why. This division is absolutely nuts. And maybe one of the reasons you want to consider this Julio deal all that much more in bringing him in is that if in you not going for him and losing out is not only that your receiving core isn't brought up that much more better from a talent standpoint and probably a productivity standpoint, but also then one of your arch rivals goes out and gets him instead. You know, that's one of those things where you're an offense and you're down on the other end of the football field and you're just about to score a touchdown and then your quarterback throws a pick six. You know, it's like the equivalent of that in that moment. Matthias 23451 says, what defensive lineman would help us most to sign besides Fletcher Cox? It's hard to say with this, Matthias. I think I would say if we get some word on Aldon Smith that he's not going to be out this year, I believe that there's still a guy in Justin Houston that's out on the open market right now who I think could still be a very good rotational pass rusher for you. If we're talking about a guy that's, you know, actually available and not a guy that we think may be cut. When I've gone through and looked through the teams that may be cutting is we're approaching now the June 1st period. So for those of you out there, there's this weird thing with contracts in the NFL where once you get past the June 1st point, you sort of get the new league turnover, but then that opens the door for teams who might be on the money for dead money hit if they make a trade prior to that point, being able to then release or make a trade for a player at that point to get out from under that salary at a little bit more of a reduced rate or less of a dead money cap hit. So it's hard to say looking at the teams necessarily this year, Matthias, as to who will be that. And part of the problem in it, for me, comes into the stance of there's so few teams sort of saying we're not in it this year. Let's pull this thing down to the studs. Let's rebuild it from scratch. Here we go. You've got a lot of teams kind of in it this year who think, well, we got a chance. You know, we got a chance. There's a lot of divisions with 4 teams all believing they can vie. You know, you've got the AFC North, for instance. I don't know if Cincinnati believes that they can vie, but they're certainly not in the point of trading off assets. Same thing's true with like NFC West, 4 teams stacked up, all of them thinking they got a chance. You could even go to the NFC East. Yeah, there's not a lot of good teams there, but no team's willing at this point to say we're still a year or two out, so therefore let's offload assets because all of us think we've got a chance because in the case of that division, they're all crap. So they all say, hey, every one of us is a turd. What? And then we can get the playoffs. And if you get in the playoffs, you got a chance at that point. And who can blame them for thinking that? So there's just so few teams when you look across the league in that stance, in that place of saying we need to offload salary and cap, especially with the $208 million increase as the salary cap is concerned coming into play next year, because they can just move the money down the line if they absolutely had to right now. Carmine Burkhardt just made it. You made it right on time, Carmine. Go Hawks, let's go. Ethan, to the folks who said we don't need Julio or any player for that matter, sure, we don't need Julio, but often the teams with the best success in Super Bowls go over the fence of a team need. Solid point, Ethan, and I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, man. This is where I land on it. You rarely are going to sit in a stance from a team and go, okay, we're good. We're good enough here, especially when it's at a position that's gotten light over recent years. And it's a position that's gotten light moving through the season. It didn't start out light. Indeed, you might have started out the season thinking, oh, we're fine, we're good. So that's why you kind of got to build over the top of that mentality a little bit just to sort of protect yourself up against that injury. Your boy Michael, is this live or what? Your boy Michael, it is live. Raining Tacos, go Hawks. Julio would be a coup, but it seems Atlanta wants more than the Hawks can give with our draft capital. Potentially Raining Tacos, and I'm going to get into that in just one sec because I want to catch up on the chat here, but we're going to get into why I think Seattle could be that actual team. There's a mystery team out there that's given the equivalent, and I'm going to use that word again, the equivalent of a 2022 first-round pick. So I think that they may be that team, even though they don't have a first round pick, but there's a reason that I think that, because the word equivalent is the part that's the key word there in the phrasing. Ethan says I would be good with Julio, but for an unreasonable, outrageous price like Metcalf, Lockett, Eskridge, and Julio would be kind of unfair. Thank you for subscribing, Stephanie. I appreciate it. And there are at least 3 to 4 ways to make money for Julio. It would be unreal. I don't want to pay an outrageous price either, Ethan. I think that we do know at this point that the price does not go beyond the ceiling does not go past a 2022 equivalent first round pick. And that may be shooting the moon for them. That may be too high for them as far as their asking price goes. But that tells us it's not going to be 2 first round picks or a first round pick and a second round pick, first round plus. That's being told that's the ceiling. So we could work kind of below that, in my opinion, in what the true value would be. Says 312 says, I don't know, but Antonio Brown's better than Julio Bones? No. Julio's better. Why do I? 4 wide with Lockett, DK, Julio, Eskridge would be the fastest 4 in the NFL. Match up with that. Yeah. As somebody said on Twitter, I think it was Charles, Jim Nagy said we should just stay in 10 personnel all game until we get to goal line. four wides all game. Just until you get into the 20, and then you can go from there. Pure Mind, Hawks Nest, let's go. Let's go, Pure Mind. B. Russ, would you do a straight up Bobby for Julio trade in a heartbeat? Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat. All day long. All day. But I don't think that they would make that trade. And the only reason I would make that with Bobby is because you have Jordan Brooks sitting waiting in the wings. If he wasn't waiting in the wings, I probably would make the deal, but you do have him just sitting there. Thomas Nelson, thank you for your subscription. I appreciate it, brother. Fish says, to be honest, I would trade a second and a third round and Trey Flowers for Julio. And that's where we're going to get to on that equivalent value, trade value to that first round pick that they supposedly already have on the table. I think they're hoping to get a first round pick in this upcoming draft in 2022, which they're not going to get. I think right now Seattle's put the offer of a 2023 first round pick plus on the table. So here's a 2023 first round pick and Rasheem Green, and here's another draft pick on top, let's say. I think that deal is out there right now on the table for them as potentially the best offer, and it could be Seattle being the ones who making that offer. Seahawks Network says we are in win now mode more than ever. I want this trade to happen now. If we do anything less than a Super Bowl, Russ wants out. That's part of it here. It's part of it is me being the selfish fan that, as some will point out, is not happy enough with the consistent winning of this organization, and I need to have better perspective about what the rest of the NFL fandom has to go through, and therefore I should not want these type of moves at every turn because of that. But I look at this as more, not just that, being that I'm a greedy SOB who wants as many guys as I can get on my team to make them as great as they possibly can be made, but also because of the fact that I want to keep my Hall of Fame quarterback for the next 8 to 10 years. I would prefer not to have to go back and find another new Hall of Fame quarterback, being that it took us 40 some odd years to find this one. Raining Tacos, if we re-sign KJ, move Brooks this season to middle and get more than Julio in the deal, maybe. I like it, Raining. Rasheem Green, 2022 4, 2022 3 second. For Julio and a 2023 fifth, that's my trade idea. I'll go Hawks. I'd be open to it. I'll cobble this together for the Atlanta. I'll cobble some things together if we need to make this fit for them. Trejo says it won't be a first. I don't know if it wouldn't be. I don't know that they wouldn't offer necessarily to Atlanta. Say, okay, look, we're not going to get you a second. You're balking at a second round pick in 2022 right now. Reportedly, Atlanta is. So Seattle acknowledges that, and they say you want a first round pick, right? You know within 3 years down the line, because you're married to Matt Ryan for the next 2 years. So for the next 2 years, you're gonna have to compete. But you know that 3 years down the line, you're gonna move on from Matt Ryan. You'll be needing to bring a new quarterback in. So maybe there's some value to having another additional first round pick at that time versus having an additional first round pick next year. Why says we can trade Eskridge in a fourth or third. I don't think they would include Eskridge in any deal. So you rarely see those type of trades happen post-draft. In fact, I can't think of the last one where you would have had a guy taken in the first, second round, and then he's packaged into a trade post-draft and then moved. It just does not happen in the NFL. So, Cal, thank you for your subscription. I appreciate you. Jaboy Michael says, honestly, our jersey looks sexy on anyone. That's true. That's very true. Micah Clark, if we were to get Julio, I think Atlanta would accept a second this draft and a fourth this draft coming up. And like a young cornerback like Blair would start for Atlanta in the nickel right away, I think they would accept. Blair would be an interesting piece, Micah. He would be an interesting piece that you could potentially fit in there because it is such a need for Atlanta. They really did need to address their secondary in a big-time way this offseason and kind of didn't. They sort of did just a little bit over the top on it. But that would be an interesting piece to put in there and one that I could see Atlanta looking at, a guy that would fit in nicely for them. Noah Malka, thank you for your subscription. Appreciate you guys. Got some new subscribers coming in. Thank you. Deb says, if you enjoyed this stream, be sure to subscribe. Oh, thank you, Deb. Appreciate you mentioning that. Seahawks Network, even in the games Julio missed, he was damn productive when he played. That's my thing with it. I mean, when you point to the fact, if you look really over this last 4-year period, he hasn't missed really that many games. For a guy entering into his 30s who's played as much football as he has, there's not been that huge, massive miss of games. And then I was reading online about all these people telling me, oh, he's always over on the sideline getting water and taking a break. Like, well, he's got 99 catches for 1,400 yards. And the year before that, 113 catches for 1,677 yards. Like, what? But you want him out there every play? Just, I want him to catch 150 passes and catch 2,300 yards and 19 touchdowns. There becomes an unrealistic state for me with the fans on that. When you look at that, the bottom line of the stats don't lie on that stuff, and you don't just... You don't just sandbag your way to 99 catches and 1,400 yards. not at least by what I've seen from receivers. Fish says maybe a second-round pick and Marquise Blair. That might be it. That could maybe get it done. The thing, you're right to think in that respect of that we know our second-round pick's not going to be enough to get it done on its own because they're going to anticipate we're going to be a good second-round team. So a team like San Francisco, a team like maybe even the Rams, if they're offering a second-round pick over us, that's going to look better to that team. If one of those teams, or even in New Orleans, that's going to look maybe better to them, Rodney says, Brandon, what role do you think he would want? He is an older guy, and yes, I think he can help us, but for his age, to what extent? I think specifically this comes into play for me when it comes to Tyler Lockett, Rodney. Tyler just got paid. Tyler's going to be comfortable for the next few years. He doesn't feel like he has to put up some sort of insane production of 100 catches and 1,000 yards to justify what he's doing. We're on the hook for his salary for the next few years at the very least. You move really him into more of a specified slot role. Much of the NFL offensively wise is moving to more of a 3 wide receiver look or 2 tight, you gravitate to that and 2 tight end look. And if you go to the Rams offense, yes, recently they've been in more of the 2 tight end approach, Goff under center, running play action, etc. But if you go to the more recent history with them, another year back in their Super Bowl run, they were doing a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. And what you could do with him specifically in this realm, Rodney, I've worried about Tyler Lockett in the blocking game element of things. And the reason why is that in the Rams offense, they asked the wide receivers to do reach blocks. And they put them in a tough bind because they asked these receivers to do reach blocks on defensive ends. You come up, you got to hit this defensive end and kind of hold up on him for a second so we can get a numbers game to the other side of the football field. It's not an easy task. It's easy to muck it up. And when you're asking a guy, Tyler Lockett, who's maybe 5'9", to go and make that kind of block, I'm like, I don't know if he can do that. Now, you talk about taking Julio Jones, moving him along in the same route where he's coming in motion pre-snap, right? The way you'll see it is he'd come in motion pre-snap, off the snap. He comes down to the defensive end, puts a block down on his shoulder. You see then the right tackle goes down to the defensive tackle, and it's like a dominoes down the line, where everybody's blocking associatively to a different guy than you normally would see. That's the nature of this type of zone blocking scheme and the way I've looked at it on, at least what I've seen on film of it and trying to do my research on it. And so he would be able to do that, whereas Tyler couldn't, and you could still keep in that moment Tyler, if you're in a 3 wide receiver set, he's coming in now as the de facto slot guy while Tyler's on the outside. And then you can rotate him at times where you have Tyler on the slot and then Julio on the outside. So I think it's just more about embracing at that point the 3 wide receiver look than it is about needing to find the guys with the role. Seahawks Network says last year was an anomaly. He's going to bounce back. He was on pace for around 1,300 yards. I think it was, and it wasn't a major injury, Seahawks Network. Soft tissue, hamstring, that thing. It's not the ligament tears. It's not the Achilles injury. It's not the Liz Frank. It's a very bad injury. Matthias, what do you think about signing Geno? Honestly, since Dunlap went so well, when people said he was washed, I'll take another Bengal with something to prove. I was reasonably encouraged by what I had seen for him as far as his production, doing some research on this, Matthias, with Geno. I had thought with my mind, but going into it, that Geno was totally done, that he's just not been the same player there with Cincinnati. But indeed, his actually production last year wasn't great, but the year before that was still good. And then beyond that was really great. And the thing that stands out to me with Geno that I wonder with is the Bengals a couple years ago moved over to a 3-4 scheme. Geno Smith is as pure a 3-tech defensive tackle in a 4-3 scheme as the driven snow. He is absolutely modulated and created and built to be a 3-tech defensive tackle. So to take that guy and move him, let's say, to a defensive end in a 3-4, God says you certainly wouldn't want to put him as your nose tackle in a 3-4. But to do that is absolutely pushing him out of position, and it's not the right place for him. So to look at his recent production, to your point, yes, there is a very good chance that they were not putting him in the right position to succeed, and that is why you see a little bit of depression in his production, and that you put him back on a team that's a 4-3 team running just specifically that 3-tech role, which he's built for. He's a 6-foot, sub 300-pound player. So that's what he is. But he could be interesting. It's part of what annoys me a little bit about why Seattle made they hitched their cart so quickly onto the Al Woods train here, because it's like you brought Al Woods back, who's 35 years old and just served a suspension last year. Meanwhile, you've got guys like Sheldon Richardson out on the open market, or Geno Atkins on the open market, which it's not very hard to be like, that's better players who you probably could have signed for nearly about the same value. Sheldon would have cost you more, but I don't think Geno is going to cost you more. I don't know, but it's good to hear that they're at least kicking the tires on it. I will say that. Fish says, Seahawks Network says, hell no, we better not effing trade Blair. I know you love Blair, but you'd hate it, Network. You'd hate it. Oh, man. Man, I'm behind the chat, so sorry. I will try to catch up here, folks. So if you're new into this chat, I tend to get behind, but I do move along quick. Seahawks Network says there's no reason to trade Blair. He has zero trade value, and he's only in his third year. Trading him would be just stupid. I could see where it wouldn't be the most favorite thing for me to do either with it, Seahawks Network. The one thing that we do know coming into this upcoming season with Blair, and I'm as high on him as you are, so let me preface this by saying I really love his upside. I think he could be a very good player in this league. But where is his position long term? Is he a guy that's more of a true free safety or a strong safety? Is strong safety more of the position he should be favored in? And if you're hitched to Jamal Adams as being your strong safety now moving forward, and you have Quandre Diggs playing at a good level at free safety, you do, technically speaking, have two guys into that role, not to mention Ryan Neal sitting there as a backup strong safety. So it is a little bit of a position of depth. You would be trading off a position of depth at that point to bring on another position, and it would be enough to maybe seal that trade, because like I said, you would need a sealer. You would need a cherry on this deal beyond just your second-round pick as an offering, because other teams who are going to be picking higher than you in the draft will have already offered that second-round pick for Julio. So you've got to get sweeter than that price to get him. But again, I know where you're coming from on it. It just wouldn't be enough for me to not be in on Julio. I'm not going to be let the me come down to saying, well, I could have had Julio, but I just wanted to hold on to Marquise so bad. I love Marquise a lot. I just don't love him quite to that level of things. Rating Taco says the Blair or trade trades sound nice, but that's assuming Atlanta wants them. Sounds more like Madden trade wishful thinking. Let me try to put in a little bit of logic and reasoning to this, Raining Tacos. Because the Atlanta Falcons over the next 2 years have hitched their carts to Matt Ryan, being that they can't cut him this year and they can't cut him next year unless they want to have about $40 million in dead money hit either season. So the next 2 years, they're in a point of going for it still. Right or wrong, whether they're silly for thinking so, they're still in the win now mode. And when you look at that team right now, they've stacked up the offense pretty good. Line's all right. Definitely got some skill position players to throw to, but that defense needs some help. So if you were in a win now mode and you needed to add more players to that defense, and you had specific guys to target that you liked for your defense, like a Marquise player, maybe that could be enough. Again, maybe it's not a likely scenario of thinking. We're just trying to think a little outside. I think what the chat's doing here is just thinking outside the box on this. Okay, what are What are the ways you can maneuver to make this trade happen outside of just a traditional method of here's a first round pick, take this? What are some other ways to assemble this? Rainy Talker says, as for the Bobby trade to Atlanta, they'll want to move Julio because of money. They can't afford Bobby. It's very true. I don't know at this point if necessarily the Julio move right now is 100% happening because of money. If you look at what they save for money, it's not a significant amount of cash. It really isn't. To me, this is a little bit more of this trade being pushed forward because Julio is pushing this forward and wanting this trade. And supposedly he went to them months ago asking for the trade. So they just gave him a 3-year extension a couple of years ago. It's not even a couple of years, like a year ago or whatever. So there's not a lot of money to save on the move. This is I think more being driven by Julio saying I want to go somewhere else. I'm tired of having Matt Ryan's noodle arm underthrowing me the football. Micah says if we get Julio Russ's MVP unless somehow Waldron doesn't work out. Waldron would have to really, really, really not work out at that point. Seahawks Network says, I am not trading any players for Julio, only picks, especially not Blair. I understand. I get where you're coming from. Why do I? I want to see Seattle get Julio. I believe in Seattle can win the Super Bowl now. Let's go all in. I'm with you. Why do I? Let's go all in. Let's put the chips all to the center. I will have complete peace in my heart, mind, and soul if we walk away from this Russell Wilson era and the bridges are not able to be, the fences are not able to be mended and things just end up in a place where he says, I can't work with Pete anymore and this just doesn't work anymore. And and every side did all they could. If that's the case, every side truly did everything they could at that point, then so be it. Okay. But if you left meat on that bone, you left potential out there that you could have taken, man, that'll be tough. That'll be tough. Insert color for metaphor. The astute observations from my dude here. Love seeing how this channel reaches more and more 12s as it continues to grow and grow. Keep it up, dude, and go Hawks. Thank you, Insert Color for Metaphor. I appreciate you, man. I remember you from way back when. So one of my OGs in here. Thank you so much. He cranks. Give me my boy Julio Jones. Get on the horn with Jadeveon and tell Jadeveon call Julio and tell Julio to get here. Or you are on the hook with Julio. Just get in his ear, man. Get in his ear. He cranks is our insider in here, folks. we gotta get him. We gotta work him. He's my source. Raining Tacos. Gordon is boring. Dude is an old unicorn. Yeah, I'm tired of waiting on it, Raining Tacos. I'm tired of waiting on the Gordon thing myself. I think the commissioner's office just has a bone to pick with my guy, and that bone's going to stay stuck right between the center point of Goodell's teeth, right there between the gap. And I wish it wasn't, but it just is what it is. And it has been quite a bit of time since he's been on now, an NFL football field. Even Tech World, we have a lot of depth at nickel, like cornerback Blair and Flowers, and maybe Rasheem Green at pass rush. I'd throw all three of those in a second-round pick. I don't know if I'd throw all three of those. I'd sure like to just do like a Flowers, Green. It'd be beautiful to put a Flowers, Green, and a second-round pick combo together because then you're now creating $3.1 million in cap space, including those two players in the trade. That offsets a little bit of Julio's cost now in return. Now we start getting into a real interesting place if we can pull that off. That would be awesome. Tao Thor says, rather Seattle sign Julio Jones than the Niners, Rams, or Cardinals. Hey, no, that's facts, Thor, because we all know all three of those teams have at least showed some modicum of interest in this player. And again, if you think, well, that doesn't drive organizations to make a trade for a guy just because somebody in their division wants, let me take you guys back into the time machine here. Let me get in my DeLorean and hit 88 miles per hour because when I go back to last year, the Seattle Seahawks, part of the reason that they overpaid for Jamal Adams, part of the reason they added the extra first-round pick in this third round. Why would they give up all these assets? They didn't have to do that. Who were they competing against? I'll tell you who they were competing against. Their own division. Because supposedly the Niners were in on that trade. So if you don't think that the other organization within your division can drive your franchise to then go make an aggressive trade that the fans might go, wait, huh? Why would they do? Because they do factor that in. And I think it's a solid point, Thor. Tim says if we sign JJ, that's just being greedy. It wouldn't be fair. Too good to be true. Hey, I'm sure that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year said, hey, we can't get Antonio Brown. There's no way. We already got Godwin. We got Gronk. We got Evans. There's no way this is going to happen, right? Then it happened. Be greedy. Be greedy, Tim. Be greedy. Be Michael Douglas in Wall Street. Greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Go watch that clip for you youngsters don't know your 80s films. But it's a famous scene from them. Silencer206, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Michael Barker says, hashtag free Josh Gordon. I sign off on that hashtag. Seahawks Network, where's the depth at nickel? Blair is your depth at nickel. Laughing my ass off. Well, DJ Reed can play nickel. Theoretically, Trey Brown, with his size and the way he plays, could play nickel. If you brought in, there's other guys who can play nickel on this team. So I would say that you're not necessarily just, it's Blair or nothing behind him. Jonathan Cross says, love the content. Been a while since I was able to catch the stream live, but I do my best to keep up. Keep up your awesome work. Oh, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate you watching whenever you can, man. And thank you glad you're able to catch the show live. I know sometimes it's at weird times and stuff, but thank you. You guys are being awesome today. I appreciate the kind sentiments, man. Go Hawks. Julio is my favorite non-Seahawk of all time. I'd be so happy that when they call him Waffle, I'd be so happy. They call him Waffle House because he's always open. Well, if you guys go watch, you guys can check out on my Twitter stream, or not my Twitter stream, but I put up on my Twitter, I was able to find up on that as an old cut up of Russell Wilson in the Pro Bowl with Julio, throwing Julio Jones a touchdown pass in the Pro Bowl. So if you guys want to get even a little more hyped up, go check out on my Twitter over there, and you can see a little bit of a GIF on that. Noah Wright, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome, Noah. You are super awesome. Dante, who do you think will start as the number 2 corner for the Seahawks? I'm going to go with right now DJ Reed and Akilio Witherspoon, Dante. This kid, Akilio, is just coming into his own. He was a guy that when he came out in that draft was a guy that I had a lot of connections with him in Seattle. I saw a lot of a pairing there and him potentially being a target for our Seahawks. They ended up going with Shaquille Griffin instead. But he's a guy who's really talented. It wasn't the greatest as far as a tackler goes, but he brought it along. And he actually had, I think, like a 75 Pro Football Focus rating last year. This is over the top of a guy like Shaquille Griffith last year who had like about a 60 rating last season. So he played his best football last year, one of the top rated Pro Football Focus corners last year, and he's only turning 25 years old. He came into this league really young. You give those guys who come in the league young a little more rope to develop into becoming the player that they maybe finally become. So I think that this kid's going to come out, show out, surprise a lot of people with his play, and be a really good cornerback for us at an absolute steal of a value of $4.5 million on a one-year deal. Seahawks Network says Demarius Randall's a camp body. Agreed. I'm sorry, but trading Blair when you can just trade a pick makes zero sense. I think it comes down to where you would be driven to trade a player is a couple of different places on the Seahawks Network. First, you'd include a player because right now you're dealing with, at that point, then a second, third year in a row now of deficient draft capital. We came off this last draft with only 3 draft picks. We currently sit with next year's draft before making any Julio Jones trade. You only have 6 draft picks right now for next year's draft. So when you talk about going with a 2nd round pick, and then we're going to throw a 4th round pick in addition to that at that point, you're starting to dial that back now down to 4 picks, coming on the heels of 3 picks. It starts getting a little bit lean from that standpoint, especially when you have a guy and general manager in John Schneider, who is a guy that doesn't want to be that light as far as draft picks go. In fact, he wants to go in the opposite direction. He wants 10, 11, 12 picks if he can get it, right? He wants as many shots as he can at these guys. So I know where you're coming from in that respect. I'm not counting on Demarius Randall to be anything amazing. I think if you made this trade, what you could open up as well, and again, if you could do 2 guys that aren't going to be really more of the future for you, who carry a little more salary, being Rasheem Green, Trey Flowers, package that with a 2nd round pick, maybe something like that. Again, giving Atlanta something they need. They need pass rush help, need some corner help. But I get where you're coming from. I know you love I know you love Marquise Blair, and I'm a fan of him too. Nathaniel says, I heard the Hawks made a call about Julio when he became available early in March, but I'm not convinced anything will happen. Yeah, they're very good about being in on every deal, and it doesn't mean, I will absolutely say, it doesn't mean just because they're making the call to Atlanta, they're in on the deal. Seattle is renowned for being, as Schneider said, I like to be in on every deal. He likes to have his ear to the ground, just hear what's out there, and that could be a lot of what's going on here. If he went, let me walk you through a little bit of what I think could potentially have happened as a process with that. If Atlanta went to them and said, hey, Atlanta, We want Julio Jones. Then they say, well, that's great, but you don't have a first-round pick in this upcoming draft. And they say, well, that's okay. We'll give you a first-round pick in the next year's draft. Atlanta at that time goes, well, we want a first-year's pick in this year's draft, right? But then they come to find out as we go through the process and we land in today, we're a month, 2 months down the line, and Atlanta comes to realize no one's giving us a first-round pick in next year's draft. All we're getting is second-round offers. Now we maybe double back around to Seattle and that first-round offer being potentially on the table. It's a complete guess. I'll own it. It's me being complete pie in the sky. I have no knowledge on it. Just wondering. DeCyan, I hope I pronounced that right. DeCyan 23. Man, DK and Julio would be just nuts. It would be nuts. Can you imagine how? I mean, one of those guys getting single covered every time. You only can double one. You only get to double one. It would be nasty. Absolutely nasty. And then Tyler just able to just hide behind the big bodies, duck, get in and out of traffic. Corey Palmer, if anyone can get him, it's Schneider and Pete. Agreed, Corey. If there's the kings of making deals happen, then, no one said, you're not going to be able to, no way you get Percy Harvin. No way you can pull off Jimmy Graham. You're not going to get Jadeveon Clowney right before the season. Quit your dreamland scenario. There is absolutely, positively no way you are going to get the Jets to trade a Hall of Fame talent like Jamal Adams. You are just not going to see that. Oh, wait. They have done this before. They've done this often. They've done this with confidence. Because our front office isn't scared. Our front office isn't worried about being for good, bad, worse, horrible, for sometimes not the best side of things. They're not worried about being fired. They're not worried about ownership coming in and on the chopping block. So they can make moves like this. They can put it all out on the line and not worry about tomorrow. I love it. I love aggressiveness. I love it. Yami, we got you in, buddy. Good to see you. Hey, Brandon, you monster, come online just as I go to bed. See you tomorrow in the recording. Oh, man, I'm sorry, Yami. We'll get you one of these days, buddy. Ethan, sometimes when we have Super Bowl aspirations and you feel it's your team's time, feeling that you're good at a position is where you fall through the trap door. I agree, Ethan. It's part of why I say what you've got to do, and sometimes your assessment on a position is look at your recent history of that position. Have we been good at that position? Has that position gotten beaten up? Have we been talented enough at that position? Have we had enough playmakers out at that position? As well as what is the modern NFL telling us as far as analytics and the forward thinkers in the sport? They're telling us receivers are becoming more important. They're factoring more and more. Complex Music, thank you for the subscription. Wow, a lot of subscribers in here today. Thank you so much. But they're telling us this more and more. This is where the game is going. This is where the game is going. Away from the running game, more to the pass-happy approach. So embrace it. That's what I say. I say when in Rome, you know what I mean? When in Rome, let's visit the Colosseum, Let's get ourselves an espresso and some sourdough bread. Seahawks Network, you're trying to tell me that Demarius Randall's good? Not me. I guess you're talking with somebody in there. Yami, things that annoy me this offseason the most, all the talking heads really thinking Seattle's the worst team in our division without even paying attention to what we did. I did notice that this has been more of a recent narrative, Yami, with what we're seeing out there where it just sort of kind of turned here at the end of the offseason where suddenly Seattle did nothing this offseason. And it's kind of odd to see a little bit. They point up to, well, they brought in Witherspoon and Everett, and then they only had 3 picks. And I think that's what I think it comes down to, Yami, is that these are not folks that want to think really that very deeply about Seattle to begin with. And when then you give them added beneficial reason of not having to think about it being that you didn't make a whole bunch of moves and you didn't spend Patriot money all over the place and you didn't have a ton of draft capital. So it's then easy for them to just sort of toss you away. But what I say, Yami, and what I've said about this is this sort of has emerged now and I hope continues to emerge. We're better as the underdog. Chad Bean, thank you for the subscription. You are awesome. I appreciate it. But we're better as an underdog. That's the role that we fit and do well. Okay, keep selling short on us. Keep thinking that we're dead. Keep thinking that we're done. We went 12-4 last year. We had that division. Yeah, I know we had a bad game in the playoffs. So what? We played the worst game of the year at the worst time. Doesn't mean we're not still a good team. It doesn't mean that there isn't absolutely more moves that have been in the positive column this offseason than there's been in the negative column. And if you got a 12-4 team that's only added upon that in this last recent offseason, how can you think that that team's going to do worse? Especially when you look at the schedule. Boom Shakalaka just joined. What's up, Boom Shakalaka? Sorry if this was said, but he doesn't, Julio, have a quarterback contract, 100 plus million. Julio is on the hook for the next 3 years at $38 million currently. It's about 15 plus million this next upcoming year. Then it's 11.5 for the next 2 years after that. Boom Shakalaka. All the bonus money gets eaten by the Atlanta Falcons when the trade is consummated. 312, Julio Bones struggles in the red zone. We're not going to need him in the red zone. I don't care if he gets 1, 2, 3 catches in the end zone. If he ends out at 80 catches and 1,200 yards for me, I got other guys that'll make it work in the end zone. I can work with that. You know what I mean? I don't need the perfect player at this point from this guy. I don't need Julio Jones year 4. I can get Julio Jones year 11, 12, whatever he is. That's fine. Fish, Desaian 23 says, where would our receiving trio rank all time if we get him? Laughing out loud. It's a good question. It's a good question. You're going to be pretty high. I mean, you're going to be pretty up there as far as all time goes with that, especially if you get production Desaian out of Eskridge. I mean, say nothing if Eskridge comes up and also gives you something as an additional fourth at that point, look out. But they would definitely be up there, especially having a guy like Russell Wilson throwing them the ball, because that's going to give them the opportunity to shine. And I don't doubt that he would find a way to get the most out of them. Fish says the Seahawks Network, the Falcons said they want 2 first-round picks. They want at least 1 first-round pick. We don't have a first-round pick. Oh, sorry, you respond to Seahawks Network. My bad. Nathaniel, I don't think we make a move just because salary cap. We still got to pay Jamal, and Russ won't take a pay cut most likely. Well, that's the part that I was inferring about on this at the point too, Nathaniel, where Russ could get a win in all this situation. This is an opening for him to get a PR win and an offseason of no PR wins for Russell Wilson. Because I don't think that his great media tour of doom, where he threw a lot of shade in a lot of different areas, went all that well with him, or went as well as I think he thought it was going to go when he went on that said tour. So this is a chance for him to get a win. What if he comes back to the front office and says, hey, you bring in Julio, I'll take a little bit less. I'll make this feasible to happen if you bring in a guy who's going to really help me out. Win-win, right? Win-win. Jace, I'm going through a personal life making myself a better person. Just watch Ryan Snaggs. Ryan Snaggs, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you, my guy. A lot of new subscribers. You guys are awesome. Appreciate all the subscribers coming on in. That's awesome. Better just watch the 2 David Goggins, Joe Rogan podcast episodes. And I've just been listening to that type of stuff from David Goggins. He's the former SEAL guy. He's got that mindset, man. Well, good job, man. It's always good. Self-help is always good. Yami says 312 Julio is even better than Juju, and it's not even close. Matt Sliper, here comes Julio. Matt, you're making me dream, man. Don't make me dream. Fish says, but let's keep Blair a guy we probably won't use to his fullest extent. That makes sense. SoCal, defense. Who needs a defense when you got the offense of the ages? That's my question. Who needs a defense at that point? Sid Talker, Jamal just tweeted out an excited GIF. Oh, Sid, you coming in to get me excited, Sid? You gotta get me hyped, you guys. Could you imagine? If we trade for Julio, it will be a live stream instantaneously if it happens. Say nothing. I kind of did the stream today because we've had some recent success with doing live streams and having signings or stuff happen. So I'm also trying to I'm putting some mojo out today, you know? I'm trying to put that Austin Powers mojo out there of, Julio, you know? Uh-oh. Is the stream frozen? No. Should be good, Boom Shakalaka. Rodney, Dwayne is a Tavon Austin all over again. He could be, Rodney. I'm not super high on Dwayne. So I think he's going to be a better player than Tavon in that he's got certain routes he can run better than Tavon could coming right out of school, where Tavon was really a sub running back coming out more than any kind of receiver. Mike Florio is really annoying. He's still pushing the Russell could be traded after June, and he doesn't even use correct grammar. He says June 1st, June 1 or June 2nd. Why can't he say June 1st? Yeah, I'm done with the Russ trade talk this season. Stupid. And I can't believe the media. I saw that on a video too, and I commented on that Florio's beating that horse so hard that it's down to bones at this point. And it's quickly being turned into dust because they just keep banging that dead horse with the stick, you know. He's not being traded. Not happening. Not this season. Roger Landry, they have yet to restructure Russ or Bobby, so it's a doable cap-wise. Roger, solid point, and you're absolutely 100% on point with it. You could restructure both of those two guys' deal alone, fit him within the cap, still be able to do a re-signing of Jamal Adams. So that's the thing about this is you don't have to make a choice into one realm or the other with any of this stuff. You could get it all done if they chose to do that. We know right off the top, Roger, they can convert Russ's base salary without his permission. You can convert his base salary this year to bonus and save $10 million right off the top. You already right now have $17 million, $7 million, I believe, in cap space. That takes you up to about $17 million. You could create some more if you needed to around the edges at that point. So it's absolutely doable. Absolutely doable. February 84 says, what is Jamal Adams' status? I think that they're negotiating right now, February 84. I think they want to get through the other things of this offseason first and foremost, specifically kind of dealing with improving the team and getting things going. The extension is going to happen, in my opinion. In my opinion as well, it's not going to be into the 18, 19, $20 million range that a lot of people are trying to espouse that this is where this is going to land at, or that's what Jamal is going to be insistent upon being paid at. I don't think it's going to be at that point. I think he gets paid for somewhere in the realm of a little over $16 million per. Oh, Rodney, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, Rodney. But I think it'll be a little bit over $16 million per or so, right in that realm or so, and that's good with me. I'm perfectly fine with it. As well, you'll be able to lower the first-year cap hit down to where right now he costs about $10 million on this upcoming cap this season with his fifth-year option. You could feasibly sign him to the $16 million per APY, average per year, and then still get that first year hit down into the realm of somewhere into the $6, $7, $8 million range. We saw this a couple of years ago when Frank Clark was traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. And what did he sign for on average per year? $23.5 million. Oh my God, that was a crazy contract. But the Kansas City Chiefs took that contract down in its first year. The first year cap hit of that deal was all the way down at $6.5 million. So you can get creative if you want to get creative. John Ogo, yes, of course. Now we go get him. Let's do it, John. Let's do this. Jay says, I'm not posting videos right now because I'm at the point of the football season where it just became too much and I'm football out a bit. Only watching a football video here and there. Jace, you got to recharge the batteries. So that's why I take every once in a while, take a little bit off from the stream and you just, recharge them. There's nothing wrong with that, man. It's a marathon we're going at here, It's not a race. It's a marathon. Dev asks, is Russ retiring with us? Quite honestly, Devin, I'm not a guy that likes to stand on the fence with this, but this is why this season is so dependent upon Russ's happiness this year. Not, well, what's his happiness in the next 2 to 3 years down the line? It's what's going to happen in this next year. Did the Seahawks top out where they've topped out prior? Does Coach Carroll fall back into his old designs of conservative nature, of holding the reins back on Russell Wilson? Or does he open it all up? Or does he open up just enough to placate and make Russ happy? And I think that his satisfaction with this season is going to determine whether it is him retiring with us through the whole rest of his career. I land right now with saying him retiring with us is probably a little bit unlikely. I just want to try to get at least the next 8 to 9 years if we can, Dev. If we can pull that, I'd be happy with that. And I hope that's where Seattle's kind of leaning towards going. And I think that's where they definitely are trying to go if they make this Julio deal. I'll say that. I think they've kind of gone there with the moves. But Michael Smite, help you. Thank you for subscribing. My gosh, so many subscribers. I appreciate you, Michael. You guys are awesome. But hard to say. James Murray, thank you for subscribing. Goodness, we got a subscription train going. I love it. Deccan, why? Wait. So the Rams aren't interested in Julio? No, supposedly there is a report the Rams are out on Julio now, with the price being where it is. This is understandable. I mean, this is a team without first-round picks for the next 4, 5, 6 years, something like that. They've been a team that's been without picks recently, without a lot of picks as well. They eventually need to start getting some of those picks back so they can't jump back into these waters as deeply. Wilbert Nixon, thank you for your subscription. I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Insert colorful metaphor. Give me Julio Jones. Hopefully Seattle's front office never allows that witness intimidating loose cannon known as Antonio Sexual Assault Brown to become a Seahawk. Shudders. No, I think he did sign his deal this week too, insert, with Tampa Bay. So they did finally sign that deal. He's going back to Tampa Bay. There's no chance Antonio's coming over here to be a Seahawk. And I'd be much, and to your point, much happier with Julio Jones here than Antonio Brown. That's to me a much better player at this point. Great fit with Russell Wilson and his skill set, in my opinion, especially with that catch radius. Russell's going to put those little soft pillow tosses, moonshot balls that just come down like a feather. And he's going to have that big as a house kind of, wingspan going. Mason Dale, thank you for subscribing. I don't know I don't know if you guys are subscribing or if my subscription thing's just going off. San Diego Red Dragons, thank you for subscribing. Your boy Michael says the Jamal GIF could mean two things. I believe he got paid or we got Julio. Could be either of those two things, your boy Michael. Would be also a little bit surprised to hear that happens to maybe preempt a little Julio trades because you lock in Jamal on where you got his cost for the next year in the foreseeable future, which then allows you to figure out how you can fit then Julio within that same kind of cap situation. Washi, I hate those people who say we have enough, like, bro, get help. Look at the two teams that made the Super Bowl. They go all in, and even the Kansas City has addressed offensive line in free agency, and they drafted offensive line in the second round. I agree, man. I'm loving the air that you guys, I thought I was going to get some pushback from folks here in the chat today saying going all in on Julio, and folks giving me a hard time saying, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, just shoot, everything's a fantasy football league. Just da-da-da. But I'm glad to hear you guys fall in line with a lot of what I'm thinking. I'm seeing most everybody is in the same realm of things. To be complacent and believe that you are good enough or good enough at a position where you have not been good enough in recent years. Not necessarily at the start of the year, but as you've gone through over the course of the season. And when you think of it to me through that lens of, there'll probably be an injury sustained. So now instead of having the 4 and 5 deep, you're down to the 2 and 3 deep. But you want to have that built into it. You want that in. Young Grizzly, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Caden Collison, thank you for subscribing. I don't know if I'm getting all these subscriptions or if my subscribe GIF thing is going nuts for some. Sometimes it goes, I get a little exorcist in my thing, but if you are subscribing, I do appreciate you. Rick Young, thank you for subscribing. MWeb Jamal just made an interesting tweet. Either he got extended or traded for someone. I hope it's a trade, and then we can extend him later on. That's how I like to work it. Trade and then extended. Trade and extended. Go Ox says Julio would get 7 catches, DK 6, Lock at 5. So I'm okay with that. Lock ends up around 60, 65 catches. DK at, my math's bad, but, well, no, now you got the extra. That's the other thing too, folks. Don't forget this year. Here's my other thing I think I forgot. We haven't had brought up in the chat yet. There's an extra game this season. We have an extra game this year, and it's already, we've seen the NFL. It's rosters get decimated on the old 16-game season. You don't want an extra guy for this game, for this extra game this year. You want to round out certain, well, if receiver is one of the most important positions on the football field outside of quarterback, you don't want to round that out to its ultimate at that point, not just to build in against the injury, but also acknowledging the fact you got that extra game. You're going to have to probably control some snap counts on these wide receivers this year when you didn't have to necessarily prior. Damian Hayes, thank you for subscribing. Robert Brent Pennington says, keep your dirty fingers off Blair. Robert, you and Seahawks Network are going to be leading the baton march on this. Ice, thank you for subscribing. 312, sorry to say it, but Trey Lance will probably be an MVP caliber quarterback one day. He had Jimmy Garoppolo looking like a franchise quarterback. You're meaning Shanahan. And he turned Noodle Arm Ryan into an MVP. Maybe Shanahan can do that, maybe. But I'm not worried. Trey Lance, maybe 2, 3, 4 years down the line might be something. I'll acknowledge that. But guess what, 312? I'm not thinking about 3, 4, 5 years down the road. I'm thinking about next year. I'm thinking about next year's Super Bowl. Because when I get my Lombardi next year, when I'm rocking my second Super Bowl win, my third Super Bowl appearance in like 10 years, San Francisco with its up and coming quarterback. That's cute. That's nice. That's precious. Desan, I don't really see how this tweet means a lot. He's probably just as excited as us with the possibility of getting Julio. You never know with these players on their tweets, Desan. We can't take too much, and they like to fake us out at times. We know that. Maxwell Stern says, who are the top 10 Seahawks on the team? We got Russell Wilson. We'll go Chris Carson, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Bobby Wagner. That's 5-ish. Jamal Adams. Carlos Dunlap. My goodness. Dwayne Brown. Man, I don't know. After that one, I don't know. I think it's hard to call the last two on that one. Beyond that, you could maybe do a tie from in that spot. I don't have it. Probably Quandre Diggs, Gabe Jackson, something like that, maybe. Maxwell Stern, is Stafford becoming a little overrated? No, Stafford, there's a part of this to say there's reason to believe you should be optimistic if you're a Rams fan, bringing Stafford in and expecting him to have a bit of a boon to his career. And Jay Mounts, thank you for subscribing. You guys are awesome. I don't know how many subscribers I have after this stream today, but you guys are killing it. I don't think he's being overrated in that realm of it. I don't think that he's going to be the messiah on it. And AMB, thank you for subscribing. I don't know. You guys are really subscribing to all this? This is crazy. I don't think he's being overrated, though, because of the fact that I think Stafford's played in a really tough organization over his career, and it's not an organization that's necessarily got the most out of him. They've I think left a little bit of meat on his bone and asked him to do quite a bit at that time. I think that the whole Stat Padford nickname that's been given to him is also reasonably earned. He's a better quarterback than Jared Goff, and you could say Jared Goff was holding them back to a degree. At least that coaching staff believed it to be so. Doug Field, thank you for subscribing. Got somebody else subscribed too, and I missed it, but appreciate you guys. So I think that he's going to be a better quarterback. My point has been, does he give you 10? Does he give you 20% more than what Goff gave you? And then at the cost of the players you lost, Jalen Johnson, the star safety they lost, the really upper level slot cornerback Troy Hill they lost, the guy who's been a great one tech for them for nearly 10 years, Michael Brockers, the starting center, Austin Blythe, backup running back, Gerald Everett, their tight end, Josh Reynolds, wide receiver. The list kind of goes on and on and on with the Rams of their losses this offseason versus bringing on Stafford. Is he enough to balance being that thing off? I don't think he is in himself. He will be an improvement, but again, just not a messiah. He doesn't have a big beard. He's not riding on a donkey. And so I think that in that realm, it's probably being overrated from that standpoint just a tiny bit. Michael, third rounder, 1 4th rounder, and Blair and Rasheem Green for Julio. What are my thoughts? I would do it. I mean, if if that's what it takes to pull the trigger on it, Michael, and get the deal done, then I'm going to do that. I'm not going to let Rasheem, and I know Seahawks Network and my brother Rob are going to kill me on this one, but I'm not going to walk away from this situation watching him traded to the Patriots or some other organization saying, well, I could have had him, but it came down to him. It came down to me being willing to give up Blair or not. I can't take that like Blair's upside. I do quite a bit, but you've had him 2 years and he's not giving you really any production on the football field. That's not an untouchable to me at that point in time. Kyle T, thank you for subscribing. You guys are awesome. You guys killing it, the subscription. In a good way, of course. Fish, we are in a win now mode. What's the point of carrying a dude? Wizards fan, even though we suck, just subscribe. Thank you, Wizard fan. You guys will get right someday here. We are in a win now mode. What's the point of keeping a dude that probably won't get snaps and we can't trade him and get a bunch of value and we have solid depth to make up for Blair? Oh, you're talking about Blair. And Dasan23, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. We got a subscription train going. And you're responding, Fish, I think, to Seahawks Network there. So I will let you guys have your combo. Michaelvania Knight, thank you for subscribing. I'm going to be just saying thank you for subscribing. I'm going to put a blank thank you to everybody who subscribes on this thing, so I have to keep saying, but thank you. I appreciate you guys. And I might be a bit behind on the chat, but bear with me here. We'll catch up on it. John Robinson says, I don't want Julio. If we trade for him, it offsets our whole draft. Eskridge is now our wide receiver 4 and might play and plays a lot less snaps, and our banner undrafted rookie free agents might not make the team. Let's wait until after June 1st. I'm not on that point with it, John, and the reason being is that you may not be able to wait much further on this. This trade may happen in the next couple of days, so you have to either pull the trigger or not. And if it comes down to me relying, again, I'm not going to rely on a guy in a rookie Eskridge coming out of, a small program with some question marks above him and undrafted rookie free agents who, though I'm very high on both of those undrafted rookie free agents, they are undrafted rookie free agents. They're not certainties. They are a risk and a gamble. With Julio Jones, though there's an injury gamble risk, theoretically speaking, it's less of a gamble and less of a risk in the production I'm going to go get in the football field with that type of player versus the wish on stuff that's a little bit less legitimized, a little bit less certain. So I know where there's some hesitancy here, but I'm going in. Don Burr says Detroit versus everybody. NJ Art says we don't need Julio. Please get a better O-line. Sometimes this comes down to NJ Art, a little bit of what's available and what's out there. Is there an offensive lineman available out there on the open market? Is Jason Kelsey, the very good longtime center for the Philadelphia Eagles, are the Eagles willing to trade him right now? Is he out there? Can Seattle go get him? This is the thing about this for the folks that say, well, we should go for an offensive lineman instead. I don't disagree with you. It comes down to quantifiably, though, is there an offensive lineman out there to go get? There's not in free agency. And then there certainly is not an equivalent player to the wide receiver position in what Julio is to the offensive line available in trade right now. Show me that player that is available that we know is out there. Seahawks fan for life. Thank you for subscribing. Sean Hughes says Witherspoon is terrible. Well, Witherspoon was not terrible last year, Sean. He's actually fairly good. He's had problems with injuries. He certainly is not the greatest tackler out there, but as a guy that can cover, he's coming along. And a guy who came into this league at a really young age. So only 25 years old, coming off playing his best football on a one-year flyer type deal. It's a prove-it deal. The nice thing with our secondary, though, this offseason, Sean, is that they've stacked enough depth there where the best man gets to win. He who comes to camp and shows out is the guy that's getting on the football field versus getting on the football field because of your draft status. Oh, it was an 80 grade by Keelio last year. So maybe that's what it was, 65 for Griffin and 80 for Witherspoon. Thomas says, I've been waiting for you all week. Super Straight, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Super Straight. Thomas says, I've been waiting for you all week. Well, thank you, Thomas. It's crazy how offense... Savage, thank you for subscribing. My goodness, we got some subscriptions today. Goodness, thank you, guys. It's crazy how the offense would be like if Julio Jones, that offense would be scary. They just need to get a center. Again, it comes down to, I don't disagree that we could use some center help. Absolutely we could. Is there a center right now who is an upgrade over what we have in Posick on the open market? None that I'm aware of. None that I'm aware of. Jello Parachi says, how many snaps? Are you saying how many snaps? What do you mean by how many snaps, Jello? Like how many snaps for Julio? King Kerbo, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. For Julio, I think he probably can play easily 60 to 70% of the snaps. I think what you do is you embrace the 3 wide receiver set, which a lot of the NFL has begun to embrace on a majority standpoint as far as their offense goes. JDBD, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Flag Sabbath. What's up, Flag? Good to see you, buddy. It still make me more comfortable to have KJ on the team. Well, if I'm picking between making a deal for KJ or Julio Jones at this point, I'm going to go for the wide receiver versus the outside 4-3 Will linebacker, or the outside Sam linebacker in a 4-3 under scheme. Whichever one you're going to have KJ at that point kind of playing. If it's a matter of you've got to make a decision between that. I don't think you're going to have to make the choice between KJ or Julio, because I think a lot of what's going on with KJ is him having to make his peace with making a significant less amount of money than what he thought he was going to make coming into this offseason, coming off what was potentially the best year of his career. So that's a little more of what is going on there with that. I don't think it's an either or on that part of the decision. Randall says, hey, what's up, Randall? He says, at their peak play in the NFL, is Witherspoon better than Dunbar? Not projection, but what we've seen on the field. No, I think Dunbar gave you the one better year, the previous year coming to Seattle by Pro Football Focus. He was the number 2 rated cornerback in the league behind Richard Sherman that season. Scarlett Drummond, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. So he hit a number 2 mark. I don't think that Witherspoon's ever been a number 2 rated corner in the league. So he hit a pretty high mark. Dunbar did. That's part of what brought that trade out last year. Arf Man, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Nathaniel Brockman says KJ isn't a fit anymore. They want Brooks. Well, I think, Nathan, it's more of that they would look at KJ for the Sam linebacker role. Though Darrell Taylor's getting a run there, I think they would feel pretty comfortable bringing him back out if he's on a lesser deal. Jonathan Dela Cruz, thank you for subscribing. But I think KJ is wanting to be paid a significant amount of money still, and Seattle's not going to want to pay that for a Sam that's going to be a kind of a rotational guy. But I think it's just not likely right now at this point. In my opinion, it's not really likely KJ or Sherm at this point comes back. Crobinson. Sorry, Crobinson. I mispronounced your name, man. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. You guys are killing it with the subscriptions. I can't even believe it, man. Thank you so much. Seahawks Network says, I swear to God, if we trade Blair, I will riot. I'm done discussing Blair trade talk. I'm just too attached to his potential. I see your guys' point, though. Hey, man, we all get emotionally attached to players, man. I get it. Thomas says, sounds like the Rams are out on the Julio Jones. One less team out of the way for us to step forward and grab what is ours. What is ours? Jello Parachi says, quarterbacks were better last year. Sad but true. Webb says DJ Reed's underrated. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of him needing more time to kind of show out. You know, he just didn't have a lot of time on the football field prior to getting to Seattle to really show what he could do. And last year he finally got a shot. You know, sometimes a player just needs a chance to shine. And then once he takes advantage of that opportunity, you know, takes the bull by both horns, he never lets go. And we could be seeing that in a guy like DJ Reed. I thought he played fantastic for us last year. If we get the same kind of level of play out of DJ Reed this year that we got last year, that'll be amazing. Be amazing. John Robinson says, I want to see Tamarian Terry play significant snaps. I think he can be a star, and with the double teams and DK and could be a star, and with the double teams, DK Garners, he should get some targets. He should. And look, he's got potential through the roof, John. You know, he does. Unfortunately, he landed on a hip pointer in rookie training camp, so the team didn't get a lot of a view of him. If they're going to make that hope and guess that he's going to be something special here moving into next year, that's a big guess to make. Going on little information of him actually out there on the football field, showing out like you're kind of saying, you're having to go basically off of his 2019 tape because he was still in 2020 coming off that meniscus injury and then he shut it down for half the season. So it's again where I could see Terry being good. I could see Eskridge being good. I could see K. Johnson being a good player for you. But I don't know if I've got the chance of a Julio who's a certainty versus the question mark that sits over the top of all three of those players, I'm going to go a little more for the certainty. Especially through the lens, John, as I say this, it's through the lens of going for it this year, which is through the lens of trying to keep Russell Wilson here long-term, keeping him happy here long-term, and putting us in chances, further elongating out our Super Bowl window and our Super Bowl chances. Sean says, probably Seattle's last year with a decent team for a while. I bet Russ and Pete are gone after this season. I don't think both of them will be gone, Sean. I could see one or two of them being gone, one of them being gone of the two, but not both. Nathaniel Brockway. Julio is still a good investment. He easily makes Metcalf's life easier, let alone what he can do for himself. Fantastic point, Nathan. This is my thing with it, is right now last year as the year went on with what you had with DK is that the double team started to really set with DK as the year went along, getting bracket coverage. This is a little bit what the Browns are going to have working in their favor with Cleveland, but on the defensive line. And this is why Jadeveon Clowney went there. Clowney's been one of the more double-teamed, triple-teamed defenders throughout his time in the league, which has been part of the reason that he's had some depression as far as his production and stats go. Well, now he's aligned out there with Myles Garrett on the other side, and you can only double-team one. You're not going to be able to double-team both of those two-edge defenders. Just the way football works with the number game and blocking. It's true on the outside with wide receivers as well. It's going to be very hard to try to double those two guys, especially bringing two bracket defenders, specifically the safeties, over the top to help those corners, because now you're going to open everything up in the running game at that point. I mean, the running game is going to have wide open holes in it if teams try to do that with any sort of regularity. So I agree, Nathan. I think it'd be a fantastic investment. Thomas Cox says there's too much smoke for this to come out right now. It's billowing. It's starting to billow a little out the windows, isn't it, Thomas? Just a little billowing. Jello Parachi says, I feel like the Seahawks are crumbling. I don't know how we can say they're crumbling, Jello. 12-4, you won the division last year. You were an improvement on the previous year where you went to the playoffs, won a game, got into Lambeau and lost. So I don't think that they're in a state of crumbling. Nathan, Russ isn't going anywhere, that's for sure. Even Pete Carroll is pretty good at this whole cornerback thing. Look at what he did to help DJ Reed turn into. I want to give Pete that same chance with Witherspoon. We take the 49er stuff and make them good. Yep. And he's going to have some familiarity with it. Niners have been running some of the same kind of stuff technique-wise with their cornerbacks that we run. So he's going to have familiarity with that at the gate. There's not going to be that huge learning curve that you would sometimes run into when you would bring in a free agent from the outside, like a Kerry Williams come from the Eagles a few years ago. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, to be fair, the Jets are the Jets. So that's true. That's true. They do trade away all their good pieces. Nathan says, Tog is apparently bidding to fill the position of troll. Well, you always get usually one of them in when you get an expansive market here into the stream. It's not unusual. Jello Parachi says, the Niners are actually good, though. Are they, though? Do we know that, Jello? I know that sandwiched in between their one Super Bowl season run, they had a couple of bad years. They tend to be a team that's up and down. I know that. I know everybody last year talks to me about how the Niners were such a an injury-plagued team, and how that was what held them back as a team. It was they were so injured. That was okay. They were the first most injured team last year. But guess what, Jello? The Seahawks were the most injured team in the NFL in 2019. Still got to the playoffs. They were the fifth most injured team in the entire NFL last year. Our team starters lost more games due to injury at the fifth most rate in the NFL last year. Guess what? We still went 12-4. So I don't buy the excuses of the Niners being this great team, but if for the injuries. And I don't buy that they're a great team moving into next year. They're not even sold on their starting quarterback, which tends to be the engine of your team. Is it going to be just a rookie starting for them next year? And do we think that they're dangerous with a rookie quarterback who didn't play all of 2020? That ain't gonna make me wet my britches. Sand slaps you. Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. Daniel Landre. I heard the Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks are all out of the Julio Jones sweepstakes, and the Eagles are going to target him. They have a first-round picks and the most capital to make it work. Team could come in, Daniel, at any point in time and blow him out of the waters on an offer on that. And if the Eagles offered a first-round pick in this upcoming draft, Seattle can't do anything to match that up. The Eagles have been in a weird state of seemingly still trying to kind of quasi go for it, even though all signs point to them as it's time to you to kind of blow this thing up and turn this around a little bit. But they could be a team that jumps into it, Daniel. That's for sure. It would not surprise me. We're just talking possibilities. It's off season. We're just talking potential. And I know for a fact Seattle is at least in this game. Whether or not they actually are able to pull the trigger, they're at least we're in it. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez. Hey, what would we have to give up, asked Jose. I think it would probably be something along the lines of Seattle offering a first-round pick plus a player and maybe one more pick in addition to that, but like a later pick. So a first-round pick plus a fourth, fifth-round pick, and like Rasheem Green type thing, something like that, Jose. But it would, of course, be a first-round pick, not in next year's draft, but the year after that. Snowflake says the Atlanta Falcons have also gotten a first-round pick next year, which is the highest offer for the Julio Jones Falcons have gotten yet. So the reports are that they've gotten an offer for first-round pick, but it's the equivalent, I believe, in what the reports are of a first-round pick, because there's many sources in the league saying that they have not gotten a true offer of a first-round pick in the upcoming 2022 draft. They've gotten, I think, the equivalent of a first-round pick, meaning somebody's cobbled together an offer where if you take the Jimmy Johnson draft value chart, you could break that down into being a next year's first-round pick equivalent. But not yet right before I went live and doing as much research as I could, there was no real reports out there that they had as of yet, gotten that true first-round pick for the next year's up-and-coming draft. That's the equivalency they've gotten of it, but not necessarily the exact first-round pick. Randall says, if we get Julio, do you think that helps DK to keep ascending? Less targets, but a chance to learn from one of the best? Personally, I think they're the same skill set-wise. Where DK has an edge is he's a dog. Yeah, I think there's little differences in them. I think Julio is a little more of probably a pure route runner out there than DK is, but DK is probably a little faster, just a little smidge bigger. So there's some similarities to what they do. I think he helps Randall because there's going to be times that Julio's going to draw the double teams. And there's going to be times that DK draws the double teams, and that whoever gets the single coverage is the guy that's going to go out there and eat. And I think that there's teams that are going to try to play with going between the two, not just making it one or the other to try to confuse Russ, but that he's going to get a lot more singled up matchups because of that. A lot more times where he's going to get the number 2 cornerback out on the football field because the number 1's trying to go over there with Julio. That's what we saw what the Rams try to do with us was we'll just put Ramsey on DK, and then you won't even test him at that point, and now you got to go to all your other receivers. Well, now, who's Ramsey going to? Is he going to DK, or is he going to go follow around Julio all game? You put him in a pickle, these other teams at that point. MJ Daniel says, could Jamarco Jones play offensive line, or Julio Jones? Sorry. No, he can't. No, he can't. And again, MJ, I understand you're not alone. There's been some folks that are like, we need offensive line help at this point. Why are we worrying about receiver help? We need offensive line help. And my only counterpoint to this, MJ, is this. What offensive lineman is available out there right now? I'm not opposed to improving the offensive line. Not at all. It was my number 1 positional group that I thought we should address this offseason. But my only question with it comes into play of who's available? Who's the guy out there that's going to be the center that's going to be the upgrade over Posick right now? You know, because that's really the position you're targeting, or the upgrade over Shell at right guard. Little Laban, does Julio have to approve his trade destination? I don't think he does. I don't think he has a no trade clause. Gambit King, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. I did see your donation there, D-Nugget. We'll get down to it here. I'm just behind the chat, trying to catch up. Daniel Andre says, bro, Metcalf reminds me of Terrell Owens in his prime. Dude is a beast. Daniel, he is. I think there's some big-time similarities with him and Terrell in their game, kind of the way that they do what they do out there. But, yeah, I think so. Just physically just absolutely imposing. And there's just times where it just feels like you as a defender, there's not a lot you can do. Snowflake says, Cardinals probably but don't need. Cardinals probably did, but don't need. They did have a. You have to rewrite that in Snowflake. I don't know what you're saying there a little bit. Bryce Boyd, he will be a Titan in a week. Titans could offer a first round pick. Again, any team that comes in and goes first round pick next year's draft. We lost that with Jamal Adams in that trade. We don't have a next year's first round pick to offer. We'd have to beat that type of trade in somehow, some way. But you could see a team like the Titans and the Eagles could be those desperado type teams willing to make the offer no other team in the league is willing to make, because those are two teams that see themselves, right or wrong, as sub contenders right now, as having a chance. I mean, you can't blame the Eagles with the NFC East. Nobody in that division's running away with it. So you've got a puncher's chance in that division. And the Titans are into that little bit, I think, of big time desperation phase of things. Your boy Michael says, correct me if I'm wrong, if you extend Jamal Adams, you save money this year. Dan in Edmonton, thank you for subscribing, and I hope everything's great up there in Edmonton. Yes, you do save it, because you're at $10 million right now on the hook for Jamal Adams on his fifth-year option this year. So if you get him to a contract extension, even if it's into the $16.5 million per year range, you can still lower the first-year hit, which is what teams tend to do. And I was just relating it to the Frank Clark deal that the Chiefs signed, where they had Frank Clark at $23.5 million on average per year, but they got the first-year cap hit down to $6.5 million. Chad Bean, does the mentorship abilities of Julio for DK and other young wide receivers affect the chances that Pete goes and gets him? No, I don't think that affects it at all. I think Pete trusts his atmosphere and his environment over all else. He will never allow, in my opinion, really any personality type or any type of dynamics to come into play affect what he does. He thinks his stuff will always override that. And I think in a lot of respects to Coach Carroll's, benefit as a coach and as a motivator, it does. I think he's got such a strong culture that he's built here that it draws people in that way, and it sort of gets you to fill in and fall in line because you want to. You're not forced to, but you want to. It's kind of, I think, the beauty in what he's created here. DM says, dude, Russ would take a pay cut if it means we get that much closer to a Super Bowl. I think it would too, DM. I think if you went to Russ and you said, Russ, look, you take this next upcoming year $10 million less. We're still paying Julio $15 million of that per, okay? We're not talking about converting your base money. We're talking about restructuring your deal this year. You take $10 million less this year. We bring on Julio. We give up a future first-round pick to do so. We pay an extra $5 million out of our cap this year to do so. You take $10 million of that hit to your wallet. Would you do that, Russ? And we'll broadcast it high and low, from far and wide, that you did this, that you gave back to the team in this way. That would be such a win for Russ on a lot of different levels, in my opinion. Sean Hughes says, I heard he wants to play for Kyle Shanahan again. Well, he very well could on that, Sean, but if this does come down to first-round picks, especially if it comes down to not just next year's 2022 first-round picks, but 2023 first-round picks, 49ers don't have that to offer either. 49ers would have to get very inventive in the way that they would be able to go get this receiver. It would not be, they would have a tougher path than even Seattle down a first-round pick next year. Nathaniel says, trying to think realistic. I mean, when was the last time Russ took a pay cut to get a player in here? Well, I think it's a different, you're right. Number one, Nathaniel, Russ is not taking a pay cut at this point, whether to bring a player in or at all. Russ has not yet taken a pay cut. That's not ever yet occurred. But I think that this offseason's been one that has driven folks a little bit towards looking at Russ for the first time in his career and saying, you do take every last dollar, especially when he starts squawking about getting hit too much and, wanting more say on this and that. And people look at him going, yeah, but you ask for every last dollar and you want to be re-upped every 4 years. So I think that there's a little bit of this in Russ taking the pay cut, Nathaniel, because he's got an eye towards his Q rating, towards his public relations, and that he's a very savvy guy in that realm of things. He's been called by people close to him one of the savviest media guys that they've ever run across. It would be a very savvy move to take that $10 million pay cut to know that that's going to get him a $50 million in endorsement money from his improved Q rating. It's that type of upper level smartness I'm thinking that he would apply here. The realist champ. We got Julio. We didn't get Julio. We haven't gotten him yet. Realist champ. Nope. I only wish. Dasayan. I heard Russ has been talking with Julio. Would it be that far-fetched for him to take a pay cut for him? I don't think it would be. Again, because it's a multiple win thing. Russ wins on a couple levels. He wins on the level of bringing in a more talented player and deepens his receiving core, makes his job just a little bit easier at the quarterback position. He also wins from a public relations standpoint, both locally in Seattle and nationally, in the realm of he looks unassailable at that point. Look, not only does he ball out at an MVP level and he carries the team on his back, but now he's also giving money back. How can you knock this guy? So there's a lot of wins in that for him, in my opinion. And this could be where the one time he makes a little bit of that exception to the recent rule of not taking any kind of pay cuts. He's probably not ever had the talent of a guy like Julio Jones also sitting in front of him, facing him as the potential offset for taking a little bit less salary. Thomas Cox says, was it like this the day before we traded for Jamal? I can't remember, man. I can't remember. Nate Lowe says, y'all can have him for Jamal Adams and a second and third round pick plus some cash. Oh my gosh. Why we got to give you cash back? We're already taking on his salary, Nate. We're already taking on his salary and we got to give you cash back plus a Hall of Fame type player in Jamal Adams. And we got to throw a pick in addition for guy 32. Nah, not doing that. FBA, thank you for cut the check. Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. 312. Little Aban, does a Julio have to approve where he wants to go? I don't believe so. And I do know for a fact, folks, that Russell Wilson is talking to Julio. He has reached out to Julio. He is doing the hard sales job to him. So whether Russ wants to take a pay cut or not is 100% a fact that he is absolutely at least trying to do the sales job for him. On him. Nathan says, we have a defense, we have studs, and Bobby's a generational talent, plus Adams. Let's get this offense on fire and go. I love it, Nathan. I'm on board. I'm slamming that horn, man. Let's do it. Kizza Bailey, great stream as always, bro. Thank you, Kizza. Appreciate you. Glory says, if John Snyder pulls this off, oh God. He better be, I want to see John Snyder posting on Twitter the next day with his championship belt, shirtless, his freaking Bigfoot hair, chest coming out, just owning it. That would be a championship move, man. I know that there's the season to play, and that, look, chances happen. Football is a weird sport. You're never going to win an off season, but you can do as much as you can, man. You can load up as big as you can load up. You can squeeze as many great players into that salary cap as absolutely possible, and then let the chances play out as they will. The second says, we don't need Julio. We need a cornerback or an offensive lineman. Well, I think receiver core the last couple of years, this is my point. A couple of people saying we don't need receivers. Let's look at the last couple of years. Playoff year 2019. You have Malik Turner out there taking a high number of snaps for you out at the wide receiver position. Tyler Lockett's beat up. Remember, he had the leg injury at that time. David Moore was a little beat up at that time. Do we want to end up in another situation like that in the playoffs where you're at with Malik Turner in an important point of the game? Remember Malik Turner's drop that he had in that game as we're driving down the field for the game-winning score? Imagine instead of that being Malik Turner in that moment, that's Julio Jones in that moment. Think about that. Or go back to last year. Tyler Lockett wears down near the end of the season. David Moore was beat up throughout the year. DK kept healthy, but you got near to the end and you guys weren't super all that in great shape. Freddie Swain, David Moore taking significant snaps. You relying upon them heavily for production. I'd like to do better than that. And I like Eskridge and I like the undrafted free agents, but those are rookies. And guess what? Rookies don't tend to produce a whole lot on the football field. Angelo DeLuca, only team that should go. Sorry. And the second, I don't disagree with you that we could use, I don't know if cornerback is as much a need. I certainly wouldn't mind bringing back in Sherm. And again, to your folks, I love the thought process of looking for an offensive lineman. I really do. I just, again, will impart to you the question that I continue to ask. Who is that offensive lineman at this point? I would have went out and signed Joe Thuney. I would have went out and if that wasn't available, made another trade. I would have made offensive line the biggest priority for this football team if I was the general manager this offseason. So understand, I completely am in agreement with you folks on that. But where we land at this point in time in the offseason is there is not a plethora of offensive linemen looking us down the row on the market, be it on a team ready to be traded for or out in free agency ready to be signed. But right now what we do have in the market is a depressed asset who's still a really great wide receiver who's now suddenly available. That is what is out there and available. That is what's sitting us staring right in the face right now. Eastside Harold, how you doing? Good to see you, Eastside Harold. Sean Hughes says Shanahan said he would do whatever it takes to get Julio. Well, it's where it gets a little funky for them though, because they gave up a couple of first-round picks here over the next couple of years to get up and get their franchise quarterback. So they can't give up a first-round pick this year, can't give up a first-round pick next year. So if Seattle offers a first-round pick next year in 2023 and they don't have that to do, what are they going to offer? A second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth in this year's draft coming up, plus already losing their first-round pick? I don't think that Shanahan makes that kind of move. Not to mention the fact that Shanahan doesn't run the general manager's office there. He's not got that kind of power. Seahawks H&L, would you trade Jamal Adams for Julio Jones? Falcons need defense. No, I would not. You're talking about a player in Jamal Adams about 6-7 years younger than Julio Jones. I guess the only way I would do it is if Jamal Adams was absolutely insistent upon being paid at the $19-20 million per year range, and that he's not going to sign any deal below that. He absolutely has to be paid at this high water mark that is beyond the pale. I would at that point make a consideration of it, because you are sitting on Marquise Blair at this point and Ryan Neal. You have good depth at the strong safety position that you could fill in at that point. So again, it's a little bit of we've got two assets on this team right now, being Marquise Blair and Jordan Brooks, that are both sitting behind the position that's going to be their best position long term. Marquise Blair, strong safety; Jordan Brooks, middle linebacker. So these are two assets that you're not being able to utilize at their best at that point. So to be able to put those assets into be the best utilized even into this next year, I'm in favor of doing. Angelo says a legit Super Bowl contender should pursue Julio on a one-year deal. He's expensive, old, and injury prone. I don't think he's going to re-sign a one-year deal on that, Angelo. I think you can definitely talk him into probably restructuring his contract a little bit to get out of Atlanta to a better team. That certainly would be something on the table. But I don't think that he's going to be necessarily on a one-year deal. And the thing is, Angelo, I'm going to present this again. I showed it earlier. Look above me here. There's a graphic I'm going to show you. This is for those folks that point to the fact that he is an injury-prone player and he doesn't get them. He is the guy who gets beat up and he deals with some soft tissue injuries from time to time. But he's a gamer. He's a guy that gets on the football field. 2017 starts 16 games. 2018 starts 16 games. 2019 starts 15 games. And then last year starts 9 games. In all 4 of those seasons, he was absolutely productive when he's on the football field. So last year, yeah, he misses 6-7 games, but that in itself does not make him an injury-prone player or a guy who isn't available and out there on the field time and time again. So I think that's a little bit of a narrative that's sort of stuck in there with Julio that's actually a little bit factually incorrect. Seahawks Network says, let's say we get Julio, win a Super Bowl. Where does Schneider, Carroll, Wilson, and even Waldron's legacy stand? Schneider pulling off the trade, Carroll winning another Super Bowl, etc. Well, it obviously elevates all of their, it raises all of their profile. If anything, it puts Schneider into the realm at that point of being potentially a Hall of Fame general manager long term. We don't often talk about that, but that's something that if he went out and won a Super Bowl, that probably would do that. I think Coach Carroll is already going to be a Hall of Fame NFL Hall of Famer as a head coach for what he's done over this last 11-year period. And I think whether it's right or wrong, voters will give him a little bit of credit for what he did on the college scene as well. But I think it would elevate Schneider into that realm of things. With Wilson, yes, it continues to let Wilson separate himself from some of his peers that he's sort of bunched in with, because Wilson's kind of going to be bunched in right now as we stand here with your Roethlisberger, Breeze, Rodgers, right? These guys that did get to a Super Bowl or two, but that's kind of where that was their top end. There's not a guy that sort of separates them, sort of that group, and then you get to Brady, and there's not a middle group in between. And Russell's got a chance to get into that middle group above some of these other guys and sort of separate himself in that realm if he was to go win another Super Bowl, in my opinion. Jay Cameron says, I doubt Julio will go to the Seahawks because didn't they already settle the wide receivers of 2021, 2022? Yes and no, I would say, Jay Cameron. They've made some moves. Have they settled it? You went out, you drafted one guy. That's what you've done this offseason for the wide receiver position. Gerald Everett and Radul Chavez, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Radul. You've gotten one more guy, but you also lost James Cameron, David Moore. And the question I'm posing to people about the wide receiver position being set is, was it set at the end of the 2019 season in the playoffs? Was your wide receiver position great then? And last year, at the end of the year, was our wide receiver position dynamic, game-changing? I would offer the answer to be no. So I don't think it's already settled. And I think when you end up relying upon and hoping that rookies are going to give you great production, in the case of some people hoping Dwayne Eskridge is going to do that in his first year, you end up being disappointed. You set yourself up for disappointment in that realm. The Dominator 2611, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome. Thomas Cox says Jones had over 80 catches last season. How many injured receivers get that? Yeah, I just don't see it in his production. To me, he seemed, great throughout the last few years. Doggy woof woof bark. Thank you for subscribing. If anything, with Julio, he was a little more injured in the first 4 years of his career. That was really where he was at his most kind of dinged up with that little toe injury he was fighting through. Rating Tacos, we get Julio and we put up 35 plus a game. It takes a ton of stress off the defense. We don't need a cornerback or a defensive tackle. Well, here's the place that could help out your defense as well. People don't think it would help, but that, to your point, you're scoring all those points. What then is going to allow your defense to is begin to continue, if they want to continue this, the evolution to being more of an aggressive defense, less of the Coach Carroll old school 4-3 under zone heavy stuff, right? Where you're playing a lot of base with 3 linebackers on the field. And then not only that, you're not blitzing very heavy. You're just trying to drop a lot of people into zone. Well, with Jamal Adams' addition now, and what we saw last year was a little bit more of a willingness to bring a little bit more of those stack fronts. And people are making proclamations about maybe Carroll starting to embrace a little bit more of that, 1985 Chicago Bear front, where you're just putting a whole bunch of guys down on the defensive line and just trying to overload pass protections at that point. Well, if you're putting up 35 plus points a game now and you're giving your defense a little bit more room for error, maybe they don't have to worry about as much giving up that big play. And they're willing to do it in order to get a little bit more of the big play on the other side of it, the big sack, the strip sack. Thank you, Glow, for subscribing. I appreciate you. Maybe that opens that up a little bit more on the other end of things, which I think it would. I absolutely think it would. I think that's part of what's helped the Chiefs defense out over the last couple of years, is that they've had an offense that scores so many points, it just lets them play wild and free out there. And when you're not having to be up against it and, we make one mistake here, man, and everything's real tight, when you get to play just loose, good things tend to happen. Mason Dale says it would be nice to have 2 true outside threats. Oh, it would be. It would be. And I think we can kind of firmly say at this point, when Tyler Lockett came out after he signed his contract extension, he sort of admitted what we all had sort of been thinking, which is after that major injury he sustained where he broke his leg, tore ligaments, that he's not ever really been at the same sort of speed that he was prior. Not that he can't still be an effective receiver or that he isn't still a good player, but he himself said, I lost a step and I've never gotten that step back. He'll say something beyond that of like, but I don't need it. Well, yeah, but if you had it, it would be nice, right? But this guy would give us another guy now that can get on that outside and win deep, which you do technically are missing right now. That's not Dwayne Eskridge's skill set as much, getting on the outside and winning deep. And that was a little bit of what David Moore gave you when he was on the football field. There would be times throughout the year, about 5, 6, 7 times, he's going to win deep for you. So there is an element of need of that in the offense right now, I might offer. Jello, we kept the pass rusher from Cincinnati. So Jello, we kept Dunlap. Seahawks Network brand about to hit 5K this stream, laughing out loud. Seriously, you guys are awesome. So many new subscribers, man. I just came into this. I'm gonna be looking at my numbers like, geez, 5,000. Thanks, buddy. Jello says Niners are not overrated. They're the real deal. Well, I like Shanahan as a head coach. I think they're a very talented crew, but I also think that just the fact that they've gotten legitimized so much by everybody saying, "Oh, but this just goes without saying, this is a great team." Like, I don't know. They got some good elements. They also lost some guys this offseason. They didn't do a whole lot in free agency. I don't think that they killed this draft. I like Lance, but I don't think next year Lance is going to give you the returns he'll give you into the future. And so if we're talking about this just through the lens of into the next year, I think that the Niners are not going to necessarily be as good as everybody's thinking they're going to be. I don't know if I go full on overrated, but I guess that is saying they're overrated at that point. Angela DeLuca says we'll pay the $16 million and spend the draft capital and be pissed next year. Working on me says less than half the team shows up to OTAs. There's something going on with the Players Association to the players this year where they tried to get all these guys to opt out of the OTAs for whatever reason. I don't know what politically is going on with the situation. I don't know what it is they're trying to accomplish with it. The Players Association for years is just drawing more and more towards trying to practice less and less and less and less and less. That seems to be the ultimate goal every contract negotiations between the association and the owners. I don't know why, but it seems to be less playing time and give us more money, and everything else doesn't matter for us. You can keep your disciplinary actions, Goodell. You can keep this. You can add games onto the schedule. You can do all that stuff, but just give us those two things. So I don't know why it's the most important two thing. I know why the money's the most important thing, but I don't know why the lack of practice time is always the most important thing for them that they go back to, but it's just I don't know what to make of it either. DM says we are short on wide receiver. Other than Eskridge, there isn't a really solid option, and that's if Eskridge pans out, be what we hope. Yes, Freddie Swain's okay, but I feel Julio would make so much sense. Yeah, this is where I land. I don't think that our wide receiver core is set. I think there's a lot of question marks there. A lot of youth, a lot of young guys that haven't given you out much on the football field to really make a determined factor and say, I know this guy's going to be legitimate. I know Freddie Swain comes back next year and he's good for 40 catches and 600 yards and 7 touchdowns. I mean, you can just write that down. I can't say that. He's a 7th round pick. He's a toolsy guy out of Florida. He gave you a couple games with some decent play. Then he hit a rookie wall and he kind of fell off as the year went along. He is what he is, and I think that the team's a little short in that respect. Thomas says, I could see Seattle getting Geno Atkins. It's possible. And they're talking to him. It would make sense. I like him better than Al Woods. Maybe they'd be like releasing Al Woods and then bring on Geno or something. Jay says, if we get Julio Jones, we'd have the old Julio Jones and the new Julio Jones and DK Metcalf. It's very true. Very true. Thomas Cox says, remember what was Seattle's weakness last season? Depth at receiver. If they get Julio, we get depth that can beat the Rams, Bucks, and Chiefs. It's good to present those three teams as well in addition to that, Thomas, because I mentioned the Bucks earlier with what they did last year and having Godwin and Evans and then still going and getting Antonio Brown. There was probably a big contingent of the Bucks fan base at that time said, we don't need Antonio Brown. We're fine. We're good. We don't need Antonio. But he helped them. It helped him. And I think the Chiefs are the same way. When McCole Hardman was drafted, they probably said, we're spending all this money on Sammy Watkins, and we've got the Cheetah and Kelsey, and man, we're already paying for an offensive line. Maybe we should go defense here a little on this. But no, they built up a strength, and they built upon that strength. And not only upon a strength, but one of the most important positions as we're moving into the modern era of football, the pass-happy football era, the moving away from the running game era. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we could easily see the 3 and 4 wide receiver sets become more of the standard, where you don't see any teams running I formation anymore. 2 wide receivers and 2 running backs or 2 tight ends. I just think it's going to be sort of panned out of the game more and more. So this would be a bit of a forward-thinking move as well as to where the game is going. Desan says, would our receiving corps be faster than the Chiefs if we get Julio? I don't know if it'd be faster because Cole Hardman and Tyreek Hill are like insane fast. Like they're both DK level of speed. Whereas I don't know if Julio's at the same, Julio's probably at this point more of a 4.45 guy, really at the end of the day where he's at, he's probably lost a little bit off that top end. But No, Eskridge is pretty fast, I guess. He's 4.4. You're close, but they're probably maybe a hair faster. You got more of a collection of them at that point, speed-wise. Ethan says salary cap goes up next year. I think it's reasonable to say that we can put all that money in one position since we don't put that much money into, say, a pass rusher corner. Our defense balance instead, not studs. Yeah, we just have a balanced defense, not any major studs. And again, moving to next year to make this deal work, you currently are on, if we hit the ceiling that the NFL said, which is next year's cap supposed to go up to $208 million, that would put Seattle in a position of somewhere between right around $45 million or so in cap space. They could create an additional $16.5 million by moving on from Bobby Wagner next year. So you've got a lot of cap space to move with moving on into next season if they wanted to kind of move some money around here to make this work. Mason Dale says, would love to see a 55-man roster or another bye week. I think they will go to 55-man rosters, but I'd like to see a secondary bye week too, Mason. I think it'd be beneficial to the NFL to do it that way. I don't think they will. I think they're going to make these teams just try to just grind through it, but I think it'd be better to, 2 buys would be better. Working on me, just hope the season doesn't come down to the 1-yard line. Too soon, working on me, too soon. Angelo DeLuco, it's a total waste of money and assets. Seahawks need other components. Exactly why Julio and Calvin Ridley didn't bring Atlanta to the Super Bowl. Team has other needs. I mean, it kind of you're sort of simplifying things down pretty quickly to a more generalized level, Angelo, as to why, Atlanta hasn't been doing as well. And I mean, has Calvin Ridley and Julio Jones been the problem there, Angelo, or has it been other things? And are we making the same mistakes that Atlanta made that caused those problems? I would offer not. So one of the realms I would put this to you, Angelo, is that they were running the Seattle Seahawks defensive scheme prior. And one of the biggest, most important aspects that we've had to learn ourselves the hard way here is that you have to have a front four that can generate pass rush. Atlanta never seemed to, at any point in time outside of that Super Bowl run of a season that they had, never was able to consistently generate the kind of pass rush you have to generate to make that said Seattle scheme work. It's one of the reasons why when they moved off from Quinn and kind of went to a different scheme last year around midseason, they had a lot more success with it. So I think that's more of a driving building block than anything having to do with Calvin Ridley or Julio Jones. I mean, that's to me more of it. You could, to me, point to some of the deficiencies in Matt Ryan's game, specifically having a pocket passer, statue quarterback who can't really move very much, and how that holds back a team in the modern era. So again, I just don't look at what Julio's done with his production, with his efficiency in that production, and say that he's the reason why Atlanta hasn't been winning. I don't quite get that. It's a 55-man roster. There's other things that come into play. Mark Hawk, any news on the Morgan Moses front? Makes sense to get solid pass blocking right tackle to start ahead of Shell if the Jones trade is closer to fact than fiction. It's going to be hard to pull it off with that because you got him on 1 more year deal with Shell, and you could save a little bit of money moving off from him, but then you're going to have to find a way to create more cap space with Morgan if you're talking about bringing in Morgan, Julio, and then getting a Jamal Adams deal done. I don't think there's any way you could make that happen. You'd have to make a choice between a Morgan Moses and a Julio Jones type situation. I think Seattle's going to be a little bit out on the Morgan Moses signing. My reasoning being is that I think on future offensive linemen, you're going to look for them to probably target more mobile guys that fit more into what Waldron's going to want to do with having the guys that can move in space in the offensive line position as opposed to the big kind of space eater types, which I would offer Morgan's a little bit more of that type of cat. He is your quintessentially traditional right tackle type, just big lumbering kind of guy. So I think that's going to probably hold them off from making that move, having Shell on a reasonable deal for 1 more year. I think that just kind of keeps them out on that deal, but I understand. Nathan says, okay, I'm going to go subscribe. Dude's out here grinding and giving good content. Thank you, Nathan. I do appreciate it, man. Desan 23, Juju and Claypool aren't better than DK and Lockett, are they? No, they're not. No. Sean Hughes says refs decide the best teams. Might be my last year if it continues. Oh, all right. Jello. Go Hawks 05. AJ Brown is down bad for Julio. I saw that. AJ did like this whole pitch meeting for Julio where he was like doing I was a TikTok or what it was that there was Instagram post. But AJ Brown is all in on the Julio experience right now, man. He is all in on the Julio experience. Ethan, adding to that, says Ethan, we'd like a balance on the pass rush and are pretty good with our young cornerbacks. Why not take the heavy resources and put it in the wide receiver instead of defense, which other teams do? I say as well. If you're talking about building into a unit that also builds around your most important asset, which is the Hall of Fame franchise quarterback who's still rounding out in the back end of his prime, if you want to take advantage of that, why not build around that? A la what Tampa Bay's had around Tom this last year. So I think the model has been presented and it's had some success in other places. It's been shown to be utilized. So let's copycat that. Let's utilize that over here. Big Dog 2047 says Poona Ford should be on my top 10 list. I was thinking about it with him. It's on the line with him, so I'll probably put him a little bit ahead. But man, hard to knock off Diggs off that. And I do think Gabe Jackson's going to be a pretty good player for us, especially in pass protection. He's going to be really good for us in pass protection next year. But it was between him and Poona with me, Big Dog. So I was thinking about Poona. I just had a hard time not going with what I think we're going to get out of Gabe next year. Nathaniel Park says if Wilson gets Julio, Wilson's over under for 45 touchdowns. I'm taking the over on that. I'm taking the over. I'll put a 50 touchdown prognostication for Russell Wilson next year if you get Julio Jones. Jello says, by the way, I'm a Niners fan, but I enjoy the community and try not to be biased. Ha ha ha. No worries, Jello. We got a few Niner fans, a few Ram fans who come in here. So we welcome all types in here, man. All types, or women if you're a woman. So. Thomas says, I can't wait to see a motivated Russ playing this year. This could be Russ MVP plus a Super Bowl MVP, especially beating Brady in the NFC Championship game and Mahomes in the Super Bowl game. Oh, that'd make it so sweet. Wouldn't it, Thomas? That'd make it so sweet to knock out both those two. Just shut everybody up for a year. Just shut up. All of you shut up. Brady lovers, shut up. Mahomes lovers, shut up. It's Wilson's year. Suck it. I hope so. I hope so. Angelo says Julio is either going to, one, get paid on a 3-year deal because he's old and wants to make much money before he's done, or take a 1-year deal with a legit Super Bowl team to get a ring. Angelo, he's not a free agent right now. So Julio's not a free agent as it stands. And if he's going to force his team to trade him, he's relinquishing even more control in his say as to where he gets to go. As well, he's currently just signed a 3-year extension, I believe even like last year. So whoever inherits Julio Jones gets him on a 3-year, $38 million deal. The first year hit next year will be $15+ million. The next year's 2-year hits will be 11.5 subsequently. So that's the cost. That is the cost. The end cost be all cost. And you are not on the hook for any bonus money having bring him on. The bonus money then gets totally eaten up by the Atlanta Falcons at that time, outside of roster bonuses moving into the next year. Okay, I'm going to try to catch up here on the chat. If I missed your comment, just post it again here. I know I got behind, but I'm going to try to catch up here because I get real far behind. Sharon Ward, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Edison Fawcett, with JJ, we would have, in essence, 3 number 1 wide receivers. Go Hawks. Nothing wrong with that, is it? Nothing wrong with that at all, right, Edison? TJ Pratt, I wouldn't hate adding Julio because I have an effing brain cell, but then what happens to Eskridge? What happens to Eskridge at that point, TJ, is you get to do what you'd more normally like to do with a rookie wide receiver. And I'm going to take you back to a college reference for this. Coach Carroll used to like to take freshman players when he got him in. And his big claim to fame with being a coach, one of the reasons he had so much success on the recruiting trail back at USC, is he was able to sell these freshman players on not only coming in and not being redshirted, not having to just sit for a year where you don't even get to play. I'm going to bring you in and I'm going to play you, and I'm going to carve out a specific role for you. You're not going to be in 50, 60, 70, 80% of the snaps. I'm going to find a nice allotted little role for you. So for instance, with Eskridge, when we go to him, we say, you're going to be our kick returner, be our punt returner, and we're going to work you in as a rotational wide receiver. And that's a little bit like they did with Swain last year, TJ. How you started to work Swain in just around the edges and got him in just a little bit by bit. And then you can control his development a little bit. You're not pushing him out there, making him go when maybe he's not completely ready to hit the ground running. If he's not ready. Maybe he is. But if he's not, This now gives him a little bit more of that time, which rookie wide receivers do tend to need to have. And again, if I am behind on the chat, but I do tend to get behind the chat because I try to read all the comments if I possibly can, or at least try to read those that have questions. Edison Facette says, I've been dreaming of this for over 2 weeks. JJ would tip the balance of offensive power in our favor. Please let it be so. Let it be so, Edison. I am right there with you, my friend. I am right there with you. Second I saw that there was actually some potential to this deal, I jumped up and down and said, yes, do this, do that. Edison Fawn says, Clowney had J.J. Watt before injury and still couldn't get double-digit sacks? Go Hawks. Well, if you actually go back and look at the game logs on those, Edison, it was kind of a weird thing. When one of them was injured, the other was healthy. And when the other was healthy, the other one would be injured. It was really rare where you got both of those guys out on the football field both at the same time. And I'd argue that when you did at that point in time, you probably got Clowney with the fewest times that he had actually the single blocks where he wasn't being double-teamed. But both those two guys would be in and out of the lineup all the time, it seemed like. Rating Taco says Stone Foresight at FB. What's FB? Thomas Cox says also the fact that Russ and Jones talked about playing together, so it's an interesting thought. It is an interesting thought, Thomas. And I know Russ has called him. Russ is reaching out, man. He's trying. He's giving him the sales pitch. Think about this. You're a defensive coordinator. You have Randy Moss and Jerry Rice both lining up against your defense on a 3rd and 8 in the red zone. Quarterback is Joe Flacco. How would you try to get a stop? I guess it depends a little bit 3-1-2 on the type of defense you're running, right? Because if I've got a zone-heavy scheme, I'm probably going to try to play zone and get some pressure with the front four. If I'm a blitz-heavy scheme, I'm going to probably bring my blitzers and hope I can trust my guys on the outside. But I'd probably lean towards you're going to be more of in a zone because you're going to want to try to drop as many guys as you can to close those zones down than get pass rushers going. So I'll give you a creative answer. I'll go with a 3-man front and then just drop 8 guys into coverage because I know Flacco ain't scrambling. Ethan Tech World says Mike dropped to the 49ers. Injury excuses. Reckless Garage, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome. All my new subscribers, thank you so much. You guys kick ass. Nathan Brockman, new subscriber. Can I get the host's first name so I can properly address him? My name is Brandon. Love you coming up with the facts about how injured the Hawks were last year. Still had a great season. Joe Robbins, thank you for subscribing. My goodness, you guys were going to push up to 5,000 subscribers off this stream alone. The Seahawks Network wasn't kidding. Yeah, the injury thing gets me, Nathan, because we're historically speaking always one of the more injured teams. Some of that's because we have Ivan the Terrible as our trainer, a guy whose reputation precedes himself. Also because I think Coach Carroll tends to be pretty conservative when it comes to the injury stuff. He'll let a guy rest an extra week rather than really pushing the envelope if he doesn't have to. He's always gonna trust in there's more time to get this right. There's more time. There's still some more games left to turn this thing around. Let's give that guy that extra day to kind of get himself healthy and ready to roll. So it just tends to be something we always run with. But yeah, the injury excuses for the Niners last year just doesn't hold a lot of water for me. Just doesn't. Not when we were the 5th most team and we went 12-4 versus where they were at from a record and play standpoint. And Daisai on 23's red. My name is Brandon. Owen. Jose, do I want Julio on the Seahawks? Yes. Do I see it happening? No. I will acknowledge that, Jose. I think I fall in the same camp on this and that I'd widely like to see it happen. I do think there's a chance it happens. Do I think it's a likelihood of it happening? Probably not, because some team will be crazy town like Tennessee or the Eagles and probably come in and throw some, first round pick plus offer and just blow the land out of the water. The one, thank you for subscribing. Parker, thank you for subscribing. You guys are awesome. My goodness. We're blowing up today. But I agree with you, Jose. I'm in the same realm. Bolio Rodriguez. How you doing, Bolio? Go Hawks 2021. Julio, I wouldn't think he would go to a team which isn't a playoff team. Sorry, Philly. Certainly don't think he'd want to go to Philadelphia. I don't think he would in that realm of it, but I'm not so sure that he has a no trade clause either. I think Atlanta can kind of send him wherever they want to send him at that point, and especially if he's forced his way out of town and said, I want to be traded, and doesn't have that no trade clause, it's going to be hard for him to dictate where he is going. Dyson 23 and Ramsey would be scared if he had to go against DK and Julio. You see how he responded to DeAndre's tweet? No, I didn't. What did he say? The son? Maxwell Stern, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry it took me forever to get around to acknowledging it, but I do appreciate your donation, sir. You are very kind. He says you deserve every cent. Best Seahawks channel. Thank you, Maxwell. And you are awesome, man. One of my OGs. Rainy Tacos, you think we would just stop throwing at Ramsey and use DK as a decoy? Again, it's going to come down to play calling. Dennis Reeves, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. You guys are all awesome. Everyone's awesome. The world's awesome. Yeah, a little bit of that, Raining Tacos. I would wonder if what the Rams would try to do would run a little bit of single coverage over to like a DK side with Ramsey on him and Ramsey following him, and then run a lot of bracket coverage with Julio up on the other side. So I would wonder if they would just try to do that type of game plan with it, which even then, I think at that point, that doesn't keep you from throwing a DK, because there's times you're going to get him singled up on Ramsey, and depending on the route you're running, and if it's a route Russ likes in that moment with what he sees as far as, like, let's say Ramsey's showing him some inside leverage and he sees that DK's got the go route, a free release to a go route, he can hit that a couple times a game. But I think you definitely would be working the other side of the field with a guy like Julio, especially if, God forbid, you get, a lot of single coverage over there with Julio. Through it just says, and the running back is Matt Forte. Average line, though. Seahawks Tower says, haven't heard the name Matt Forte since 2014. And Reading Taco says, neither has Forte. San Diego Red Dragons. Austin Ryder is a free agent. Previously the Chiefs starting center. That's true. He is available out there. The caveat I put with that San Diego Red Dragons is just, is he better than Posick? And I don't think he's better than Posick right now. I think if you're going to bring in another center right now, you want a guy that is at least near the same value. Is he better than Fuller? Probably better for a depth standpoint. Not going to cost a whole lot. You can get him pretty cheap at this point. Yeah. I do think it's telling that the Chiefs have gone with two different centers this offseason, both in the drafting Creed Humphrey and then signing Austin Blythe they signed. That they're sort of telling you right there a little bit of what they thought of Austin Ryder as a player, I think, in doing that, especially a team that was needing offensive line help this year and other places being your right and left tackle if you're the Chiefs coming into this offseason. But with that said, he's a guy that's at least played a lot of games in the NFL at center. He'd be probably right around a league type average player and maybe fairly close. I can get on board with it, I guess, San Diego Red, in the respect if you sell me on it being a guy that competes with Posick, but it's a better than Fuller. Because if you have to have Fuller come in and start any number of games for you, our current backup center, that's going to scare the life out of me. Thomas says, look at the Chiefs. Look at the Chiefs. They get a weapon in each draft or free agency. They don't care about having too much. That's right. Andy Reid knows better. He had years of thinking he had too much when he had, back in the days. Remember the lesson he learned, I think, from this is they had Deshaun Jackson, and then they had the other kid that they got out of Missouri there, who was the receiver for a few years. I forget his name. They got those two guys that think we're good. We got these guys. But both those two guys kept getting beat up and injured every year. And the receiving core kept getting down, beaten down really thin. I think Andy Reid learned that lesson. That's why he stacks up like he does stack up. FBA says Josh Gordon could be fourth receiver. Wow. Well, now you're really going to get me dreaming here, FBA. I don't know. We got to figure out what's going on with Josh. We got to get some word on what the true deal is going to be with him. Is he going to be allowed to play again, or has he just been floated out on an ice shelf by the NFL and Goodell? Why do I? If we get Julio, is it all about matchups, man? Can you see a number 2 cornerback or nickel trying to cover Lockett, DK, or Julio? Nightmare for a defensive coordinator. I think there's a lot of games, we can get into some really geeky stuff here, but there's a lot of different games you're going to be able to play on teams at that point. Specifically, okay, you're bracketing to one side, then you're going to single over here. Is the singled up guy like Ramsey on DK, or is it singled up Julio against a number 2 cornerback? And then Russ has got to make some predetermination prior snap on who he's going with, sometimes based upon those matchups. But then if you get them selling out onto the outside, that's going to open up stuff underneath and in the middle. And just like if you bracket stuff on the outside, if you're going to go two safety high on the outside, let's say, instead of bringing normally that box safety down to be that eighth defender in the box to usually stop the run. Now that safety more predominantly is up on the outside into those cover two type looks that we're seeing coming back into the fold of things. Well, now the running game is going to open up that much more. It becomes a little bit of a pick your poison. If you do this, we're going to be able to do that. You know, you're going to draw to coverage on our guys deep. We're going to hit you with the running game. And this is going to completely open that element up to where you have to force. Defenses are going to have to, like I said, it's a pick the poison. You're going to have to swallow the poison either way. Just picking which of the vials you want to grab off the shelf. 312 says, free my man Martavius Bryant. He ain't doing nothing. No, he's not. Raining Taco says it's going to be gross when the Niners or Cards get Julio. I saw some report that the Titans are the leaders. Right now, the Titans are in the clubhouse as the leaders. That's what I've heard as well. And they very well could be offering that first-round pick that, as I said earlier, Seattle just maybe have been willing to offer the first-round pick if they had the pick, but they don't have it because of the Jamal Adams trade that was made. 312 says A.J. Brown is delusional. AB was the best receiver of the 10s, not Julio Bones. Now, Raining Taco says, I take Julio over AB, even though you may be right. There's something to be said for positive locker room and community, and their production is close. I take Julio right now, all day. 7 days a week and twice on Sundays right now over Antonio Brown. Jack Kenneth says, sorry, fellas, now the Hawks' first-round pick. He will go to the AFC. AFC would seemingly be the likely destination in this case for where Atlanta wants to put him. That's what the reports were, that they initially wanted to try to get him out to the AFC. FBA says Atlanta and Seattle have a good business relationship. They do. They've had some good dealings in the past, recent dealings in the past. Raining Taco says, if only Dan Quinn was still there to do us a solid. Seriously. Dan, we know you're going to be fired this year, right? I mean, you know that. You got a roster that's not going to get it done. You could do the coaching job of your life. Look, this is Coach Carroll. Just do me this solid. I'll put a good word in for you with Dallas. We'll get you the defensive coordinator job. Just send us over Julio, man. Why don't you just send him on over? We'll throw you first round pick in a couple years from now. You look like a hero on your way out. Rating Taco says Russ will never take a pay cut. Maybe. We'll see. I think up until this year, Raining Tacos, Russ has never had some of the heat that he's had this offseason as far as pressure to take a pay cut before. I think some of that will press that to happen eventually. I don't know if it's this year, but eventually I think it does occur. Jack Cannon, laughing out loud, the Hawks never have asked Russell to take a pay cut. Do you really see that happening? Well, number one, it's when it comes to Russ taking a pay cut, it's not as much about Seattle never asking Russ to take a pay cut as them never being in a position to be able to ask Russell Wilson to take a pay cut, because Russell Wilson is asked to be paid up every 4 years. He doesn't allow for 5, 6, 7-year deals to be put into play in order for you to then be able to massage the numbers out. You're essentially having to pay the piper every single year, maximum price. And that's what Russell has negotiated. This is one of the reasons why, Jack, both of the two negotiations for Russell Wilson that have occurred on the monster deals he's signed have gone up until the 25th hour, right until that deadline where Russell said, if the deal's not done by this point, we're not getting a deal done. We're going to play through the season. And then the deal finally got done at the last minute. That was not being driven because he was offering Seattle such a good rate. That was driven because the negotiations were very tense and because Russell was wanting to be paid top of the market. So no, he's never been asked to take a pay cut before, but I've offered in this stream, Jack, one of the reasons this could be a special situation is that you're able to come to Russell in this situation and say, look, this year we would ask you to take that pay cut, but we're not going to ask you to take the pay cut in the dark. You're going to take the pay cut understanding that we're going to bring on this great wide receiver for you. So you're going to see where your money returns are taken. You're not just throwing us this money and from a nebulous standpoint, go find improvement for the roster. We're going to find you this exact player and add him to our receiving core. What do you think about that, Russ? And I'm just presenting it as a possibility. Moy Crack, I think we don't really need him. He would be great, but defense is our priority right now. Definitely have some needs on defense right now. Sam linebacker, a coverage will linebacker, maybe some more depth at cornerback. I can't argue with that aspect. I get where folks coming from who would say that. I do think the wide receiver core could be better, Moy. And the thing that I base this upon is if you look at the last couple of years, we've thought we've been good enough as it is with those receiving core units, and they weren't good enough come the end of the year. They could have been better. And the two teams that got to the Super Bowl last year being the Bucs and the Chiefs, one of the things that they have in common, on top of, by the way, both of their two quarterbacks took discounts. But one of the other things that they have in common is they stacked up their skill positions. They didn't just say, we're good enough there and stopped. They kept pushing forward. They kept adding more bodies, which is part of what has helped them be that much more successful. Ryan Snags. How you doing, Ryan? Good to see you. Seahawks Network says the Jamal Adams trade blindsided me. Didn't see that happening at all. I was a little bit shocked by it too. I was kind of shocked by it. I thought he was going to be traded, and I could have seen that. The only thing that made it a little bit shocking to me was that he was, I thought, going to be just such a pure scheme fit for a 3-4 team. Like a blitz-heavy team. That was the part that threw me off with it. Mason Dale, I don't see how the media could see us trying to make these moves and think, could they trade Russ this year? Let it go. Yeah, you would think that they would at this point. I don't, but I think they're getting clicks from it, Mason. You know, it draws them traffic, and so they're going to keep hitting on it while it continues to draw them traffic. Roger Landry says the Seahawks don't need Russ's permission to rework his contract. That's correct, Roger, but I'm not talking about just converting his bonus money into his base money into bonus, which is what you're pointing towards, which is that right within the contract details Russell signed last, the Seahawks front office can convert his base money to bonus this year and save $10 million. I'm actually talking about Russell taking less money this year to make the deal happen in order to fit the $15 million underneath the cap, still get the Jamal Adams extension done as well. So I'm talking about it in addition to that, not the conversion of the base to bonus, which Seattle could do at any point in time. Jack, do you think selfish Russ will take a pay cut? Look at him asking for a trade. I do think, Jack, but my reasoning on this has to do with him being so PR savvy. And this is a guy very worried about the way he's viewed from a public image standpoint of things. And him drawing for every last dollar up until this point, him being motivated that way in his career up until this point has gotten out. Word is out on the street about him in that respect. And Russ is going to understand that. And the way to counter that is to do moves and to make moves that go against that narrative. And what quicker way to do that than to take a little bit less? You don't have to take a lot less. You just take a little bit less, and then it's a huge public relation win. So while he's not done it before in the past, he's not been driven to do so or had the kind of pressure to do so that he's going to have as we move forward now, especially when he starts talking about getting hit too much and maybe pointing to specifically about having a lack of talent there to help him out. Well, does some of that lack of talent come, Russell, because you're being paid top of the market every 4 years and insisting upon that? I think it's a valid conversation to have. Nathan says, we spend 2 first-rounders on Adams. Everyone who's saying Julio for Adams plus picks is dreaming. Yeah, I don't think the Julio Adams trade happens with this either, Nathan. I don't see that going down that way. Seahawks Network says Malik Turner was ass. Costed us a trip to the NFC Conference Championship versus the Niners. There you go. There you go. Nathan says, totally agree, Brandon. So funny to hear people say we don't need receivers. Glad we got DK, but before him, receiver is what we needed every single year. Yeah, I mean, people forget before DK is drafted, that's the year Doug Baldwin retires and you've got Tyler Lockett and nothing. You know, this is not a stacked receiving core year in and year out. I mean, it's a receiving core that's kind of gotten by, and that's even with the sensational production you got last season, having 2 receivers setting Seahawk records. You know, being DK in yardage and Tyler in catches. Those are great stats to have between those 2 guys, but that doesn't mean the rest of your receiving core is just fantastic. And I think Eskridge has got a lot of talent. But again, you want to rely on a rookie wide receiver to give you a ton of production. That's just not a bet that tends to pay off very often. Isaac Mishner, hurry up. Jones is not going to Seattle. Well, maybe not, Isaac. Maybe not. We'll see. Raymond Griffin. How you doing, Raymond? Julio is 32 years old. No way should the Hawks give up a first-round pick for him. Trade a second and a third along with a couple of players. I'm okay with that as well, Raymond. I'm okay with that as well. And specifically, I can understand hesitancy in trading for Julio and some of the worry that you could have in making that kind of trade, especially by giving up a lot of assets. But part of it comes down to me as well as this year is a lot about whether or not where you stand with Russell Wilson. And there's some in the Seahawks fan base that are completely out on Russell. And this offseason has burned bridges with them and they say, I'm done. I'm out. Like Pontius Pilate, I washed my hands of him. And there's others like myself who Still would like to see if there's something we can get more out of this era of the Russell Wilson era. If there's maybe more of a window open to the Super Bowl rather than having to blow the whole thing up and start back from scratch again. And I think in the name of staying in that lane, staying on that pathway, then this year becomes that much more important, because we know if this year goes sideways, it's very likely Russell moves on. It's very likely he is traded. So you want to keep this thing from going sideways. So do every last possible thing you can do to keep this thing on the road, moving downhill fast, keeping that momentum going forward. Just my opinion on it. And again, I've said it a couple times, and I'm sorry for repeating myself on the stream, but I don't want to end up in retrospect. I don't want to end up a year now down the line, and the Russell Wilson thing has gone sideways, and we're about to trade him and get less than all of us think that we probably should be getting for him. And to be thinking in that moment when that trade happens, God, we just done one or two other moves here, if we'd been just a little bit more aggressive here, just pushed it a little bit further, harder. I just don't want to end up in that state of things. I want to be able to say we did everything we possibly could and it just didn't work out. Jack Kenneth says, Russell Wilson's already unhappy. Do you think he will cut his high salary? I think to bring on a player who would help him out and let his star shine brighter, yes, I think he would do that. In the deck world, you could also think you are getting some value for Julio in the sense that you aren't asking him to be the clear number one receiver. You could arguably interchange three of them. You don't have to bog him down. Yeah, you don't have to overload him with snaps or make him run too many out. You can just rotate him around, keep those guys fresh. I love it. Go Hawks 05s. Would Julio wear number 11 or number 8? Throw it back to his Bama days. Probably goes back to Bama days, right? Go Hawk. Probably Bama days. He looked good in that 8 at Alabama. Tim Jobs says Trey Lance is the next Aaron Rodgers. Well, I was high on him, Tim. So I don't know if that's going to be tapped into next year, but how about this, Tim? I agree with you. He's going to be he's going to be the next Aaron Rodgers, and he's going to be the next Aaron Rodgers in the respect that he's going to have to wait 3 years before he actually can get on the football field and start. But once he does, 3 years from now, you got an amazing quarterback. Oh, amazing, right? But 3 years. So just be patient, Tim. That ticket will pay off here in, couple years. You get that back. You'll returns on that one. Rating Taco says I'd rather have our rookie than Flash. Yeah, I would too, probably. And San Diego Red Dragons, I'm okay with Austin Ryder bringing him in as a flyer. Wouldn't cost you a lot. Veteran minimum player at this point, and again, better than Fuller, who's your backup to Posick right now at the center position. Andre Mazmanian, if Julio comes to Seattle, is Lockett going to be wide receiver number 3? I think it's more of that they would be embracing Andre, the 3 wide receiver package more often. So rather than needing just 2 wide receivers on the football field with 2 tight ends or 2 backs, now you're more embracing the 3 wide receiver set so that it's really not one guy coming off the field versus the other. Would Lockett potentially see a couple less snaps at given points? Maybe a few less snaps. But I think that they would find a way to get those guys all pretty evened up in what they're getting out there as far as their snaps go. And you could make the argument as well, Andrew, part of the reason that Lockett has worn down over the last couple of years is maybe that he's used a little bit too much over the last couple of years for a guy with his size. He's not the biggest guy, and asking that guy to catch 100 passes over the season is maybe a little bit too big a workload for a guy with his kind of build and size. Tim Jobs says Julio Jones won't be injury prone with the Niners. We have the best medical staff in the NFL. If that's the case, Tim, why were we the most injured team in the NFL last season? Mason Dale says C. Ryder is available, had a PFF grade of 71 with no sacks allowed. Posick was 62 and give up 2. Not saying stats or everything, but that's an option. Yeah, he's fine. I'm okay with Ryder. I don't want to pay him a lot of money, Mason, but on a veteran minimum, 1 year, $1 million type deal, I'm okay with that. I don't know that it's going to be a significant upgrade over what you got in Posick, or even an upgrade over what you have in Posick. But again, to your point, the PFF grades don't lie in that respect. He did have a little bit better of an overall season than what Posick did have. But they're fairly probably similar as far as players and the production they'll give you on the football field. Joshua Romero, do the Seahawks have any cap space or capital to trade for JJ? Well, right now you're sitting on currently $7 million of cap space. You could convert Russell Wilson's base to bonus at any point in time and then create an additional $10 million. So that right there would allow you to fit Julio Jones' salary into the cap. There's some other things that you could do within the course of this deal, Joshua, to make it happen. You could go to Julio and say, okay, Julio, you're on a 3-year, $38 million deal over the next 3 years. Okay, so we'll make sure that you get all $38 million of your deal, but we're going to add a 4th voidable year to your contract. We're going to bonus out some of this money. We're going to lower down this next year's cap hit to fit you in better and more easier to what we want to do. And we're going to get you the hell out of Atlanta. How does that sound, Julio? Julio could easily then sign off on something like that. We saw a similar situation happen, Joshua, with Carlos Dunlap last year, where Seattle was able to get him renegotiate on the fly at the trade deadline to get him up out of Cincinnati. Doggy Wolf Boof Bark says Julio Jones is more ancient than Tom Brady. I got one guy's 32, isn't another guy like 44 or something? Michael E. says Julio is David Moore 10.0. I love it, Michael. That's a perfect description, dude. Solstice Beat, how you doing, Solstice? Are we getting Julio? Solstice, the chances of us getting Julio is probably about 30%, in all honesty. It's probably about around 30%, but we are in the mix. Russell Wilson is making calls to Julio, and he's saying, Julio, come up here to Seattle. It's going to be so amazing. You and me and DK and Tyler, and we're going to light the world on fire. And so they're trying. Everybody's got their oar in the water and they're pulling. So, it's not a likelihood of happening because I think at the end of the day, Solstice, not having that first round pick that you can offer and there being some team that's going to be willing to offer that first round pick in 2022 draft, I think that's going to get us kind of blown out of the water on the deal at the end of the day. Some team will be willing to do it. I don't think a team up until this point has been yet willing to do that. I don't think that that's yet been willing to be a deal on the table, but it's a fluid situation. It's an absolute fluid situation. Jonathan John. How you doing, Jonathan? What are we thinking about KJ Wright? I think KJ Wright's making his peace right now with a little bit of a bitter pill. Okay, so you think about it from KJ's perspective. He comes last season off of having an $8.6 million cap hit on the team. He plays his best football of his career, albeit he's an older guy, 32 years old. But he comes off that season believing, all right, I balled out, contract year. I should be able to go get at least an equivalent salary to what I made last year, but there's not been a market for him, I guarantee you. There's not been a 2-year, $16 million deal that's out there on the table for KJ this offseason. The offers have been really, really low, I would be willing to bet. And so it's a little bit of him making his peace with the aspect that just not a great deal out there to be had. Is he going to be willing to come back to Seattle on a 1-year, $3 million deal? Is that something that he can swallow? And I don't know if he can or not. Quite honestly, Jonathan, I just don't think he's had the offers out there. And so it's kind of just, that's why he's remained, is he's sort of waiting maybe for something to, break free. The Dominator 20K11, he's the GOAT. And this is the first video I've seen. Thank you, Dominator. I appreciate you. Yeah, let's go, Russ. Big props to Russ for recruiting Julio. That's the way you do it. That's how a franchise leader quarterback should be doing it. Get on the horn, get to that guy. Come on, man. Get up here. We'll get you right. I'll get you hooked up with some endorsement deals. Jonathan De La Cruz, do you think a second-round pick would be enough for Julio? I don't, Jonathan, because the teams you'll be competing with who potentially could offer that same second-round pick, being the Tennessee Titans or being the Philadelphia Eagles, I think that if I'm the Atlanta Falcons, I'm making a little bit of a gamble in that state. Who of those teams that is willing to offer me the same second-round pick is going to have the worst season and thus provide me with the greatest return of that second-round pick? Because it could be Seattle at number 32 in the second round, or it could be the Tennessee Titans at 14 in the second round, or it could be the Eagles at number 7 in the second round. So that's where we probably are not going to be able to get it done with a second-round pick because some other team will be able to beat us who will have a worse record than us next year, especially if we're bringing on Julio, right? It's not like Atlanta's going to count on us losing a lot of games if we do that. But I don't think it quite would be enough. It's probably going to be a second-round pick and more to get it done at that point. Mark Hawk says if the Jones addition happened, the Hawks could attack both the seams and the sidelines of the defense. Death to the cover two look. It is, Mark, and I'm sure just looking into your comment, which I'm sure you're kind of pointing to, that's been a little bit of a place that we've struggled in a little bit. Last year, that's where we struggled in, was those cover two looks. This gives you a little bit of an easier way to go out there and attack it. It does. And not much of a reliance on having to hit everything deep necessarily as well. As we know with Julio, he runs a lot of those great intermediate routes that Russell's kind of struggled with at times. It's not necessarily exactly his game all the time. But yes, absolutely, there's no place on the football field you're not able to attack. Now, seams, edges, sidelines, there's no safe place to run if you're a defense. Jack Kenna says, did Russ show up at OTAs? The top two wide receivers are set. He did not show up to OTAs. I believe he's in San Diego throwing with his wide receivers. So I don't necessarily need him in OTAs if he's out there doing that. Rainy Taco says, put Stone on the edge and put sticky tape on his gloves. There you go. Mason Dale says, Tamarian Terry would have two great mentors in Metcalf and JJ. He would be able to develop right behind him, and we'll see what we got with the guy at that point. If he balls out, he makes the team. Nice thing with him is if he makes the team as a fifth wide receiver, if you go and watch Tamarian Terry's highlights coming out of college, this is a guy who was actually able to be a gunner in college. So the thing they always say about the fifth wide receiver to make the roster, you got to be able to be a gunner. You got to play on special teams. He did that. He's got that to his game. Thomas Cox says, most receivers don't turn out to be DK's rookie season. Most of them take time to play. Look at Golden Tate. Yeah, Golden took like 3-4 years, didn't he, Thomas? And that's a great point. Most of the guys do, unless they're freak show talents like a DK Metcalf. You're usually going to have to wait a couple of years to get a return on that guy. They might get you a couple catches that first year, but they're not going to be a deciding factor out there for you on the football field, you know? And then to rely on them to do so is, again, you're going to set yourself up for a little bit of disappointment at that point. Antonio Brown, Tim Jobs says Antonio Brown's still probably a top 10, 15 receiver. He should definitely be number 2 wide receiver on the Bucs over Godwin. No. Godwin's another guy. I talk about these young guys. Godwin's just turning like 24 years old. So he's really a young guy just starting to come into his own. But no, I would take Godwin at this point over Antonio Brown myself. Even with the off-field issues thrown out the door, just if we're just looking at the players of who they are and where they are in their careers. Jay said, just killed the wasp. It was a couple of our journey. I wanted to be able to stand by her pool and just kept attacking me. Never got stung. Get him, Jace. Jack Kenna, seriously, the Hawks draft so far back. Atlanta would want more than a first-round pick to keep it in the NFC. They want to trade to an AFC. I could see them wanting to lean towards wanting to be an AFC team. Absolutely, Jack. I could understand where they'd come from with that. So it's not wrong in saying that. That's for sure. Ethan says, isn't it that the 49ers call Russell Wilson dad? Last I heard, that's what they call him as, but only behind closed doors. Go Hawks says, I'm ready for Chris Collinsworth to say, Russell Wilson moonball to Julio Jones. That's my best Chris Collinsworth. Yoglov, 9527. How you doing, Yoglov? Let's get Julio Jones, Hawks. This is our chance to get a Super Bowl. Let's get it, Yog. That's what I've been saying, man. That's what I've been hitting on this whole stream. Let's go get this. Let's not stand pat. Let's not be comfortable. Let's not placate ourselves and being just good enough. Let's be great. Let's be amazing. Let's go for it. There is no tomorrow. There's today. There's right now. There's next season. Go next year and win a Super Bowl, and who cares about what the future year's price is? Who cares? You went to 3 Super Bowls in 10 years. You won 2 of them. Legacy's set. We got to put our hands behind our head and go, yeah, one of the best teams of that era. Let's do it. Jack Kennis' salary cap's $208 million. Jack, that's the salary cap ceiling that was set. So the cap is not technically set to $200 million. That's just simply where the ceiling is set. It can go no higher than $200 million, and it can potentially be lower than $208 million. Some of it depends upon the losses of this upcoming season for NFL football teams. Mason Dale, if Russ throws a pick, we would now have 2 chances to catch him. You don't want to get tackled by DK and Julio at the same time. That's how bones get broken, Mason. Raining Tacos, that cap number is the possible max. Oh, thank you, Raining Tacos. Elliot Clark, thank you for the $1 donation, sir. I appreciate you. Hope everything is going down there in Aussie. Jack Kenna, Seattle, do you miss Gus Bradley, a defensive coordinator? I do. No, I don't. I think I don't think any of the defensive coordinators we've ever really had through this era have been like amazing guys as far as defensive coordinators. I think they've been solid, but I don't think we've had any guys that have been mastermind like defensive coordinators. I think a lot of our defense is always Coach Carroll related, and he's got his hands on the defense as much as anything else. So, yeah. Thank you again, Elliot, for that donation. You're awesome. Better late than never, Elliot. So whenever you show up for the parties, appreciated. LJ, if you go for Julio, you're saying we're ready for a Super Bowl now to Russell Wilson. That's it, LJ. And it's just, I work through things kind of on a logical train of thought with things where I try not to start at a place on my reasoning and then backtrack it, logically speaking. But I actually don't start it. I want Julio. I start my logic from the standpoint of next year is super important with Russell Wilson. It's a make or break it year. If you haven't watched this offseason and you don't look at it with that eye, that realistic eye of things, you're not looking at it realistically. This is make it break it year. If you go out another year here and you do a one and done year, you barely make the playoffs. You just backslide your way into the playoffs, and then you win on the road, and then you lose the next round. Well, that means Russell Wilson then goes to another team next year. Understand that is the way that's going to play out. So I look at it like, I don't want it to play out that way. I want it to go a different direction than that. I want future years of success here with Russ, next year and into the beyond. And to me, you do that by taking care of next year, by showing Russell Wilson we're not on a plateaued state. We haven't topped out. There's still more fuel in this tank. And I think that this kind of move would signify that. Absolutely, LJ. Absolutely. Android for life. Do we think we sign KJ or Sherman? We need at least one of them for sure. I think the higher likelihood is that you probably sign KJ between the two of them, Android. I'd prefer probably Sherman over the two of them in honesty, but KJ's more for the need. You have more of a need at the linebacker right now than you probably have at cornerback. Whitey Wise says getting Julio would not mean keeping the Super Bowl window open. Seattle would have the best wide receiver group for the next few years. Yeah, hard to argue with that, for sure. You definitely have a couple-year run there where unless you have some huge injury situation, epidemic wiped through your receiving core, you are the top of the top. Jack Kenna says, would I rather have the current defensive coordinator, Gus Bradley? Oh, I don't know. It gets really hard, Jack, to make an assert what one defensive coordinator doing better than another one, because when you look at Dan Quinn or Gus Bradley, well, those guys had a whole lot of talent during the Legion of Boom era. They had one of the most talented football clubs of the last 40 years to work with. What in the success was based upon them and what was based on the talent, and how much of that talent would have gotten that production, regardless of whether it was them or a Ken Norton as defensive head coordinator. I don't know. I don't love Ken Norton as a defensive coordinator, but I do also think that the defensive coordinator role with Seattle is almost a little irrelevant at times, because we already see Coach Carroll puts both of his 10 fingers into the offensive pie at every single turn. If he is instituting himself that much on the offensive side of the ball as a defensive-minded coach to begin with, how much effect is he also then having on the defensive side of the ball? How much say and how much sway is he then having versus what a normal defensive coordinator might have in calling the plays and having that kind of control? Carlos Rice, Jones and DK on the outside, lock in the slot, have Eskridge return kicks, be in 4 wide receiver sets. Yeah, you still find a way to get Eskridge on the field, right, Carlos? Doesn't mean he's not completely out, and he's out there for the kick return, punt return game. Then you just work him in. Work him in here and there on the wide receiver sets. I like it myself. Doesn't mean he doesn't find the field. I bet you still find a way, even if you brought Julio Jones in. I still would not be the least bit surprised to see Eskridge come in and get 20, 25 catches, maybe 300, 350 yards, be good in the kick return game, be good in the punt return game, have a positive effect on the team next year still. Doesn't mean that he just has no effect at that point by bringing in Julio, in my opinion. Carlos Rice says, who will we trade or cut to clear the cap space is the question. Carlos, you don't really have to do anything as far as that's concerned. You could right now at this point convert Russ's base to bonus. That creates $10 million in cap space. You're sitting on about $7 million in cap space as it is right now. $17 million in cap space fits you inside the $15 million that he is on the hook for right now. He signed Jamal Adams to a contract extension. He's on the hook for about $10 million right now on the fifth-year option of his rookie deal that he's currently allotted to play on. You sign him to a contract extension, you could probably lower that in the first-year cap hit by a couple million. There's a couple million more you could save right there. So it's not a matter of we have to cut somebody in order to fit Julio Jones under the salary cap to make this deal work. That is not necessarily true. Potentially could be true. And if there are a couple guys, I'd say you got Rasheem Green, you could save $1 million by cutting him. Trey Flowers, you could save $2.1 million if you wanted to move on from him. Those would be the top two guys I think on my list as far as cut candidates, if you want to go that realm to create a little more extra space. Avery Allred, what do you think would happen to Goff if Sherman didn't save him from Bam Bam? We would have seen our first murder on the football field, Avery. And let me tell you why, okay? Because you've got Goff coming down there, and he's not laying out. He's not holding up at that point. And Chancellor knows the end zone's right here. I've got to put him, I've not only got to hit this guy, I got to stop him dead in his tracks, just like Sherman did to him, because the end zone's right there. I can't just kind of, oh, he's a quarterback. Let me be gentle on him. Let me put my little kid gloves here and just gently kind of force him out of bounds. So Cam comes up. He goes high. Goff's got that big freaking double the size head dome thing that he's got going on. Cam accidentally hits it. He's trying to go low, but Goff goes low and does that weird thing the offensive players do where he goes low while the defensive player is going low, and the defensive player doesn't see him go low, puts his head right into Cam's shoulder. We see on the football field, Goff's head, if you ever saw The Exorcist, where her head turns all the way around, that's what would have happened to Goff. His head would have been blasted all the way around, twisted. You would have heard this god-awful snap sound that would have carried through the whole stadium. Goff just goes lifeless dead, doesn't move an inch, just hits the ground like a wet blanket. And then Chancellor's just there crying on the field over the top of him, his hands like this, you know, like something out of a Renaissance painting, you know. Why? Why? That's how I see it in my mind. I mean, that's the way it plays out for me. The Rams are out. Yep, I've heard the Rams are out on this deal. The Eagles are also out, the one? Eagles are out. That'd be big if the Eagles are out. The only we got to worry about is Tennessee. If Tennessee can just come to their senses and not dive into this, then we're good. The one I do read posts, I just get behind on the chat. For those folks that are new here on the stream, I get far behind in the chat. It's not my fault. I do try to catch everybody's comment that I can. It gets tough as we get big. So it's hard when we get over 100 people in the chat, that's for sure. I get behind a bit, but I try. 312 says, report, the Rams, the Titans, the 49ers, and the Patriots and the Eagles are all out on a potential trade for all-pro receiver Julio Jones. Ooh. Oh, it's getting interesting, folks. It's getting interesting. I love it. Thank you for the updates. G. Alexander, I believe Shane will open up Penny's full game if healthy. G. Alexander, I said when Shane Waldron was first signed, the number one player I thought on offense outside of Russell Wilson that was going to benefit beyond anybody else was going to be Rashad Penny, because the Rams have made so much hay and gotten such great production, especially when they were in the Gurley era there with those outside zone runs. They are just able to create a numbers game to one side of the football field, get an extra blocker there on a man, and then create these lanes where if that guy's got the speed to get through at that point, it's all she wrote. It's big play city. And that is Rashad Penny's game. It's been the part of his game that the Seattle's really not utilized very well throughout his time. I get that he's been injured here and there, but they've also tried to hammer him up the middle predominantly when they have him run, when he's been so good on those limited times that they've had him actually run to the outside. He should be good in that realm if they're willing to utilize him in that way, G. Alexander, but this offense should do that. And you've got a nice counter punch between him and Chris Carson and Penny, and their skill sets being just a little bit different from each other, and that you should be able to mix and match them a little bit better with the scheme. Jack Kenna says, since Brandon doesn't answer questions, who would the Seattle fan base rather have? The current defensive coordinator, Gus Bradley? I clicked for Bradley. And I'd probably lean towards Bradley if everything's been said, Jack. I should try to respond to it. I just don't think defensive coordinator matters as much, because I think Coach Carroll's really your de facto defensive coordinator at the end of the day. Thomas Cox says, see you later. I will be back if Jones becomes a Hawk. Sounds good. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, how do you get so many subs? I don't know, Jose. You got me, man. You got me. We had a train of subs going today that was just pretty big. So I don't know. I can't. I don't know what to. I never can make heads or tails of it myself. I do appreciate it though. Mr. Washington Greenton. What's the details? Just a rumor for Julio. Well, the details here is we know it. What we can tangibly put our fingers around and say is this. Seattle is in on the trade in the respect of they're interested in Julio Jones' services. They've certainly probably made at least a trade offer. We can say at least that. Whether or not it's met the offer that Atlanta wants to get or not, hard to say there. We also know right now, Mr. Washington, that Russell Wilson has reached out to Julio, that he is actively trying to recruit him to come to Seattle. So we know those two aspects are in play. There's a little bit of smoke to this fire. Doesn't mean a deal's likely to happen, probably unlikely to happen because this is such a good player and there's so many teams out there that are going to want his services. But with that said, we're dancing in this, man. We're in this dance. We're not sitting on the wall. We're out there we're on the dance floor. We're dancing with her. We just got to do the right moves at this point, right? We got to bust out a few of the old lady rubato moves, maybe a little bit of the break dance in there, and we can get her. We can get that girl. Rain Taco says, can we ban Josh Gordon from this channel? He's a mess. Maybe so. Jack Kenna, Russell will not cut his money. Maybe not. Maybe not, man. Like I said, it's a little bit of me making predictions on this, Jack, as much as not all my predictions are going to always be based on everything that's just happened prior, but what is to come up ahead. Just a random person. Thank you for subscribing, Just a Random Person. Android for Life. Do we think you can sign KJ or Sherman? Do we need at least one of them for sure? I think probably KJ is the likely one you sign, and you probably sign one of the two of those guys, I would say. Jack Kennis says Titans are probably the leaders in trade talk. I agree with you there, Jack. Titans probably are because they are probably the one team that is going to eventually be willing to offer that first-round pick in the 2022 draft. Nathan says it's easy to forget how good Chris Carson's been too. If we can get Julio between the run and pass, will be impossible to stop. We will. And specifically, you get that eighth man out of the box, Nathan. You get that safety that normally comes down, right? And then you'll see the single high look with the free safety, but then you got the safety down there as the de facto fourth linebacker. Well, now when you get the two receivers on the outside to challenge like this, and you're going to force teams to stay more into the cover two zone, right? Into more of that Tampa Bay 2 cover 2 zone. Well, now they're going to drop into that deep realm. Well, now you've got the one less defender in the box for Chris Carson to really go off and pop off at that point, especially when you have a run-based offense that's based around creating a numbers game already. Already what you're trying to do with some of the reach block stuff is create a numbers overload to one side. How well does that overload now start to work when we're talking about the two safeties dropping deep every single time, or dropping deep a predominant amount of the time because they're so worried about both of the two receivers on the outside? Sam Z, let's go Seahawks. Let's go Sam Z. John Robinson says, I would rather take AB. He's cheap, doesn't cost draft capital, and he gives you something you don't have in a third down specialist. Antonio Brown right now has been signed. And Tay Francis, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Tay. John, Tampa Bay has signed Antonio Brown, so he is not out on the market. He is not available for our Seahawks. He's been signed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. John Robinson says, I'll cry if we give a first for Julio. I'll cry tears of jubilation. I'll cry of happiness. I'll tell you that, So I know people love their first round picks, man. I know it's hard to give those things up, but when you're looking at it through the lens of taking advantage of a Super Bowl window, of taking advantage of your Hall of Fame quarterback at just moving through the back end of his prime's Super Bowl window, to me, you do everything you can. Damn the torpedoes. Let's go. Sam Z says, wow, Julio, imagine that. Just imagine it, Sam. DK and Julio running free through secondaries. Nothing but fear on the faces of the defensive backs and safeties as they look in confusion. Do I take him? Do I take him? And you just see a bunch of defensive backs all at once begin to wet themselves on the football field. Just a bunch of pee stains running around the football field, right around the crotch areas. Just a bunch of pee stains. I can see it now. Shannon Hicks, thank you for the $5 donation, Shannon. I salute you, my kind ma'am. Appreciate you as well. Says, love you, brother. Thanks for all the hard work and info you provide us. Well, thank you, Shannon. I appreciate you. And, I have a ball doing this stuff, especially days like this where I get to talk about all the great endless possibilities that we might be able to just tap into here with the Julio and all this. This is the fun part of being a fan for me in the offseason, when you get to just consider all of the tantalizing possibilities for the roster. But thank you so much. I appreciate you, Shannon. Lance Johnson says, if only Bill O'Brien was in charge of Atlanta, that would be a dream. He'd pay for half of Julio's contract. We'd only have to give up about a 4th-round pick in 2023's draft. It would be sensational, Lance. There's no doubt about it. Jack says, why is Russell and Aaron Rodgers asked for trades to the Raiders? Why? Well, I think in Russell's reasoning for why he put the Raiders on his list, Jack, was that he wants to go to an offensive-minded head coach first and foremost. So that's going to eliminate a lot of the teams that he would have looked to target right out the gate, right? Like New York, I think, would have been an option had they had an offensive-minded coach. Miami would be an option if they had an offensive-minded coach. Oakland has an offensive-minded coach, much like the other 3 teams that were on his list to be traded to. The other aspect of this is being that Las Vegas. Sorry, I keep calling him Oakland, but being Las Vegas, I think it would help also out his wife, Sierra. That's where a lot of those old pop stars will go. They do a running tour over on Vegas where they have a running show and they get to kind of keep their career alive. So I think a little bit of it would be more beyond just the football reasons for it. Sarah, how you doing, Sarah? I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, Sarah, but I'll just say Sarah. Have you heard anything on the Darrell Taylor injury? My gut senses something bad with it when Darrell was interviewed in OTAs. How the hell can a stress fracture be career-threatening? Sarah, I echo your fears on this. I've got a couple of cut-ups that I had on audio-wise with both Coach Carroll and Darrell Taylor talking about it. I know you're talking about the Darrell Taylor soundbite he did where he said it's always going to be with me. What do you mean it's always going to be with you? What does that mean? I mean, is it healed or is it still broke? And is it permanently broke? I mean, his press conference did not put a lot of my heart at peace with him thinking that he's just suddenly all good now. And then when you heard Coach Carroll talk in that same press conference, not that same press conference, but during that same span, he said, well, they asked him, they go, well, is he completely healthy? Is he completely over it? And he says, well, we're gonna operate like that's the case. And then Carroll literally has like a Freudian slip where you hear him just. He puts in right at the end of that, we're going to operate like that is the case. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. And you got to listen to him because he says it almost under his breath. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Wait, what? Wishful thinking? The guy hasn't been on the field in a year. Is he healthy or is he not? I don't have a lot of confidence at this point, Sarah. I've got some question marks still as to whether or not he's really going to be able to hold up. And I think that there's still some question with both Taylor and with both the coaching staff as to whether or not there could be some long-term worries here. I hope not. Nick Buddy. Thank you for subscribing, Nick. I appreciate you. Lourdes Gacho. Who would be a good trade candidate for Atlanta? Well, I think the Seattle Seahawks would be a great trade candidate, Lourdes. I mean, I'm making the presentation that I think Seattle would be the ones to go out and get him. If I'm going to make a trade candidate, I do think that the Eagles and the Titans make sense from the realm of this. I don't believe that both of those two teams are Super Bowl contending teams. I also don't know that I don't believe that both of those two front offices and coaching staffs think that they are Super Bowl contending teams. So I think that they disagree with what I think of them and what probably the common stance is through most of the national perspective on this. With that said, if they believe that they're in that contending range, you can see with the Titans having lost Corey Davis this offseason and not really replacing that with the same kind of production or same kind of player, that you want to get A.J. Brown, a battery mate out there that's going to work opposite him, that you can't just take A.J. out the game at the receiver position and then concentrate on Henry and shut down that offense. Makes a lot of sense for Tennessee in that realm of things. Same thing with Philadelphia, who's had a wide receiver problem going back for years now, it seems like. They are also a team that seems to be in that go-for-it type approach as far as where they stand. Those would be two teams that kind of make sense for where they land and where they are right now, which is that they consider themselves Super Bowl contender, but they still need a little more talent to really, consider themselves that. Jack says, why is Russell Wilson AR want to go to the Raiders? So yeah, I don't know why Aaron Rodgers would, Jack, other than he's close to Hollywood at that point, and doing the show Jeopardy is easier for him from that standpoint of things. Just a hop, skip, and a jump for him to get back into LA. And I think his girlfriend lives in LA. So Carlos Olivier, is this official yet? No, it's not official yet. Jose Rodriguez says, Greg Bell is making me think this is for real. Jose, are you trying to get me excited, Jose? You're trying to get me excited over here, my man. I know what you're trying to do, buddy. You're trying to get me more hype than I already am. It's not. Oh, man. Is Greg saying, give us an update, Jose. What's Greg saying? Anthony Bain, Julio to New England or 49ers, most likely. Seattle would have to trade Eskridge in a second. We'll see. We'll see on that, Anthony. Hard to say. Hard to say on that. I proposed the potential, Anthony, is what if they're only able to get a second round offer up until this point, and Seattle offers a 2023 first round pick plus. We'll give you a 2023 first round pick plus Rasheem Green and another kicker of a pick in addition. Does that get it done? Jonathan John, you get our messages so late. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jonathan. I try to stay up on top of this. I'll try to get a little bit more closer to the bottom here, buddy. I just try not to jump over, so let me get through here. Angel Rodriguez says, do you watch any other Seahawks YouTube for their opinion, like Brendan Nelson or Filoki? I think, and I'm not trying to polish everybody on this, but I think everybody that we have, the notable names out there that everybody I think kind of knows, from your Norbcams to your Brendan Nelsons, Filokis, Hawk bloggers. I don't think that there's anybody that necessarily does it bad. And I think everybody's got their own little niche in what they do. They've got their own kind of place that they sort of segment in what they do here. And it's all kind of, everybody kind of does their own different thing, which I sort of appreciate about it. So I'll check all of them out at any given time. I don't have one or the other that I sort of lean in towards, watching over anybody else, but Stanton's I think Stanton does solid work as well over Seahawk Draft Blog. I throw him into the mix as there as well. But I think we got some hardworking YouTubers, man. It's hard to knock any of the folks doing what they do here. And Brendan's great. Go Ox05. We have a chance to add a first ballot Hall of Famer to this offense. Make it happen. I love it. Let's do it. Jason says, tighten up. What's up, Seahawk fans? I think you're the front runners right now, Jason. We're trying to get in this mix. We want in on this Julio mix, but I think you got AJ Brown over there running a political presidential campaign for Julio. So, I mean, he's doing the hard sell. Spencer Whitner, we already have a first ballot Hall of Famer receiver already. Well, why not have two of them, Spencer? Why stop at one when you can have two at twice the cost? L.A. Clark. Okay, I was not sure about the Julio trade, but I changed my mind. Restructure Russ, go all in, stack everything, screw it. I love it, Elliot. Let's do this. Let's go all in. Let's go all in, not just because we want to go win a Super Bowl next year. I mean, yes, that's the case. That is the truth. But this is a case where there's multiple truths going on at one time. There is the truth of I want to go win a Super Bowl next year. There is the truth of I want to keep Russell Wilson here this year and into the beyond. There is the truth that I want to be a contender this year and to the beyond. Those things all come together in this situation for me as to why I want to drive forward for this trade. Because it's not just one thing, it's a multitude of things that this affects, that this kind of deal affects. Spencer Whitner says, I don't know. Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton really coming into their own? We got to see some proof of that, Spencer, especially in Cody Barton's case. He's not giving you anything to show he's coming into his own outside of good special teams ability. Vincente, he says, DK and Julio would be fire. And you are not wrong, Vicente. Best receiving core in the league, bar none. Bottom line. Nathan, Brooks and Barton are both exciting, I agree, and Darrell Taylor at Sam could be a good fit. Darrell Taylor could work at the Sam, that's for sure. He's got the same kind of athletic profile that a guy like Bruce Irvin had, and that worked with Bruce Irvin there. Both Brooks, I think Brooks' long-term position is middle linebacker, and with Barton, to me, there's some big question marks with Barton if you're talking about him playing either Sam or the Will. Giovanni says, do you remember what you thought when Pete was first hired? Relatively, Giovanni. Relatively. Here's what I liked about the hire of Pete as much as anything with it. I liked the willingness by Paul Allen to pivot so quickly off of Jim Mora. In that Mora was here for 1 year. Most of the time, the going theory on this is you absolutely cannot fire a coach, and especially at this time, it's become a little more commonplace. But at that time, it was you cannot fire a coach after 1 year. You have to give him multiple years. But we could all see it was a crap show with what Mora was doing, that he wasn't the right fit, that this was going in the wrong direction. And Paul Allen came in like the firm hand he was and brought in the right guy. I think he got consultants to find the right guy and to get this perfect right hire. He went and offered enough of a carrot to Coach Carroll, being that he could have control over personnel says, to finally bring Carroll back to the NFL after for many years many teams were trying to bring Carroll back into the NFL. So I was I overall liked it. For the most part, I did have a little bit of the trepidations about whether or not a college guy that seemed almost like he was fully built for just the college game, best built for the college game as a head coach, could work in the NFL with the rah-rah kind of style he was bringing into play. But he has proven true. He's made it work. Jason says, I hope my Titans get Julio. I understand why, Jason. That would help your team out quite a bit. You guys have a hole there with Corey Davis gone. You need to fill that hole back up. I know you signed some other Josh Reynolds. I think you signed and drafted somebody, but to me, you need to do more. I know you don't throw the ball a lot there, but you need two legitimate guys on the outside there. Vicente, Russ wants Julio, not Antonio Brown. And Antonio Brown signed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, so he is off the table at this point. There is no Antonio Brown. There is no option of Antonio Brown. There is only Julio. There is only Julio. Nathan, I sure hope he will. This is the third year, though. A career gets you into the Hall of Fame, not a good season. Don't jinx the kid, laughing out loud. At Ethan's Tech World, with this defensive coordinator thing, it doesn't really matter because the scheme we run is extremely raw. It doesn't really make up for talent deficiencies. It just proves how great the Legion of Boom was. Yeah, that's the other thing with it. I think that's a solid point to a little what Jack was talking about. But I agree with Ethan's point on this. It's really hard in this case with defensive coordinators in our scheme to give tons of credit or to say they're not the reason or they're the problem, because your scheme tends to be so simplified in how it's run. It tends to be where you're going to rely on the player's talent. The players are going to get a chance to play. They're going to get a chance to shine. They're not going to have to think a lot. They're just going to get to run free. But that also means you're not doing a lot of X's and O's and chess piece moving on defense to overcome for a lack of talent, which then puts a little bit less onus on the necessity of having some grand mastermind defensive coordinator. Vicente says, cut John Ursula. Vicente, yeah, John Ursula came out with that tweet where somebody was mentioning about the fact Seattle was going to move to more up-tempo here this next year. And Ursula said, really? Question mark. But Ursula is, I think, probably a little bit... he's a little feisty right now because he probably knows that his days are numbered here, especially with the Cade Johnson edition, because Cade Johnson's a better player than John Ursula, and he's going to be probably the determining factor to John getting cut at the end of the day. Spencer Whitner. Aha, I ain't jinxing nobody. Oh, I'm sorry, you're responding. Roxanne says, I absolutely love your telling of the alternate universe Goth versus Sherm Cam hit. Go Hawks. It's in some alternate universe it's happened, Roxanne. And to this day in that alternate universe, Cam, he had to retire that day from football. They had to shut a whole game down and raise Goth flags across the NFL at that point. It's a crazy alternate universe, but you know what they say about those alternate universes? Every possible outcome occurs in all of these alternate universes. Go Hawks 05. Does that make us the front runners if all those other teams were out? I mean, maybe. I would think that New England would have the guts to offer a first-round pick. I think they would be another one of those teams that would be willing to throw it in there, especially, again, if New England thinks of themselves. You have to think, well, all the money that they spent this offseason, that they're trying to put themselves into being a contender this next year. And they look at that team and they go, okay, we'll give a first-round pick up next year to get Julio in here. That might appeal to them a little bit. Especially with as bad as they've been, New England's been about drafting first-round receivers. They've not been good with that at all throughout the whole time period with Belichick there. Maybe they finally just go, hell with it, we realize this about us. Let's just go get to some more certainty here. Vincenti says, Penny, do nothing. He's a waste of F. Well, Vincenti, let me try to sell you on this a little bit, okay? Let me try to sell you on this with Penny a little bit. Yes, he had the injury with the torn ACL, which still came back up last year, and he couldn't quite get all the way fully over last year to really show his production. But at the time he went down to the injury in 2019, On outside runs, runs that were pitch type plays, right? True outside runs. He was averaging in 2019 when he went down to the injury and had a decent amount of yardage that year, 8.2 yards per carry on outside runs. On runs that were outside zone, just outside the tackle's back shoulder, he was averaging 7 yards per run. So when you utilize Penny in the appropriate right context and manner and way, you get the best production out of him. But as I was pointing to, Vicente, what's happened with Penny who's on the field is they try to run all of their same inside zone stuff through the A gap with Carson with Penny when he's on the field. That's not Penny's game. It wasn't Penny's game at San Diego State. He's fast. Get him in space, let him work in space, and he'll bust off chunk play after chunk play. So hopefully Seattle actually does look to utilize him a little bit better this season. I would hope, especially instituting the scheme that they are. But I think he's been a little bit misused up until this point, just a tiny, tiny bit. Go Hawks 2021 says, who will the Hawks use at running back if when Carson misses time? Well, you do have Penny. Definitely is a guy that they would go to. I think that they probably obviously feel fairly decent about what they have in DJ Dallas and Travis Homer as backup situations. I think I did also hear in the conference with Coach Carroll the other day that still there was maybe even I don't know if he was just mentioning it just to be funny and just whatever, but maybe we make a call to beast mode. Go Hawks. Maybe we get beast mode off his couch. Where you at, Marshawn? Man, I'm over here chilling. Why don't you come on over here and play some football for us here? I don't know, Coach P. Come on, finish the dream. Clay Melton said there's already a first and a fifth on the table for Julio. There's supposedly the first on the table, Clay. Some of what I was reading on before I went live with this was that there are people around the league that think that there's not a true first-round pick on the table for Julio in next year's 2022 draft. They think that maybe what's happened is there's a little bit of a cobbling together or an equivalency of value to a 2022 first-round pick, but that it's not yet at, let's say, a first-round pick. So it could be a second, a fourth, and a fifth, something like that. We don't know for sure anything for sure on this at this point. We know Seattle's in on it. We know there's some other teams in on it, but we don't know anything really 100% for sure at this point. Alt EW. If the Seahawks get Julio, they are the favorites in the NFC. Maybe. That might push them. I don't know. There's a lot of people that are going to still stay on Tampa Bay's train because Tampa Bay didn't lose anybody this offseason. I mean, they brought the whole band back. They even got the roadies. Even the guy with the cocaine addiction. They got him on come back onto the road. So there's a lot of talent they're bringing back into play there. But we certainly are the number two, clear number two at that point if you get in Julio. And you're right there near the number one. Elliot Clark says, who cares about firsts? We generally don't pick well in the first. They're not as important as people think. Only poverty teens stress about collecting firsts. I am the same place. I don't worry about firsts. I especially don't worry about firsts when you talk about picking in the 20s range. And this is a little bit of why the problem has come up with Seattle Seahawks struggling to pick in first rounds over the last, let's call it 5, 6, 7 years. Because with talents in first rounds, what it tends to happen is the first 15 picks or so, that's a tier one guys. These are guys that are true Pro Bowl talents, true upper level talents who deserve to be picked into that realm of things. Once you get into about pick 16 on to about pick 50, all those players are all in about the same kind of place as far as their potential goes. And so when you're a team picking in 26 or 25 versus picking 42nd, 20 picks later, not that much of a difference in the player you get and harder to necessarily hit that player out of the park versus picking in that second round where teams get a little bit more room to miss on those picks because after all, they were a second round pick. What could you really expect from them? So I'm with you on Elliot. I don't get as married to first round picks being as important, I think, as other people do. Nathan, I stopped thinking about anything was a guarantee in about 40 seconds left in Super Bowl 49. Now I just watch. It's a good way to go. Spencer says that's how things don't go anywhere if you don't picture and imagine greatness. That's the joy of watching and cheering. I agree, Spencer. That's what I enjoy about it. That's why I've said there's some fans, Spencer, that are out there that like being the consistent winning football team and they don't worry as much about Super Bowls. They just want to consistently be that winner. And I'm kind of not one of those people. I'd rather shoot for everything, go for it. And if it's at the cost of having a down year or two because you went and got a Super Bowl, then it's a price well paid, in my opinion. Giovanni says if Bill O'Brien was in charge of the Falcons, then all we would have to give them is like LJ Collier. Probably. L.A. Clark says our best offseason move so far is hiring our new offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's going to be a big hire. Avery Allred, when do you think Atlanta will make a decision about Julio? I would imagine that it happens within the next week, Avery. Some of these teams that they're looking at negotiating with are going to want them to make the deal or make the change on this. And if they don't, they're going to pivot off. With June 1st coming up, I would expect there to be some more cuts that come along, more competition for other receivers now onto the market for those teams to go get those wide receivers if the Falcons don't make that trade. The best draft capital they get right now is not going to be any better today, tomorrow. And it's going to get worse the longer that they wait. Just like they could have gotten more trade value for him if they would have traded him prior to the draft, which they didn't do. And they've lost trade value because they've waited that extra month or two to do that. So it's not going to go up. The cost ain't going up. The cost is only going to go down the longer Atlanta waits. And I know that Atlanta's well aware of that. Brendan Eichrick says, I think Julio is going to be a lot cheaper than you guys think. Maybe so. David Owens, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Roxanne says, if the plan is to go for it all now and it works, then trading an end of the first round draft choice is worth the gamble, especially considering the success or lack thereof with first round drafting. And that's where I land on it, Roxanne. You put it very succinctly, and that's very appropriately put. That's just the way I look at it with this. It's you look at your recent history, you look at the measurement of the value. I just spoke to the tier groupings that you see with the first round, where that second tier, you get into pick 16 to pick 50-ish. When you listen to draft pundits every year talk, folks, okay? When you hear the draft come around, you're going to hear this every single year with them, and they always say it every year like it's a new surprise. We really see it to be like the top 15 guys are kind of their own talent-based, and then these guys are separated from them up to 50, and then it's like 50 to about 130. So you've got these different tiers. And so it's for that reason, it's like, I'm not going to measure this first-round pick like it's necessarily a first-round pick when I'm picking in the 20s. It's almost like a de facto high second-round pick. Why not view it maybe more along in those terms? So it's worth a gamble for my realm of doing that too, Roxanne, 100%. Spencer says if the Titans were to get Julio, they would most definitely be a Super Bowl contender. AFC's the tough part for me with that, Spencer, is that the AFC is just so tough. I know, Vicente, you did mention that the NFC West is getting stronger, and James Roberts, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, James. And the NFC is kind of getting tougher, but the AFC is getting really tougher. Look at what the Browns have done this offseason. Look at Buffalo taking its steps forward. Look at the Chargers with Herbert there and where they're going. And that's already with the Blue Bloods already there, with the Ravens there and the Chiefs there. To me, it's going to be hard for an AFC team to get up and come up in there. And I like the Titans, but they do have some holes at spots. And I'm not sure on their defense. It would get them into the place where they could get to a Super Bowl, and I could see that feasibly happening, Spencer. Whereas right now with their rosters it's constructed, especially the receiving core, I don't think that that's a receiving core as it stands right now that's good enough to get you to the Super Bowl in this modern era. I don't think you can be just that run-centric as an offensive football team and still get back to the Super Bowl at this point. I think those days have moved on just a little bit. Alt says, but Pete is a Hall of Fame coach, and with Julio, they have the best offense in the NFC. I agreed. Spencer says the Titans are getting Julio, but this is fun to entertain. It is indeed, Spencer. It is. And you're probably right. GoHawks05 says all the Seahawks YouTube channels are fire except Clown Gallant. Oh, poor Paul. He's trying hard, man. He's trying hard. Samuel Mello, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. I don't know how, I must have had freaking 50, 60 subscribers today. You guys are awesome. That's what I love about Seahawks fans, man. The support from the community is amazing. That's the real heroes here about talking about YouTube channels. It's you guys in YouTube land watching and you guys supporting us. And I see you guys subscribing to all those channels and stuff. And like, you guys are the heroes on that. It's like the boys, you are the real heroes. Jose Rodriguez says Greg tweeted JJ's story over Antonio Brown's story. Okay. Randall McDaniel said, would you throw in Quandre Diggs to get Julio a second and Quandre Diggs? Yeah, Because the pathway is you can move Marquise Blair to single high safety. He can play free safety in the system. I think he can. I think even if you had to in a pinch, I think that he played it in college. I think Ugo Amadi could play some free safety for you. So I absolutely think you've got at least a reasonable area to bring that in. And here's the thing. I'm not planning on signing Quandre Diggs to another contract. He's coming into the final year of this contract. So chances are you're letting Quandre walk at the end of the year anyway at that point. So if that's what it takes to get it done, then okay. Ellie Clark says, give Falcons a second rounder and Trey Flowers. That'd be an ideal situation. Then you're now offloading $2.1 million in addition to the second round pick. So essentially Julio goes from costing next year $15 million to $13 million. It's just a little bit less, but it's a little bit less. Every little bit counts, right? Seahawks Network says Tampa Bay is overrated. Least injured team in the league, not going to happen again. No, it's not going to happen again. That's for sure. That does not tend to replicate itself, right? I think the thing that helps them, Seahawks Network, is that they're bringing everybody back. You have never had a Super Bowl team in this NFL, in recent NFL history, ever, in 30, 40, 50 years, who is able to bring everybody back. Usually those rosters always get pilfered. There's always guys getting overvalued on the market simply because they were on a Super Bowl winning roster. Just didn't happen this offseason, and those players at certain times took a little bit less to remain with the team. So I don't know if they're overrated, man. When you don't lose anybody off of a Super Bowl winning roster, it's very easy to then say you're kind of a favorite. Seahawks Network says I'm with you 100% that the first round picks are overrated, but you can also turn them into 3 and 4 players in rounds 2 through 3. Drafting in the first is basically a wash past pick 15. Well, this is also part of my evolution in thinking, Seahawks Network, because if you talk to me in 2014, just coming on the heels of the 2012 draft, on the heels of the 2011 draft, on the heels I'd say, well, yeah, John Schneider makes miracles happen with those 3 to 4 picks that he can turn that first round pick out of, right? I'm not so sure he's in that same realm of things. I'm not so sure I have as much confidence in him turning that into 3 or 4 players that are going to be players as much as those would just be kind of jags, just another guys that he goes out there and trades back for. It's possible he finds good guys with it, but I just don't look at the recent draft history, especially if you look, let's say, back to 2017, which was the most recent draft where you really loaded up with picks, with a lot of picks, and how few hits you came out of that draft with those picks. I mean, how you literally cut a 3rd-round wide receiver that year who didn't even get on the football field, Amara Darboh. So you're right. They could turn it into more picks. I just don't have trust in those turned picks. And I do not think AB is better than Julio, Seahawks Network. So that's not me. I think Julio is better. David Hyde, status and outlook of Darrell Taylor. Already so pumped for the season. Go Hawks. You should be, David. This is going to be a special year. I can just feel it. Look, I liked Darrell Taylor coming out in the respect of I saw a guy that wasn't going to be a slow developmental pass rusher, or let's say was missing some twitchiness that LJ Collier was missing the year before, which I knew was going to hold back LJ. I did not see that same kind of outlook for Darrell Taylor. On his film, he was a guy with quick first step and easy bend. He can get very low off the ground while rounding the arc in his pass rush. And those two things, when you pair those two things together as a pass rusher coming out of college, you can usually get very quick production on the football field once you get on the football field, which we know is the big key for Darrell Taylor here. So if he gets on the football field and he's allowed to have some pass rush reps, I would expect him to win in those reps because that bend is close to being special and that get off is close to being special. It won't be refined out the gate, but decent production. A 5-6 type sack here, David, is what I would probably place for him. The key with him is going to be injury, though. And David, when we just recently had a press conference with Coach Carroll and Taylor both, Taylor said, it's going to always be with me. What does that mean? His injury's always going to be with me. The leg doesn't work quite as well as it once did, and it's always going to be a problem. And then Coach Carroll saying, well, they asked Carroll, they say, is he fully healthy? He says, well, we're going to operate like it is. What kind of answer is that? You're going to operate like it is? We're going to go into battle. We've got the battlefield is filled with enemy troops, and they're all firing at us, and we've got a bullet flying past our ears. We're going to operate like we're not going to get shot. So you see how that, I don't like that wording that Carroll used. And then he phrased another phrasing on the back of it saying, maybe it's just wishful thinking. How are we at a point of you thinking maybe it's wishful thinking that Darrell Taylor's ready to go and 100% healthy now, a year and a half after he had that surgery? Unless there are some issues still kind of below the surface here. I hope not. It's just I was hoping that in both of their two conferences that they had, that they could have instilled a little bit more confidence in that leg. But if he gets on the field, David, he will be productive. Quantum entanglement, says Randall. That's right. Uh, that's awesome. Clay Melton, trade is probably already in place, just waiting for June 2nd. Could be that. Yeah, probably, Clay. I do expect it to be going down within the next week because of the factor of the trade first deadline coming up, specifically being the driving force here. The price will only go down for Atlanta if they try to hold out on this one. It will. So I agree with you. Something's probably coming down here sooner than later. GoHawks 2021 says, watching this offseason a lot more than usual. Asked about Carson going down. Yes, there's Penny and Homer. You comfortable with the options? I'm not. No depth at linebacker, running back, or center. I am in agreement with you on the last part, GoHawks 2021, and that those are the three positions where maybe you are a little bit light on. The reason I don't get as worried about with running back, I've related this a little bit to last season. I think at any point in time where you need to, you can go make a trade for a running back. And he's even a decently talented running back. You could go make a trade for a guy like a Melvin Gordon with the Broncos, let's say, if you absolutely had some injury decimation type situation go on. Or we saw this last year where at the start of the season, you had a guy in Leonard Fournette who was put on the waiver wire. You could have gone out and gotten Leonard Fournette on a 1-year, $4 million deal with not having to give up any trade, not having to give any trade capital whatsoever. Just go out and pluck him from the Jaguars. That was there to be had if Seattle would have wanted to do that. So I think that there's always going to be kind of a running back available and out there on the market if you get pressed and need one. It's one of the reasons why it's a depressed position in the league, because it's one that tends to be one you can go out there and find guys out on the open market at any kind of given set time. Is it an issue right now with the depth? Yeah, you're right. I don't feel great with Penny or DJ Dallas, or not Penny, but I don't feel great with DJ Dallas or Travis Homer getting any kind of significant carries or snaps on this football team. But I think that there's just bigger fish to fry. And again, I depress the position a little bit more, I think, than other people do, because I think the talent level is pretty commiserately close to each other at the end of the day. 312 says Julio was overrated and at his prime. I don't know, man. Walk me through that. Walk me through him being overrated in his prime. His prime is he gets 104 catches in 2014, 1,600 yards. 2015, 136 catches and 1,871 yards. 2016, 83 catches, 1,400 yards. 2017, 88 catches, 1,444 yards. 2018, 113 catches, 1,677 yards. Walk me through that one, my man. How is that overrated? Flag Sabbath, if we trade for anyone, I'd rather have Fletcher Cox all day, every day. Charles Kim, thank you for subscribing, Charles. I appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you so much. Certainly would be great to have Fletcher Cox, Flab, and I don't think I would disagree with you, and maybe that would be more of an impactful guy to bring along. Are we sure that Fletcher Cox is even available, though? Are we sure that Philadelphia is not in a win-now approach moment, and that seems to be where that they're landing at? And I'm not so sure that Fletcher is even going to be out there available to be had. Comes down to availability. It's a little bit flag like I've talked to a few people on the stream here today that have been, I would rather have the offensive line addressed. Don't disagree with them. Don't disagree with them at all. It just comes down to availability. Julio Jones is available right now. He is out there to go get traded for. Atlanta is listening to offers. The Indianapolis Colts aren't listening to any offers for Quentin Nelson, right? Like the grid linemen that could be upgrades for us aren't to be had. They're not available. And so you got to kind of just deal with what is and what is the reality. And right now, offensive linemen are a little valued as far as just not a lot of them to be able to be had. So you just got to kind of, to me, this is a case of this is a place we can upgrade. Maybe it's not the ideal place we'd like to upgrade, but it is an upgrade nonetheless. And for a positional grouping that is one of the more important position units on your entire football club. John Robinson says, if not Julio, but a defensive veteran of his ilk, who should we get? I hope Fletcher Cox gets released. Well, if Fletcher Cox got released, I would be all over him. Make no mistake about it. I would definitely love to get me some Fletcher Cox. It could be interesting to take a look at a guy like Stephon Gilmore if he was to be released. He might be a guy that you could bring back in at a relatively okay cost. He would jump out to me a little bit. I don't have a lot of guys that I think are going to be I don't think we're going to get as much of a Bloody Monday type June 1st approach here where, you're just seeing a deluge of players released out on the market at that time. I think a lot of teams have the June 1st thing over the last couple of years has sort of been taken back from what it was 10 or 15 years ago, where it was that sort of bloody day for veterans across the league. And I don't think it's going to be that way necessarily this year. But Fletcher, if he's available, would be a guy I would take a look at. Stephon Gilmore, another guy there. I don't think there's a lot of other guys that I can say that jump out to me when I looked at the list of guys who potentially could be made available. I don't see a lot just because I think there's so many teams that are still going to try to compete next year and compete to win, not just say we're out this season. Let's, like I said earlier, bring this down to the studs. Go Oxo 5, Brandon. Have you checked out Jupiter's Legacy on Netflix? I highly recommend it. Super easy to binge watch. I will check it out. I have not watched a lot recently, so I'm always open to some suggestions. So I'll take a look. Leland Kimball. How you doing, Leland? He says, I like first to trade for more picks in the second, third, or fourth, where Seattle typically hits on players. I love your content. Rock on. Thank you, Leland. I appreciate you. And I can get where you're coming from. Certainly in the second round, Seattle has been usually really money in that territory of things. Second round has been just a great spot for them. And they've had some history. I mean, even recently, I got to acknowledge the DK Metcalf trade to move back up into the top of the second round was built upon you having a couple of extra more picks. So you've had some success with that. And I'm open to collecting picks and having more swings at it. And I understand that the analytics will tell you that it actually is the best way to draft, is nobody technically has figured out this drafting game really. And at the end of the day, the best prerequisite that you could ask for is to just get as many picks as you can possibly get your fingers on. Doesn't matter where those picks come in, just get as many as you can grab. So there is a lot of thinking man's theory behind this, Leland, and going in that route of it. And I'm not a guy that always wants to move off from first round picks all the time or just trade away. This year and this last year and a half has been a little bit of a special circumstance, in my opinion, in the realm of you usually aren't dealing in a place of trying to keep a franchise quarterback who's been with you for 10 years happy so that you can keep him paired up with you for the next 10 years or the next 8 years or how much ever long, Russell Wilson has to continue to play this football game. So that's driven a little bit more of the situation from a standpoint of making it a little more frantic, of making it a little more dire. And I'll acknowledge that. But normally you wouldn't be in this kind of situation with dealing with the everything, the stakes being elevated like they have to the degree that they've been elevated. And that's what's made this a little bit of a different situation, I think, recently. But I get where you're coming from, Leland. And thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Clay Melton, Falcons won't take any money. They can't even sign their draft class until Julio is traded. Makes sense. Makes sense. I can get where they're coming from with that. Just do you says, do you think we get Julio? I think that the chances are not likely good we get him just do you, because I would think there's probably going to be some team that gives up a first round pick in this upcoming year's draft. I don't think there's been a team yet that's given up a first round pick in the 2022 draft, but I think some team, just my gut instinct says some team's going to get wild with it and make that deal with it. I don't know. I just got a kind of a gut on that one. I'm not sure though, but no, we're probably about a 35% chance that he would land in Seattle, approximately. Mm-hmm. Timothy Carrig, do we really give a damn one way or another? Nope. Did I miss something there, Timothy? Clay says what a first round pick is worth is draft class dependent. They are all different. I do think that number one picks are much more crucial in the top 10. Agreed. That's where I've kind of put him. And that usually it's top 10, top 15 players are usually separators from the rest of the class. And then there's that next mark. So it's kind of like, I like to look at it through Clay as like it's sort of like a tier system, tier 1, 0 through 15, and then tier 2, 16 through, approximately about 50 or so. 50, 55 tends to be where it lands. And you're right, it's dependent, different drafts, different talent base in that realm of things. This year, for instance, I think it was a little drawn back because you had less players entering into this draft than usual years, which made it a little bit harder. And of course, the lack of the games to go off of last year, the players opting out, made it a little bit tougher for this one, which would made me more on board with giving up picks, only having 3 picks. This is the draft to do it in. Whereas next year's draft is a little bit fuller, that's for sure. In Nichols, we got Julio 2.0 with DK. We need a premier running back or Russ will get murdered like he has since 2015. I don't know how a premier running back keeps Russ from getting murdered, because a premier running back doesn't help you in pass protection. And again, in Nichols, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with folks saying we need a better offensive line. If you went and looked at my videos at the start of this offseason, I said this. I said the priority of this offseason is the Seattle Seahawks to rebuild the offensive line and make that the priority first and foremost. Number one. So I was on board with doing that. The Seattle Seahawks have determined that meant we're going to go get Gabe Jackson and we're going to draft Stone Forsythe in the 6th round and call it a day. Would I have gone a little bit stronger than that on the offensive line at the start of this offseason? You bet your bottom dollar I would have, but that's not the place that they've gone. That's not how they've chosen to build this roster. So we have to sort of deal with the reality of what is. And the reality of what is that there is not an offensive lineman available out there on the market, just dangling low for us to go out there and pluck instead of going after Julio, to go take the resources you'd give up for Julio and to go get an offensive lineman instead. There's not that guy to go do that with. Same thing is true for the running back position. There's not that guy to go do that with the running back position. Not to mention the fact you brought back Chris Carson here, so you sort of made your bed with your starting running back. Matthias says, I bet my San Francisco friend that the Seahawks will finish better in playoffs or regular seasons than the 49ers. Easy money. You can already start cashing that check, Matthias. You can already start cashing that check. And Nichols says Julio will go to New England or Tampa to chase a ring. He's not going to Tampa Bay. And Nichols, they signed Antonio Brown. They've got Mike Evans, Godwin there. They drafted a receiver in Durden. No, he's not going to Tampa Bay. Maybe New England though. New England is a possibility. Leland says, do you see Julio as a wide receiver number 2 or 3 with Seattle? I think some of it gets dictated, Leland, by what the opposition does here. Because you're going to get certain oppositions like the Rams that are going to, have their top number 1 corner travel with DK. And then that does de facto make him a number 2 receiver in that realm. You're then going to have those defensive schemes that do like the old Seattle Seahawks approach with Richard Sherman, which is to keep their cornerback onto one side of the football field. Well, then at that point, there will be times that he will then garner essentially the number 1 cornerback, which I guess is what would dictate, a guy being a number 2 or number 3, in my opinion, really. I mean, we can maybe base it on production. But I could see him getting a similar number of targets to even a guy like DK at that point, that them being balanced off against each other, relatively speaking. DK probably get a little bit more, which again would push him down into number 2 status a little bit. But it's very much at that point parsing between things that are very close together. Year in the life of Xfinity, Joe 1. Julio's not going to Seattle. Stop being greedy. No, I want to be greedy. A year in the life. We're greedy here on this channel. Greed, to quote Michael Douglas in Wall Street, for lack of a better word, greed is good. GoWaxo5 says, I generally think Julio would take over the number 1 wide receiver role. He might. He's a good player. I mean, this guy's sensational production over the last 8-9 years. Amazing production. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that it could happen. That is for sure. Andre Masmanian, do you think we will end up in the NFC West? Do you think he'll end up in the NFC West? No, I think he's more likely, Andre, to end up in the AFC. I think Atlanta's still in the go for it now approach. They're trying to win over the next couple of years, and you don't go far with that by trading one of the best wide receivers within your own conference to teams that you're going to have to end up playing. So he probably most likely ends up in the AFC. TSR Video says Titans will get Julio, sadly. That's my front runner for him as well, TSR. I think they're the front runner for the services. That was when I was going to live stream a couple hours ago. That was where they were kind of standing out as the front of the line on that. They've got the ballsy coach you'll be all in on going for it. They've got the need with the wide receiver position. So it does make sense. In Nickel says, spread the wealth. In Nickel says, first down and second down run. Third down, everyone knows we're passing, or run a draw and get stuffed. AJ Harris says, I don't think he makes a difference. We're still going to run it on third and four. Maybe. I think it's going to be hard not to have it make a difference when Coach Carroll's seeing how much of an effect it has in the football field when he lets it flow. So, he had a reason to dial back last year as the interceptions came up, as the Seahawks offense was unable to do any adjustments. It gave Coach Carroll all the reason he was probably already looking for to dial back the kitchen and Russ's cooking and to get this thing more into a conservative state. I think if he's got a Julio game changer out on the outside and he sees them running up and down the field on teams, which I think you would do a lot of against certain teams, I think you're going to see a lot more throwing of the football. In Nichols is also a good solid running back, keeps linebackers honest and not blitzing. Russ was blitzed almost 60% of dropbacks. I don't know if I agree with that at all. I don't think that a good running back necessarily stops teams from blitzing one way or another. You can always run blitz or whatever. I don't know on that. That offensive line dictates really whether or not you're good at that. A lot of the reasons that teams blitzed us was there's some other deeper reasons than just a lack of running back to me on that. I don't know. I'd need to see some data to kind of back that up. I think in Nichols, I can be convinced of it that a running back makes that much of a benefit to pass protection, but I don't know that I completely see that as being true either. Especially if we're talking about it in relation to the effect an offensive line has in pass protection or upgrading an offensive line. If you got the chance to upgrade a center or go for an upper level running back, to me, I go for the center instead. Shannon Hicks says the Jaguars were also interested in Julio, especially after they heard the Seahawks were. Yeah, certainly. Right, Shannon? Talk about, we just need another team who's going to copy every one of our moves, take all of our coaches, just like, go away, Urban. Find somebody else to hump. God, he's like all over Carroll's nuts. It's like, geez, dude. Gets old. Like, we had a coach leave. They took one of our coaches there recently this week. Like, what's going on? Trying to create the Seahawks South down there? Joshua Romero says, do you think the Ravens have a chance of getting Julio? Probably more of a long chance on that one, in my opinion. I don't know where they're at as far as their cap goes, but I think they're pretty close on their cap. And they tend to value their picks a little bit more in that realm of things, especially if it's going to cost a first-round pick to get him. But they certainly would be in it. They have a need at receiver, so they would be in it, I would think. June 32nd, what do you realistically think the Hawks' chances to make the Super Bowl are if we get Julio? I think we're right there with Tampa Bay as far as the front runners in the NFC to get to the Super Bowl at that point. You're neck and neck with Tampa Bay. It's hard to put me above Tampa Bay because they brought all their guys back this offseason. They didn't take any step back, and they won a Super Bowl last year. So to make the prediction that they drop back, it's hard to do that at that point. With that said, you're going to provide a better, bigger challenge to them this year than Green Bay did last year, in my opinion. You'll have a better, overall, more talented roster to be able to push them harder. It's neck and neck as to who's ahead, but you certainly have as good a chance as anybody at that point to be considered the favorite. It's 1 and 1A if you're talking about Tampa Bay and Seattle at that point if you get Julio. And you could probably catch me on the right confident type of day where I'd say, oh no, we're far and away the number one. Especially if Julio stays healthy. That would be a big key of it as well. Clay at Melton says Julio goes to New England, Titans, or Cleveland? Can't see Cleveland unless Cleveland's looking to put in OBJ in the package back to Atlanta, which then kind of offsets the whole reasoning behind them dumping the salary of Julio in the first place. But New England Titans, I could see it. GoHawks05 says, what do I think Russ is telling Julio? He's saying, Julio? He says, yeah, you're going to come to Seattle. We're going to win a Super Bowl. You're going to live in the best organization. You're going to be treated better than you've ever been treated in your life. You're going to live like a king up here. You're going to eat salmon every day and crab legs, and it's going to be awesome. And Julio's like, yeah, but I'm from the South. I mean, isn't it really like rain a lot? He's like, Russ, like it's sunny here most of the year. He starts lying to him. It's really like 80 degrees, like 90% of the days here, Julio. We just tell everybody that it's wet. So, but he's saying, look, we're going to feature you. I'm going to get you, I'll get you your touches. We'll take care of you. We'll elongate out your career because you're not going to be expected to do as much coming to a deep receiving core. You're going to finally get a chance to truly go out there and get a Super Bowl. You know, I'm all in. You know, DK's all in. We've got the team stacked up to do this. You know, is there a better team you're going to go to? Do you think you've got a better chance with Tennessee? Do you think you got a better chance with New England? No, hell no. Your best chance is right here. Come get your best chance with the, with the sunset of your career approaching you. That would be what I would be saying. And Nichols, appreciate your platform 12s. Love. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Nichols. 312 says, JB, did Baltimore is so overhyped? Why do they need him to target him 4 times a game? I think you were saying Julio Jones, I think. Yeah, I can't see him doing that. They run the ball too much. Andrew says, to be honest, I don't believe Julio will be happy in a run-heavy offense like the Titans or with Cam, so I could see him going to Seattle. Yeah, I can't see him. I mean, the weird one in New England is to go to New England with Cam. I mean, Cam's not going to be able to feature him well with his arm, I wouldn't think. And again, Titans, man, they run the ball so much. How many touches are you getting there, especially with A.J. Brown already there? But I don't know if also Andrea, if really touches are as important to him at this point. He's put up his stats. He's put up his numbers. He's going to the Hall of Fame with what he's done in his career. It's really now about legacy, which is really about winning and getting that Super Bowl trophy. So it's probably more of the importance to him. I don't know him. I don't know where he stands on that, but I would think that's probably more of what's important to him at this point. L.A. Clark, excuse me, but is anyone else super excited for a packed, sold-out Lumen Field again with fans? I am, yeah. It's not the same. A Seattle stadium without fans is just not the same. We lose as much as anybody in the entire NFL and the entire nation when our fans are not in the stadium. I mean, and our players have had to lose a little bit of juice from that as well. Peyton Johnson says, do you think the Colts could get Julio? They've got the salary cap space to do so. That's where they get to be a little bit of the equalizer from that standpoint of things. And they've got the draft capital to get it done as well. They've shown a willingness, recent history, Peyton, with DeForest Buckner, in that they will trade a first-round pick for a player. So do they have a willingness to do it? Yeah. They've not been connected to him at all. So that's the one place where there's been no word of the Colts being in on this at all. And frankly, the Colts have had a very weird offseason in general. They had a lot of money to spend. They didn't do anything in free agency. They've not really been super aggressive outside of the Wentz trade when you would have thought they would have been, in the realm of they've been building a relatively good roster that seems really close with the rest of the NFC. But they sort of kind of did a little bit of what Seattle's done in recent years at times with that. We've got a 2 and a 3 year plan and we're going to kind of stick to it, as opposed to concentrating on the today, on the now, and the going for it full whole hog in the moment. They catch me as that being that way a little bit in their approach. YDY says, watch Jamal Adams play the last 4 years and then say he is bad in coverage. You simply lack good football IQ and are just repeating lazy national takes based off an injured 2020 season. Poor scheme. I agree with you there, YDY. I agree with you there. I do not think Jamal Adams struggles in coverage. I think last year he struggled in coverage. There was a lot of reasons for that. Coming to a new scheme that was completely 100% different from the one he'd basically been running in New York up until that point. The fact that he was dealing with a myriad of injuries, the fact that, as you point to, his recent career has shown he's been good in coverage, the fact that the Seahawks had him at times covering wide receivers and deep in open space, which is not normally what you're going to ask a strong safety to do. Normally, you're not going to ask a strong safety to cover Julian Edelman 50 yards up the field, or Stephon Diggs on a key third down play, or Cooper Kupp 40 yards down the field in a playoff game. Normally you're not going to ask your strong safety to do that, but we did. I don't think that that's going to be something that they're going to duplicate again this year. AJ Harris says, so does our available cap space allow this and still get an offensive line like Moses, or does Russ or Bobby need to restructure their contracts to make this happen? You would need them to restructure to make this happen, AJ. It's not going to be able to, even right now, we'd have to do something beyond this to get him here. You only have $7 million of cap space, and you've got to fit in $15 million of his contract this season to make it work. Team 24 Momo artists. All I know is if we get Julio, KJ's not coming back 100%. Well, I mean, if KJ doesn't come back, but you're able to bring Julio in here, I think you feel okay with that, right? Team 12 and 24. I mean, do you want to let Julio be the thing that, KJ be the thing that keeps you from going after Julio? I say this a little bit in the realm of, I like Marquise Blair, but I don't want Marquise Blair is not going to be the thing that keeps me from bringing in Julio Jones. If that's the piece that needs to be added, if the loss of KJ Wright and what his contract would add has got to be lost in order to bring in a guy like Julio, then I make that decision and I'm okay with it. Clay Melton, great show and content from a Falcons fan. Oh, thank you, Clay. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming on here. I love having all the fans come in here from other teams, man. It always gives us some good perspective, We love to swim in our waters of Homer waters here a little bit deep, so it does help having a different perspective. Livingston, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. GoHawks05 says, let me tell you something. It rains all the time in Alabama. Julio would be used to a life in the rain. Yeah. Well, and if you're polishing off your Super Bowl trophy with that rainwater, maybe it's just okay. Maybe it's not so cold. Maybe it's not so wet. Everything's a little drier when you got that Super Bowl trophy in your back pocket. Seattle is the only team with a good cap space in 2021 in the NFC West. Seattle seems in the best shape to fit Julio. Twitter is now saying Tennessee will not get into a bidding war for Julio. Well, let's do it, Seattle. Let's get into the bidding war. I'm ready. I got my little card to raise. 1 to the 5 to the Seattle. Seattle got 35. Seattle got second round pick from Seattle. Seattle got second round pick. Do I got second round pick? More second round picks? Seattle's offering more second round pick. No. We got Philadelphia coming in with a second round pick and third round pick. Seattle, do you offer 2 second round picks? Oh, Seattle's offering 2 second round picks. Seattle going to the Seattle Seahawks. It's not going to cost 2 second round picks. It won't be that. It won't cost that much. Ambry says, where do you think Julio wants to go? I don't think that he has an absolute certain destination that he wants to be moved to, Andrew. I think he just wants to go to a Super Bowl contending team. I think he knows Atlanta's not a Super Bowl contending team. And he knows he only got a couple more years. And so that's probably a little bit more of where he's leaning towards, So it's probably a couple teams that he's wanting to go to, and being a team that's got probably a good Hall of Fame type quarterback, a great offense that can let him shine and then let him also go win a Super Bowl potentially. I think that's probably the main prerequisite he's looking for. Go Hawks 05, bro. Julio gets like 0 red zone targets. That ain't happening here. Yeah, I don't hold the lack of red zone targets for Julio or lack of touchdowns in his career. And it's again, go watch the guy in the football field and tell me that he doesn't add to your offense. You can get caught up on what a guy doesn't do too often, I think, in the NFL, rather than just getting caught up in what the guy does do. And a guy like that, who when he's healthy is going to give me 1,400 yards and 80 catches, I can make that work. I'll find my touchdowns in other places. You know what I mean? Like I can balance that off in other spots. Michael Smut, just got to say, you've gotten over like 100 subscribers since the stream started. Congrats, man. Hey, thank you. I'm about to blush over here, Michael. Like, it has been legit. Like, we got more subscribers in this stream, I think, than any other stream I've ever run today. I don't know why, but today was the one that, like, you guys killed it. Absolutely killed it today in an awesome way. Thank you so much for all that support, all the new subscribers out there. You guys, I give you a big air hug over here. I'm giving you a big air hug. Seahawks rain, let's go already. Ready for the Seahawks. Thanks, Hawks Nest, for all the awesome videos. Oh, thank you, Seahawks rain. Appreciate you watching. Chandler Williams. Hey, first time listener here. Well, welcome on in, Chandler. Glad to have you aboard. I've got a friend who works for the Seahawks, and what he has heard is that Julio is favoring Seattle more than anywhere else, but the Falcons like offers from others more. Very interesting, Chandler. Thank you for coming in with some inside tidbits. I always love inside sources on the stream. Well, that would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense. I mean, you talk about what are the teams we know that are probably out there making offers? New England, Tennessee, Philadelphia. We know right now, I think we can certainly say, we've heard Rams are out. It's going to be hard for the Niners to get this done. Those teams have already made their bed with giving up their first round picks in recent history. They don't have the draft capital to really get it done to bring him into the mix here. But you have in Seattle, of all those teams that are out there lurking around for Julio Jones, that's the best place for him to go. That's the best spot for him to potentially go get a Super Bowl of those given teams if the Rams are out. If none of these other top dog teams are in, like the Chiefs. That is for sure. So it would make a lot of sense, Chandler, as to why we would be more favored by him at that point. And then it comes down to, okay, well then how does that play out? Can he force the hand a little bit of this situation to tell these teams, I don't care if you want me there badly. I don't want to go there. I want to go here. We saw this a little bit with the Jadeveon Clowney situation. Tito Brazy, thank you for subscribing. With the Jadeveon Clowney situation, there was a trade on the table to go to the Miami Dolphins. Jadeveon could have gotten traded to the Miami Dolphins at that time when he was with Houston. Probably would have gotten paid every last dollar and red penny that he could have wanted to be paid. But he said, nah, I don't want to go there. Cash Parker, thank you for subscribing. He said, I don't want to go to Miami. You're going to send me to Seattle. And guess what? Houston ended up sending him to Seattle. He had a chance at that point, despite seemingly having no leverage to dictate that situation, yet dictated it. Yet found a way to dictate to where he wanted to go. And if we are able to get Julio Jones in this situation, and it is driven by the fact he wants to come play in Seattle, we now going to continue to now bring back out that old trope that everyone said we need to retire, which is that Seattle isn't a destination location. It most certainly is a destination location. Does it always get you discounts on players? No. But does it give you certain select players at times who will want to go to play for you because they know you're a Super Bowl type contending team, you're a team going for it, you're a team with the pedal to the floor every single year, doing whatever you can? I think that does drive that type of atmosphere and create that type of opening for certain players like this. And it would be great to see it happen in this situation. And one of the reasons why I can't say you can just say, well, there's no chance Seattle gets him. There's no way this deal happens. Well, we're set at wide receiver. No, when you're this kind of destination location, when you're favored in this way, when you treat your players the way that the Seattle organization treats them, you can be a landing spot for players like this, man. That's the upshot of operating like that. Clay Melton says Julio was almost never on the field in the red zone in Atlanta. Oh, that's interesting, Clay. Clay, why would they not use him as much? And part of I've heard the reasoning from some Falcon fans, Clay, was that Matt Ryan didn't throw as well, like the type of ball would be good for Julio down there, being like, the fade ball down to the end zone that just wasn't in Matt's tool bag as much. I don't know if that's the case or not. I haven't watched as much to know. Chandler Williams, let's also point out that Julio will not only elevate the efficiency of Lock and DK, not to mention the run game will be opened up. That's part of what I was factoring to too, Chandler, is I think you're going to force defenses into cover 2 situations, into Tampa Bay 2 cover situations where they're running those 2 safeties to the deep field, right? That's going to keep them from bringing that safety into the box, specifically the strong safety into the box is the 8th defender, which will help the run game at that point, in my opinion. That will open that up and open that thing up in that realm, in my opinion. So it will help the running game out. And I agree with you. It helps in the efficiency. You can load balance the snaps a little bit easier at that point, Chandler. And again, we've seen the last 2 years, 2019, 2020, the receiver corps has gotten a little beat up over that time. They weren't exactly at their most healthy by the end of the season. They weren't at their most talented point by the end of the season. And that memory of Malik Turner having that key drop in 2019 in Lambeau Field as you're driving down the field for the game-winning score, that memory just seems to just get stuck right here on this side of my brain, just stuck up in my craw a little bit. I can't knock it free as easily, Seahawks Network says all the subs are a sign. Julio is sending all the Falcon fans. Oh, and sending over all the Falcon fans. Come on down, Julio. Come on down, Julio. You want this to happen. We want this to happen. Russ wants it to happen. The universe wants it to happen. You're going to hate Tennessee. You'll hate New England. You want to play for Belichick? You want to play for that hard ass? That lack of fun? That wet blanket? No. Come to where the excitement is. Come to where the grandeur lies. Come, Julio, to Seattle. GoHawks05 says Atlanta's been my number 2 team for all these years because of Julie Goat. Now he's going to be on my top team. You're going to be celebrating as much as any of us then, huh? Go Hawks. Chandler, you're getting everybody hyped here in the chat. Your boy Michael says, Chandler, if you're lying, I'm going to cry. Team 24, Ellie Clark, Clay Melton says, keynote, Julio doesn't have a no-trade clause. That is a keynote. He can maybe potentially say that he'll make life unfun for whatever organization he gets traded to, or he wants a new contract. He could say that. There's some ways he could sabotage potentially a trade to a different team. But I do think you're right. At the end of the day, Clay, is that Atlanta comes to the Julio and they say, look, you're forcing your way out of town. That means you don't get to dictate to us which team you go to. We will not send you to a horrific organization that isn't winning. We'll send you a winning organization, but you don't get to dictate the exact organization that you get to go to. I could certainly see that being the way that this does play out. When everything kind of, shakes free. Emmanuel Mendehane finally made a stream. Cousin died in Seattle 2 weeks ago, so I've been with the clan. I am sorry to hear about that, Emmanuel, and welcome and hello to one of my patrons. I appreciate you, and sorry to hear about the passing of your cousin. A lot of people, we had D-Boy in on the chat recently, Emmanuel. He just lost his father. It's been a tough time for a lot of folks out there in this last year. It seems like a lot of folks have passed. Love what you do, Brandon. Hey, thank you, Emmanuel. And I appreciate all your support over there on Patreon and then every time coming in the chat. But keep your head up. I hope everything's good with the clan and kin and everybody's doing okay. Leland Kimball says Schneider is a salary cap guru. He is. He is. And if anybody can make a salary work and find a way to fit it in, he can do it. It's the guy that got the Texans to pay half of Jadeveon Clowney's salary. This is the guy that's added all these voidable years on these contracts this offseason, from guys like Gerald Everett to Ethan Posick to Kyrie Hyder, down on the line to Benson Mayowa. Everybody, he's put these voidable years in to squeeze that many more players underneath the salary cap this offseason. And I applaud his efforts for doing so because he's going for it. He's all in. Every one of his chips is being pushed into the middle of the table, which is exactly what this trade would be. More along of the same lines of what you've been doing, driving towards where you've already been driving. You're already going down this road, John. You're already 5 miles over that speed limit, cooking down that road. Just stay on the road. Don't take the exit now. We're already almost there. We're already almost to Disneyland. We're already almost to Lombardi Town. Stay on. Hit that gas. Let's go. Matthias says, keep the live stream streak of signing key free agents during the live stream, like Dunlap, Everett, and Gabe Jackson. Yeah, for you folks in the live stream, we've had some recent success on my live streams where I would go live and then we have a signing or trade happen right when I go live. So Dunlap, Everett, Gabe, all happened when I was right in the middle of me being on a live stream. It was fantastic. I was hoping maybe that would happen today, Matthias. If I went live with some of what I was already seeing and rolling around on the news items, I was like, maybe today we can keep this going. Tap into this. And then it would be like a power, right, Matthias? I knew I could tap into it anytime I needed to. Like whenever we need a player, just go to the live stream and go live. Clay says, Julio frequently took himself out down there, tired maybe. He got them down there a lot. Could be incompetent coordinators, had plenty. It happened a lot, though. It did. It was it's a weird thing that went on, but it's been kind of through all the years there too, Clay. And if he wasn't just so damn productive and efficient in between the 20s, outside of the red zone, I maybe would have it as be more of an issue for me. But when you just see that productivity, especially recently, I was surprised as much as anything, Clay, because you hear the narrative out there from folks telling me that he's cooked prior to me kind of looking at his stats and what he's done over the last few years. And then when you look at it a little deeper and you go, well, Nate, no, he actually plays a lot of the football games. If you look through the last 4 years, he started at least 15 of those games. That's pretty good, So I was shocked by that when I saw how well he had done from a productivity standpoint. And I don't think that the touchdown things is something to be, worried about. I bet his touchdowns go up with Russell Wilson. I wouldn't be surprised to see him have the most touchdowns receiving for a season in his career with Russell Wilson in his first year out the gate, just because Russell's so good at that, getting those guys in the positions to make those touchdown catches, especially those big bodies. June 32nd, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. I legit think I got over 100 subscriptions in this stream. This has been amazing. June 32nd says, so do you think Julio has enough power to tell Atlanta no if they want to send him somewhere he doesn't want to go? He could if he did something like this June 32nd. So let me play it out if I'm Julio and I get the call. Okay, Atlanta calls me and says, hey, it's Dimitriov. Julio, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What up, man? You got me traded yet? Am I out of here yet? Are you still holding me to this fucking fire that I don't want to be in? Yeah, we're working on the trade, Julio. We're working on it. We got a deal done with New England. We're going to send you out in England. Man, I'm not going to play for Bill Belichick. Get out of here. No. Well, you don't have much to say. We got a no trade clause. So you don't have the no trade clause. We can put you to anybody that we want to trade you to. That was the whole reason with you getting paid the money you got paid last time. We gave you every last dollar you could. You got the no trade clause thing. It had to go in. The trade clause is not a part of it. Well, that's great. Good for you guys on that. That's wonderful to hear that you guys negotiated that last time. Here's what I got to say to that. New England's going to now pay me a new contract. They're going to pay me now $20 million per year. I want a 4-year deal, $20 million. I want $50 million guaranteed. When you've got that deal, you go ahead and call me back. Anything outside of that deal, I will be holding out all the way through the year. Click. Now, what's to hold him out from doing that? Now, Atlanta can sit there and say, well, to hell with you. We'll just hold on to you. But if the difference in draft allocation is not that big of a difference between what Seattle's offering versus this other team he doesn't want to go to, and thank you, Donnie Yes, for subscribing. Appreciate you. Well, if that's the case, and if the draft capital is close, and Atlanta's like, this is a headache that we don't want to deal with anymore. We don't want to wait this situation out for him to eventually come to Jesus. We don't want to hold out hope that he eventually wraps his head around. He doesn't have any other options but to take New England, or it's nothing else. And New England certainly is not going to want to make that trade if they know that he's going to hold out. So does it make it a likelihood that he's going to pull that ticket? Maybe not, but maybe also the guy's at the end of his career and he says, I want to dictate where I got to go. I got drafted by Atlanta. I've been in Atlanta my whole career. How about I get an option as to where I get to go now? How about I get to go and pick my spot? So, yeah. Manuel Manhain, sorry for D-Boy's passing. Losing lives is hard. Thinking of his family. Me too, man. I hope, D-Boy, if you're listening, man, hearts and prayers are out with you, buddy. I hope you're doing good and hanging in out over there. Hanging in. And your boy Michael says they could do that, or Julio can just tell the other team he will not play for them and he wants to come to Seattle. Yeah. I mean, there is a little bit of, he doesn't have all the leverage in this situation, that's for sure. And certainly Atlanta does hold kind of the cards at the end of the day here. But it's not that he's also in a position of being completely powerless in that sense either. Seahawks Network says, what do you offer on Patreon? I'm seriously considering contributing. I'm going to start writing articles over there, Seahawks Network. So I'll just be doing more of some articles and stuff. Admittedly, I haven't done a ton over there lately. I was going to do some of my scouting videos over there and just have it set up for that. But I'm going to do more, I think, articles and whatnot over there as I go along. Your boy Michael, if Julio gets traded to us, I'm going to the channel immediately. Oh, I'll be going live. If we get a trade coming down the pike, you will know I will be live, folks. I don't care if it's 1 a.m. I don't care if it's 2:30 at night. I'll get a notification come up on my phone. Lights, camera, action, we're live, and we are going to revel. We're going to pop bottles of champagne. All right? It's going to be something else. Dim Jobs, why would Julio go to Seattle? Gloomy and boring city, just like the Seahawks offense. He would want to come to a huge market like San Francisco with the best young quarterback in the NFL. Why would he want to come play for a rookie quarterback who's very inaccurate? That's not going to appeal to him. As well as, like, have you seen San Francisco lately? With the poo streets? You guys, your streets are full of poo. You got literally a website you guys create for the poo on your streets. And you're going to talk to me about Seattle being a gloomy city? Yeah, at least we don't have turds all over the place. Say what you will about the rain. Your boy Michael says you started the stream at 4.31 and you're at 4.35. Okay. Kicking ass, man. Taking names. Love it. Clay, Julio is going to want a huge contract. He didn't get halfway through this contract before he wanted a new one. He just missed 7 games and often plays hurt. He's out of the game at critical times. I think we're going to rely on him a little bit less than he's been relied upon in Atlanta as far as from a snap count, Clay, and as far as needing to be that productive on the field. We're not going to need him to be at quintessentially where Julio's been from 2015 to 2019, right? And there's a risk involved here with us trading for him. No doubt about it. He could come in and get injured and we don't get a lot out of him. I do not think he's going to get another contract in this trade, Clay. I think he's going to have to deal with the deal that he's got at the that's on the table, because 3 years, $38 million is pretty much appropriate value for him at this point for a guy at his age with his recent injury history, and as well because you are giving up trade capital in addition to this. So that trade capital makes it to where that equalizes things out. If you're just bringing Julio in off the street, signing him to a free agent contract, you then very well could have to sign him to a bigger deal than the 3-year 38. It'd probably be a 3-year $50 million deal, something like that. But that's not the case. That's not where you're at with him. So I wouldn't expect it to go that way. Go Oxo 5, that friend that works for the Seahawks better be real. Well, I do know, I've got inside sources that do at least know for sure that Russell Wilson has been talking to Julio, that he has been doing the sales job to him. So I do know that much at least. Team 24 Momo says Morgan Moses or Brandon Shell. I think that they're going to be fairly same as far as the equivalent value that they play on the football field next year. I don't think that there's a huge difference between those guys necessarily. Morgan's probably maybe a little bit of a better player. The thing to consider with Morgan is that he had a real outlier year last year where he played really good, but he hadn't been playing as great the previous years prior to that. And if you look at his performative level in those prior years to where Brandon Shell was last year on the football field, it's pretty close. So if it's not a huge upgrade to get Morgan Moses over Shell, maybe it's not a move really worthy of making when you consider that you've got to cut Shell to make it happen, which means you're going to be taking a little bit of dead money hit. And then you're also going to have to sign Morgan Moses to a multi-year deal in addition to that, as opposed to have Shell on a 1-year flyer here right now. The June 32nd, the Pooh Streets. Tim Jobs says, read the comment about me proposing. Andrew Manzane, I already imagine Julio doing the salmon toss. Oh, can't you, Andrew? Just him sitting next to DK showing him how to do it. It's like you got to get him up below the gill, and then you got to clasp behind the fin, and then it's a quick thrust, They even give us a cut up during one of the games, like Julio went down for the first down at Pike Place Market, and you can see him down at Pike Place here with DK Metcalf throwing a fin, and that's awesome. Lance, the last time we traded for a number 11, something special happened. We paid a lot for him, but it put a championship on the mantle, and it was well worth it. Well said, Lance. That's right. That's right. Traded for Percy Harvin, and it got you a Super Bowl trophy. I know many out there will say, oh, the trade wasn't worth it. Didn't get enough back for him. Hey, we got a Super Bowl trophy. Well, whether or not he was the key to that or not, or whether or not he was the reason for that, but that's it's a really underrated point, Lance, not just from the standpoint of being number 11 jersey, but being that you had a great receiving core at that time. Sidney Rice, Golden Tate, Doug Baldwin, Jermaine Kearse. Pretty stacked, right? We're good enough. Good, that's a good enough receiving core, right? You don't need anything else other than that. You're good enough. That's a good enough that you can get the Super Bowl with that, especially being a run-centric ball club with beast mode. But they didn't say at the time that we're good. We've got enough here. No. You went out and got Percy Harvin. You made the trade you didn't need to go make. Did it put you over the top? I don't know. He was pretty important in that Viking game in the regular season to help get us the first round bye. He was pretty important in that Saint game before they went headhunting. He put the nail on the coffin of the Broncos in that Super Bowl kickoff return. Seahawks Network, I watched some Russ film, and he senses a lot of unnecessary pressure and misses wide open receivers. Tetson FN, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Tetson. There was one play versus Dallas where he had a seam and a slant open and Lockett running a hitch. Yes, Seahawks Network, this is a valid point. And I believe it was Kurt Warner, the former Hall of Fame quarterback for the Rams and the Cardinals, did a great breakdown of Russell Wilson last year, showing some of these throws that were being misses and showing this being what he was doing was he was presenting this with the thought process of Russell Wilson's got to do better himself. I've also presented this, that. I've said that there's elements of Russell Wilson's game that he has to take a step forward in. The specific points that I pointed to is he's got to get better pre-snap. Getting better pre-snap is what will lead him post-snap to making the right read and the right decision-making. Throwing with a little bit better anticipation. Not being so in love with the money ball all the time and having to throw the deep shot every time. Some of this, I think, is going to come Seahawks Network from having a more firmer hand at the offensive coordinator position. Having a guy that holds his feet more to that fire of playing more on time. 3-5 step drops being more further implemented into the offense. So I think those things will help. But Russ is going to have to take some responsibility for that too and start to own some more of those elements of his game if he wants to take that step forward in addition. Star Wars 123 says Seattle's the best team in the NFL, 15-2. Do you agree? We get Julio Jones. I got us at 15-2. Sure. I'll put us there, Star Wars. I've got us at right now 13-14 wins without a Julio trade. That's right where I've got us landing on, somewhere between that element of things. So we're pretty close to each other as we stand right now. But I think Julio makes you at least a game or two better and does probably put you into that 15-win range. Tim Jobs in San Francisco over Seattle. Julio wants to come and play for his former offensive coordinator. We've seen no evidence of that, Tim. We've got no evidence of that. I can be convinced of it, but show me the quote where Julio says he wants to go play back with Shanahan. Seahawks Network, and he looked at Lockett running the hitch, looked down at the offensive line and sort of panicked. As soon as he looked down, the seam broke open. I could send you the play on Twitter. No, I believe you on it, Seahawks Network. I saw a lot of those plays myself. He stacked up a ton of those plays to the back half of the schedule. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I do think some of that comes into having a strong-handed offensive coordinator role and somebody that's guiding him to show him, you're missing this, you need to make this, as opposed to just letting him run freelance back there and just do whatever he wants to kind of do. I don't know if that was the case with Schottenheimer, and that's the way he coached Wilson. But I can say this, in his 3 years, I didn't see a huge leap forward in development from Russell Wilson like I was expecting him to do going to a new offensive coordinator. In much the same realm, he just sort of stayed the same player he's kind of always been, if maybe took a little bit of a step forward. But I don't know if that came from Schottenheimer or if him just continuing to develop his game into his 30s and heading into his prime. So I think some of it will help having the new offensive coordinator, but some of it, Seahawks Network, is him going to have to be that he owns his deficiencies and works to try to fix them. Emmanuel May, I've seen that if Seattle trades for Julio, that they can cut him for a $2 million cap after the 2021 season. Why not take that gamble? Yeah, well, you're not on the hook, Emmanuel. The way it works is that the bonus money accelerates onto Atlanta's pocketbook at that point. You're only on the hook at that point, aside from the roster bonus that he does have, which is the $2 million you're talking about that you're on the hook for having hit you. But basically all of the other bonus money comes off of his books at that point. You're only really on the base money hits. So yeah, you don't have any risk from that standpoint to where you can move on from him. And I agree, Emmanuel, that's part of why I like making this move, is it comes out to basically being a 3-year, $38 million deal. First year's hits $15 million, second year hits 11.5, third year hits 11.5. That would be a steal for this type of receiver if he's still relatively reasonably productive at age 33, age 34. So it's a good deal all the way around, even if you're not looking to cut him beyond this year, but you have a lot of flexibility now. You can do this moving forward if it doesn't happen to work out as well. Sorry, one sec, just texting somebody here. Washi says, Brandon, do you live in Seattle like I do? I'm actually right now over in Spokane, Seahawks Network. So I'm over in Eastern Washington at the moment. Rainy Tacos, not sure what makes people think Julio isn't healed. He's a beast and probably trains like one and is driven to come back and be great. He's 1 season removed from 6+ seasons of 1,400 yards. That was the part that jumped out to me in doing the research on this, Raining Tacos, and I'll present the graphic here one more time above my head. This is Julio Jones' recent history in playing. In 2017, 16 games started, 16 games played. 2018, 16 games started, 16 games played. 2019, 15 games played, 15 games started. And last year, 9 games played, 9 games started. So last year, yeah, he missed 6 games last year, but the previous 3 years, he'd missed 1 game. That to me does not equivalent out to an injury-prone player or a player that's done. I think he's still got a little bit left to do, a little bit left to go off him. James Watson says Dwayne could be our punt and kick returner. He could, James, as well as depth for injury this season. And that's not the worst role to carve out for a rookie wide receiver. You know, he can be successful, I think, in that role. Avery Allred says Russ could have an MVP season with Julio. Oh, you better believe he could. He's got all the elements at that point to get it done. All the elements at that point to get it done, including having a new dynamic, new offensive coordinator. Tim Jobs, it happened again. Yesterday, as I was about to propose to my wife, fraud swoops in out of nowhere and steals the ring. I had to explain to my wife that it was because of Wilmick and no reason. I'm missing the references there, Tim. Now she's crying, divorcing me and taking the kids. That's a lot of Will Mickey. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez says, Greg Bell says Russ has a new crush for the Seahawks offense. Julio. He's only hearing, I just see Russ sitting on his couch right now. And he's just hearing somebody whispering to him just, Julio. Julio. Your boy Michael says, yeah, Greg Bell seems to be on board. Glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. I'm kind of shocked today. We had a lot of people that have been on board with this. I'm glad to hear it when the Seahawks fans being willing to be aggressive here and not just, we're good. It's fine. No, we're good enough. No, we're not good enough. Let's go. Let's go. Raj Ho says, Russ looks trim. I saw the same thing. I'd been meaning to mention that. It's a solid point, Raj. I'd been seeing the same thing with some of his workouts. Russ looks a lot more thinner than he has in recent years in his workouts. I don't know if he's lost weight or not, but he does look a little more trim, a little more svelte, a little more svelty. Be good to see. I think it would help him out. I think he's gotten just a little bit pudgy at times here recently. Rams House, good luck to you, Seahawks guys. Well, good luck to you too, Rams. Rams House says Eskridge is a stud for you guys. I wanted him on the Rams. It does seem like you guys were going to draft him if we didn't take him, Rams House. I hope that wasn't the only reason that we took him, is that we had caught word through our inside source of Waldron that McVay had a man crush on Eskridge and that therefore we were going to take him. I hope that wasn't the case on why we did, but appreciate it. And I think you guys are going to be our main competition this year. I think it's not going to be the 49ers we're fighting out with. I think it's going to be the Rams. I don't think it's going to be the Cardinals we're fighting out with. I think the Rams are still going to be our top competition this year, and it's really going to be down to us at the end of the season. Who wins this division? Washi says Russ would divorce Sierra to get Julio on the team. Well, let's just say this, Washi. He doesn't want to be put on a lie detector test on that particular question, right? Especially with his wife not in the room. Tetson FN says, I really hope we sign Julio. Me too, Tetson, and thank you for subscribing again, my guy. I do hope we sign Julio as well. This would be a great deal to pull off at this time of the year. You'd be able to pick up a player that's, again, just one of those depressed assets who still has a lot left remaining. The narrative on him is not exactly true, and he would upgrade this offense. No doubt about it. Clay Belton says, do you have a legitimate defensive end to send to Atlanta? Yeah, we got a couple of guys. I mean, we got guys that, Clay, they're not going to be certain guys, right? Like, I can't give you a guy that you're going to like as far as say, well, I know he'll give you production. I'd give you any pick of your... You can pick between LJ Collier, Alton Robinson, and how about that? Here we go. I got you, Clay. We'll give you guys a second round pick in next year's draft, and Alton Robinson gave us 4 sacks, burst onto the scene last year, a guy with some real good upside, a very complete defensive end, should fit in nicely with you guys. How's that sound? Second round pick, him. Hell, we'll even throw in Rasheem Green. You get 2 defensive ends. One of them hits for you, you're going to be great. Let the best man win. Those would be the 2 guys I would go to, though, probably. You don't want LJ Collier, I'm guessing, but we'd offer him. But Alton Robinson, LJ Collier, or Rasheem Green, you'd get your pick between those 3 guys. All very highly drafted players. Alton's a 5th, but... Drunk Squidward, I swear 2012 Russ was Sonic. He was. He's definitely not the fleet of foot 2012 Russ anymore. That's for sure. He's not quite there. Jaboy Michaels says, you think it's good that he's lost weight or not? I think it's good overall. I think you gain a little of that weight as a quarterback as you go on, because naturally that's the way it goes as you get older. But I think it's also because you want to take on the pounding and sustain some. You got a 300-pound lineman falling on you. It helps to have a little bit of extra pushing for the cushion. But I still think that it has cost him a little bit in recent years, where it's especially when he's scrambling around by the pocket, he's not as nimbly-pimbly back there as he once used to be. And maybe losing a little bit of weight, it's helped at times. Running backs will do this. You'll see at times in their careers where they will be gaining weight, and then they get to the 30s, then you see them go over an offseason where they suddenly lose 10 to 15 pounds to squeeze out the last couple of years of juice in the running back's career, where he can get a little bit of quickness back by losing a little bit of that weight at the cost of necessarily being able to drag the pile like you once could. Michael Smith, I noticed that too. He's worked on dad bod. I like him more at 220 than the 230 he's been playing. It's funny, 10 pounds is a lot. It is, Michael. I think it does make sense. 230 is a little bit heavy for him, I think, and I agree. I think 220, a little hair beneath 220 is probably a bit better weight for Russell at that point. And just to get away from some of those guys, because there were times he was able, when he got in the open field and get moving forward, where he was fine. I think he had some of the most rushing yards he's had in his whole career last year. But the behind the pocket mobility stuff, where he just wasn't able to get away from defenders like he once used to be able to do, was completely kind of missing at times last year in certain games. Emmanuel, I noticed that Russ's pocket awareness was great the first year under Schottenheimer, but it got worse in year 2 and 3. So I think it comes down to Russ and his tendencies. It does, and maybe getting comfortable with Schottenheimer. The thing with Schottenheimer that I wondered with was, is this a firm enough hand to guide this guy forward? And by firm enough hand, it's holding Russ responsible. It's saying, Russ, you need to throw with better anticipation. You need to be better pre-snap. You need to trust the reads more often. You need to hit the back foot and let the ball go and trust it. Not always need to see the guy wide open. And it's one thing to say that as a coach and to say that you're going to put an onus upon that and you're going to try to highlight that. It's another thing to coach it day in and day out and to truly hold that player's feet to the fire. And I don't think all coaches are built in that realm to do that way. I don't know Schottenheimer. Maybe he's a very strong-minded guy. Maybe he's a guy that was pushing Russ in this way and Russ just wasn't listening as much on it. I would tend to not think it was that case. I would tend to think that it's that Schottenheimer was a little bit, I'm not saying he was soft, but just not as strong in this realm of things where Russ needs a strong guy to be there. I think Russ needs a guy that's going to say, you're going to do it this way. I know you like to freelance and we're going to still build some of that stuff conceptually within the offense, but you need to ditch some of it as well and ditch it at the expense of being able to play on time. Andrea Manzimania says, hold up, Julio's first NFL game was against the Colts. And who did the Hawks play week 1? And that's the synchronicity of the universe, Andrea. That's the synchronicity of the universe, right? Just everything connecting to everything else. Everything just is a nice circle. So yeah, I think that would be a very, very apropos to be able to get Julio Jones here to play the Colts as he did in his first game, as we are due to play the Colts in the first game of our season. Seahawks Rain, Penny is going to break out this year. Hey, Seahawks Rain, I'm on board with you on that, man. There's a lot of folks out on Penny who I think are going to get really shocked by how productive Penny's going to be in this offense next year. There are going to be a lot of people with, I think, some turned opinions on this guy when they see what he does. I don't expect him to be a star. I don't expect him to push for 1,000 yards. But as a true complementary back that can give you a full season of what you were kind of starting to get in 2019, a guy that can maybe get you 700 yards, yeah, he could maybe be that guy. Drunk Squidward, what's Shane Waldron's offense scheme? I've heard it's like West Coast offense. Is that what he likes to run? What are your thoughts? Okay, well, if we go, let's go to the beginnings of it. The beginnings of this offense are within the Bill Walsh West Coast offense design. So if you go from the purified West Coast offense that Bill Walsh ran or that Mike Holmgren ran, I would still offer that Gruden runs still very much purified sort of West Coast offense. Shanahan, being Shanahan's dad, went through and was an offensive coordinator for a little bit of time in San Francisco, picking up some of those points. He took that offense and sort of built upon it a little bit more. Really, that offense became very zone-centric with Shanahan. And really good running games through Shanahan's era with the Broncos. His son continued that. They continued that with the Washington football team when they were coaching there. Certainly has continued that with San Francisco. But this Waldron scheme is still an offshoot of that, still West Coast offense. So it has it at its core, the West Coast offense. If I was to point to really the real key in what the offense does is, number one, it simplifies things. So you're not as diverse in your schemes. You're not going to run 10 different schematic positional groupings with 3 wide receivers, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, 1 tight end, 2 running backs, 1 wide receiver. It's going to be times in games where you're going to see them run out the same personnel groupings time and time and time again, where it's just you're seeing the same thing over and over again, but they're running every different type of play out of that same personnel grouping so that it makes them almost impossible to predict pre-snap because they can literally run any type of play out of that same formation. Whereas I think we've been more based upon running different type of formations as of recently. So that's the first place that it's going to change. From a blocking standpoint, Drunk Squidward, it's going to be a lot of reach blocking. And what I mean by that is what you essentially have is in your scheme right now, if you have your right tackle, predominantly that right tackle is going to be blocking down that defensive end. And then next to your right tackle, you have your right guard. Your right guard's going to be then blocking on the 1-tech defensive tackle, right? And then you normally have your center maybe going down onto the linebacker at the second level. And then you'd have your left guard blocking then the 3-tech defensive tackle, right? That's the man-on-man style of blocking. Or even in a zone-centric scheme, you might still do a lot of that man-on-man blocking style, but you're just having guys with some help. Be it that the center is now helping the left guard or helping the right guard. What you're going to get with this scheme now is down blocking. And so what that means is that right tackle, instead of going after that defensive end, is now going to start to attack the 1-tech defensive tackle. And your right guard, instead of going after that 1-tech defensive tackle, now goes after the 3-tech. You can see, so it's a little like I call the domino. It goes down domino lines. Everybody's doing a reach block down the end. And what that means is that you hopefully create a numbers game on the other side of the formation where you have one more extra blocker than you normally would have, especially in the run blocking game, to create the wide open hole, to create that just gaping hole you see sometimes that you saw in the Gurley era where he would just be running through just like you could put 3 car lengths almost in between the lane that he was running between. And why? Because they had that extra offensive lineman over there blocking, that extra hat on a hat, essentially. One less guy that the running back had to break as far as a tackle. Clay says, I hope Atlanta, Seattle, and Julio all get a good deal out of it. I'm okay with that, Clay. With nothing wrong with the win-win-win-win-win, right? Nothing wrong with the win-win-win-win-win because we all still win. Emmanuel says, I live in Indiana but grew up in Seattle. My fiance got me tickets to the Hawks-Colts game in week 1 for me and my best friend. Hope we blow out Wentz and the Colts. Oh, I'm a little jelly, Emmanuel. I'm a little jelly. That's going to be a fun game for you to watch. Hopefully you got some good tickets there. Seems like a cool stadium to watch a game in as well. Seahawks Jose says, if this happens, we have to do another video. 100%, Jose. 100%, my man. 100%. And your boy Michael, if I wake up to Julio being a Hawk, I will be happy. You and me and everybody, I think, in Seahawk land will be. Even those folks who right now are like, he's not going to do that much for us. He's not that. I mean, he's 32. God, we're going to give up all his draft capital. You watch those folks come that trade, and they're going to be like, yes, yes. Oh, my God. People will be losing it. Losing it. See how Go Hawks so fast says, oh, I don't know about getting rid of A-Rob. Hey, Go Hawks, like I've said, man, if Marquise Blair, Alton Robinson, these are not going to be names that are going to be names where I'm going to say that's a bridge too far for me. You will not get that guy for me not to get Julio Jones. If Atlanta comes calling and they say, okay, we'll do this for a second and Alton Robinson, but that is the cost, that's a price that I'm willing to pay. Look back at it. I think if we wake up tomorrow and Julio Jones will be a Hawk. I love it. Look back. I hope it's the case, man. I hope it's the case. I will be going live tomorrow if we've got Julio Jones as a Seahawk. No doubt about it. So, all right. So we are 4.5 hours into the live stream. Let's go ahead and finish up any last questions you guys might have in on this. I will, if there is no Julio Jones deal, we will try to go again live here on Thursday. I am also just finishing up my Cade Johnson film breakdown over on my Seahawks scouting channel. So I will have that video out tomorrow with a full breakdown on Cade Johnson. Very interesting receiving prospect in himself. He's interesting, but not interesting enough to keep me from going out and getting Julio Jones. But still a fun prospect to watch. It's been cool doing a little bit of a breakdown on him and getting more of a feel for him as a football player. Clay Melton says Julio can definitely put you over the top put you over the top player. It does, Clay, and I think with the NFL, you always got to pay attention to not just recent trends, but what's working as you look at the cutting edge teams. And when you look at a team like Tampa Bay or you look at a team like Kansas City and the moves that they made to keep building up those receiving cores along the lines, even at a place where you might reasonably think we're good enough, we're fine, we've done enough here. Well, maybe there's a realm where you see those teams saying, that's not how we're going to operate. We're going to operate like this is almost a point of a deficiency. We're going to operate like Goodwin or Mike Evans is going to get injured. Or we're going to operate like between Tyreek Hill and Sammy Watkins, one of these two guys will get injured. So we want a great number 3rd option behind him if something happens then. And it's paid off for those teams to have that mentality. I think it would pay off for our Seattle Seahawks to have the same type of mentality. We're moving into a receivers league. We're moving into more of a pass-happy league. Running game is going to continue to be more and more devalued. So let's embrace it. Let's get on the cutting edge. Let's get it innovative. Let's go all in. Let's show Russell Wilson that we want him here, not just in the now, but in the future. And not only we want him here in the now and the future, but we're going to give him all the building blocks his little heart could potentially want to allow him to fully shine to his brightest, to allow him in that legacy which he holds so dear to get the most out of it, to leave nothing left on the table at the end of that career, which is what this move would help to go do so. So please, Seattle, go out there and make this move. Let's make this happen. Team 24 says, why are teams not doing what the Bucks do? 100%. Yeah. Look at what the teams do that win, and not just the Bucks, but the Chiefs. You know, this is what you do now. This is the new NFL era we're in. Go for it. Don't stand pat. Don't think you've done enough. You've not done enough. And as frankly, with the Seattle Seahawks organization in recent years, there's been positional groups where they go, well, we're good enough. We've done enough. Being in the receiving core where it's not been good enough. Or look no further than your defensive line, which Seattle finally learned this lesson this offseason. Why did you make the signing of an Aldon Smith after you had already signed Kerry Hyder, after you'd brought back Carlos Dunlap, after you had gotten Benson Mayowa, coming on the heels of drafting guys like Darrell Taylor and LJ Collier and Alden Robinson and Rasheem Green? Why did you do that? Because you realized after last year we keep short selling this. We keep thinking it's enough. We keep thinking LJ Collier and Ziggy Ansah will be enough for us to be good for our pass rush going into the season. And then you get to the season and you go, oh hell, this ain't enough. We got to go make a trade for Jadeveon Clowney. And then last year you made the same mistake. Oh, we'll go out there, we'll make a couple signings with Bruce Irvin and Benson Mayowa, and then we'll draft Darrell Taylor, and that will be enough for us for a pass rush front. That'll get us by. And then, oh no, it wasn't. And now you got to make this last minute move for Jamal Adams. Don't make the same mistake here with the receiving core. And Mike Langham, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, Mike. Don't make the same mistake with the receiving core this year. Don't short sell it. You have an opportunity right now not only turn this into a strength, but to turn this into a league best strength. The kettle is hot. Now is the time to strike. Now. Let's go, Seattle. Let's get it done. Let's go get that Super Bowl. Thank you, you guys, for subscribing. We had about 100 new subscribers here over the channel here. I appreciate all of you for you doing that and your support. It's been amazing. Another great live stream as always. Let's hope I've got another live stream coming with the Julio Jones trade imminently coming down the pike, hopefully. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. Let's say a prayer. Your boy Michael, thank you for subscribing. You were awesome, boy. Appreciate you. Either way, I appreciate all of you guys out there. Thank you, all of you. You too, Clay. Says the Falcons for 12 years had a top offense and would never fix the defense. Julio got tired of it. Can't blame him, right, Clay? Can't blame a guy if you've given you 12 years of top-notch play and you've not been able to quite build around it. There's been reasons for it, Clay, like I pointed to. I think that the lesson I just talked about with the pass rush is the lesson that Dan Quinn there with the Falcons never fully learned. Fill out that pass rush first and foremost. It's great to have the cool linebacker and the cool safety and a good cover guy. You need this front four to work to make the 4-3-0 under defense go. That front four has got to be able to generate pressure on their own without having to blitz to make that defense work. They never got their heads around that, in my opinion, Clay, there with Atlanta. Luckily, it looks like our Seahawks hopefully have this season, having missed that same boat over the last couple of years. God, I hope so. Your boy Michael says, I've been subbed accidentally unsubbed. No worries, your boy Michael. Appreciate you figuring out on that one. So thank you, everybody, for all of your support out there. This is an exciting time to be a Seahawks fan. Get hyped, folks. We may be looking at a super special year this next season and maybe even a Lombardi-type season. God, I hope so. Let me dream. Just let me dream, okay? It's the off-season. Let me dream. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for subscribing. If you're watching this after being recording, please smash that like button. It helps me show up for all those Seahawks fans out there looking for a cool YouTube channel to sub to. Thank you all. Please, none of you ever, don't you ever forget, especially in these times when things are